think we were not waking up. Now we're waking up. Let's go.
NaVi waking up. Better late than never, I say, but are M80 just first half merchants? Or first map merchants? They were against Vitality. Ema entry on the B site as Lake walks down ramp, and now NaVi come in with a blistering pace. Double kill from Ema. Swisher, quiet game. And now it will begin to matter if NaVi do wake up. That's 3 from Ema. Hex has to save. And so we've got a game.
Stat pad for Hexed.
Yeah, do it.
No.
Because it's going to be a lot of fun to watch on this T side, right?
Hex is a
Ne
little
mogu
jump
oni mene
scared by
toliko
that
puta da
there.
banuju koliko ja mogu puta da
He's
se
got all the
vratim.
emotes. He's got the emote pack coming soon to Counter-Strike 2.
Kako sam rešio, bro?
When they
Pa
add
rešio,
pets.
zapretio sam im.
You can have a little Hex to follow you around.
Flekto sam tamo i kao, molim vas, pustite me.
I bet Hex can floss.
Hex actually was the backpack kid.
Kasada ćete da vrati strajkujete. Ne ste vi bre normalni.
Another one.
Oh,
In the basket for
Samo da
NaVi
se
is
malo okupi ljudi,
McCarthy.
brate, pa ćemo da
2
pričamo
quick
šta
kills
se desi.
from him on the mid play.
AT coming with a cheeky play to pop through the mid smoke and cave at the same time, but NaVi have realized
pričat
that's a lot
ćemo.
of resources, and so somewhere's weak. It is B. They've taken the site. They put that bomb back down, so might just have to be a double save here for M80. You're playing the long game. Does NaVi start believing again? Where did that MP9 go? I couldn't tell you. Oh, there it is.
I mean, honestly, for a little scavenge round, you've done well to arm yourselves.
Yeah.
2 AKs, an SMG. This next round's pretty threatening for M80. NaVi.
Još smo živi, Uglješa,
Take it very
batice.
seriously.
Za malo da ostanem speechless. Neće niko kasada, vrate, da... Vidite onaj grb tamo. What do you think of the Spirit? Hey, Swede! How you doing, man? What do you think about the Spirit Fury
Put
game
some
yesterday?
sprinkling of utility behind it
Shit
as well.
game
So
by
M80 are
Spirit,
believing
outside of...
in their upset potential. Pop
what's
through the
his name?
mid-smoke. You hear that flash, you turn back round, and you put that AK to
Donk,
use.
obviously.
Late gets a double.
Vasilije. A ništa, novice, morao sam da, brate, reagujem.
NaVi rushed B.
Oh my god! Okay,
Morao
this
sam
is really
reagirat,
nerve-wracking
što
now
kažu
for
i
NaVi, isn't it? Sim with the
Hrvati.
aggression on this MP9, here's them kind of falling away at the doors.
Oh, he wants to.
Swinging out now, a little too late. Gets the spot on 3 players, but with so much
Oni
time
će
left,
mene
it
da
doesn't even
gasi.
tell you a
Neće
hell
moći.
of a lot. Flags holding the fullback, needs this.
It's ugly.
Only gonna manage 1. And now it is a big question mark where NaVi are going. They're T-spawn with a minute
Lucky.
left.
Swisher 2 and 12.
podsjeti me između mape, brate.
It really
Nemoj
does
da mi
start to
sad kao
matter in
vidimo
rounds
se
like
onda na
these. He
live.
needs to hold his own. He needs to at least
Šta
get one
sutra?
here.
Danas
No
ne vidim.
RD, just overwhelmed. Mid round from NaVi looking really solid as Alexi closes it out.
Došao si ovdje po skin pa kao
Just
ideš, pa
moving
neće
around the
moći
map.
lak.
And M80 can't get a beat on them.
Yeah, that's good, sweet. Get some soup and fucking relax.
If Slack stayed committed on that wide angle, I think he could get multiple kills there, but Court trying to pull back. It's awkward. Got 3 players really carrying the load here for M80. Is that enough when we get deep into a game? Because Ema slowly but surely been chugging along on this T
Big
side.
stir, big stir, big stir. A možda moraš da ideš. A ako moraš da ideš, onda dobro, brate. A šta se mora, mora se. Nemoj da mi tu, brate, ti nešto... Ono... Ideš govno. Ali svakako skinovi su tu kod mene u inventaru, nema da brineš. Sve
Two
cool.
aggressive pieces. Slacks here to back him up, though, and that makes him a safe pair of hands, a safe bet over in middle.
Evo, malo se borim s
Here's
blastom.
the B hit for NaVi. Swisher caught with util. The really rough game continues. Doesn't want to get to the end of this and feel like he's the reason M80 couldn't close.
Nemoj sa mnom da ideš
2
govno.
versus 3 in the retake now, but it is 2 of these heavy hitters left up for M80.
Oh no. And the 3-2-1 swing comes in as they swap guns, so NaVi hit that perfect timing to close it out in a 1v1 clutch from Wonderful.
Su malo glasnije.
And another really close round, a what-if round for M80. And as you said, another round where Swisher just caught off. Just had no impact in this game whatsoever.
Pogledaj WhatsApp.
And the worse it gets, well, the worse it gets.
Yeah, I think it's like, you know, you're just going to be in your head at this point, you know, like you're trying to be really safe, but then every single time you're fiddling with util, you feel like you're getting caught out, so now you're only getting more safer. This time he's like, oh, screw it, I only have a pistol, I'll get aggressive, dies to the MAC-10. That one's fine, that's a way more forgivable death. But I just think it's really, really rough when your kind of B anchor man is in their head about where they're playing, how they're playing, always towing that line. Am I too aggressive? Am I too passive? If you never feel comfortable, NaVi are just going to keep bullying you. Slacks the trying to pull this one back. He's also brought Makazi down low.
Osim da možeš, brate, za tom.
Roll of the dice here for M80, grouping everyone in middle. They kept
Learn a few keywords, like pičku
NaVi
materiju.
were just waiting for this fight. They had 2 rifles staring at the red room. How about 2 more?
SZX. Aj reci mi kako se zove, bro, ne mogu da izgovaram takve slova.
They need to guide Ema out.
Blast se zajebo, brate.
That gives time for M80
Neki, brate, tamo mentol koji trebao je, brate, da me stavi na spisak ovih odobrenih streamera je uzo i nije me stavio na spisak i ovaj video i kliknuo tamo i YouTube i dao strike. I onda smo morali, brate, da zovemo, brate, heavy hitters da reše. Ali, brate, breše.
NaVi bailed themselves out.
Amer, reci Amer jebate, neki pogalj, brate, blast.
Maybe Blade was right all along. NaVi slow to wake up,
but
now here in good form. And even the rounds that are getting a little bit weird, they're able to see through to the end.
And now don't you feel silly about those really close rounds at the end of the first half, right? Those 5v3s that NaVi break into. And the difference that those could have made. Now NaVi feel like they can win. Now NaVi have the proof. Slacks to the lats!
Okay, that's gonna help. That goes a long way for Slacks. The follow-up's all skill. 2 shots fired, 3 kills found from M80's AWP. Efficient stuff from the Slacks AWP. Here's this like no comfortability at any point. You can just see in how he's playing. Slacks on for the ace.
Kill them all.
So it shouldn't matter if Slacks gets them all on this AWP.
He might. He really might.
Čole, shvatio sam kad su mi ljudi pisali na Discordu, diskonektovao mi se chat i kao to je to. Jer nisam znao šta se dešava, prvi put vidim tako nešto. I onda sam vidio onda šta kažu ljudi na Discordu i onda sam zvao Nutelicu i onda se to rešilo.
Give back, you know, you guys have been kind of wrecking them in this second half. Don't go hide and spawn, Wonderful.
Okay, first round on the CT side for M80. It comes after quite an absence.
Pogledajte pare, NaVi.
As NaVi pieced together a solid comeback. 7 rounds in a row, straight broken.
And here's the thing, I think, you know, we're going to need this kind of heavy firepower trio to really be the thing that uplift them. Because, you know, Swisher ain't coming back in this game. There's no, like, recovery story. There's no big heroic arc. I think when you're this deep in the hole and you have this little solid ground to stand on, there are very few players that can come back from a game like that.
Yeah.
And so he is kind of out of the picture, right? But that's fine, because your other individuals are bridging that gap, and I think Swisher can make it back like for map 2 in this series.
Brate, da
needs a change of scene and setting.
Da ne, mislim, znajući tog lika, moguće. Zato što on lik kao jedanput će da se rodi ujutru i kao ja sam imao
and Slacks, hitting as hard as they are, will be enough to make up for it.
Preporođen sam i hoću opet da igram Counter za NaVi, kao tu je moja karijera bila najbolja i ja mislim da bi tu trebalo nas ono jedit gob. Tako da moguće, da.
Stuck in that red smoke. Get the nade to bail. Swisher uses his util early on the B bomb side. No cave control here for M80. So NaVi take it. Swisher giving more util to block on B.
NaVi nema X faktor, to je problem. Nema X faktor zato što je JL bio je star player i X faktor, on bi u nekoj od ovih rundi na 9-8, 9-9, 10-9 nešto toliko retardirano uradio i ubio trojicu, brate, da je to ono i doneo im taj neki, brate, swing u momentumu, brate, a ovaj nema ko to da uradi ovdje. Ko će da uradi ime?
A bit of fear here for M80 and well founded. NaVi have taken red room. Gonna be a B split. Stack in the right place. Slacks moving over to cover the back. That lets M80 look forward on B.
Gonna get here at just the right time. Right as NaVi got into position. It's one from the Slacks orb. They learn about Ema as a second piece to this lurk. Swisher and Sin, both the quiet pieces for M80 trapped back in cave.
NaVi no.
Samo što je ovaj mental plan, to je tu imaš i dugo i kratko, te genu.
3 low players for NaVi in this post plot, and Hext arriving down at ramp. Gonna be that next point of contact. He holds the shot. Another trigger discipline round from Hext as he tries to close the distance. Deals with bit, but it's Alexi and Ema. They don't know where they've gotten to. It's Swisher and Sin on the swing. And Swisher finally gets a kill with some impact here for M80.
God, I got so scared there that M80 weren't going to come up cave. Hex is pulling nades after showing his flank. And of course he gets peaked while doing it, but the trades do come through.
Sad ima različitih delova ugovora.
Swisher swings, so Sin can win, and both of them find a kill.
U nekim slučajevima u ugovoru piše da benchovani igrač može da dobije između 30 i 70% plate. Što ti ono stavlja ti kao neki prostor gdje ako se ti benchuješ sam, oni ti kažu ok, 30%. Ako te oni benchuju može da bude 50, 60, 70. Neko ima fiksno 50. Ako te oni benchuju, ako se benchuješ sam 0.
Just try and charge down Lake in middle, who somehow gets two full blind. Slacks there to offer assistance as well, and there's no going anywhere but back to spawn for NaVi. They're going to play for 4 rounds into overtime with their full buy.
Šta su birali oni? Koju map?
That means 4 chances to close your map pick.
Vidite mačku na zastavi. Find kills while he's full flash needs to be studied. I don't know how he's been so good at it. But every single time, like you'll nail him with a flashbang, it doesn't matter. You told me he plays like he practices with his eyes closed, sound only. I would believe you.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, not this time. Finally, It runs its course. The double swing is enough to deal with him.
Looking at the floor. 3 mid still. Are you ready for this?
Si vidio Galahad, bro.
Succeed in this position.
Plate, tier 1 igrača su ti...
They don't know. Like, they didn't see me get here.
Ha, Messi razlikuju se dosta. Recimo, brate... Falcon si plaćaju mnogo, Heroic ne, Fnatic ne, ali dobro, nisu tier 1. Vitality plaća dosta, FaZe plaća dosta, Spirit ne plaća mnogo. Mislim da Spirit nema ono... Čolo je dole sa tier.
Kind of just the
backflip.
All right, Swisher.
Gotta go.
Nice little one and done. Follow up for Sin. Do you want to give this a go?
Why not?
Oh, nearly. I mean, NaVi certainly think they won't. Right? Like, you look at who's alive, you look at the game they're having.
This is scary. This is really scary.
They're going to push up on short, smoke fades, and they will get out with the kills. NaVi running a bit of a risk there on the push.
That's how you give them the round, really. But
znači, preće, brate, Donalda Trumpa da benčuju, brate, nego što će benčovati Don.
I think if Hex buys his time, he gets something there, but the whole map is quiet. He's scared.
Pa ima Joel, što da ne. Mislim, svakom dođe kraj negde tu, razumeš, u nekoj ekipi, ono, mada...
Ragdolls are wilding today.
Yeah, they're going crazy, aren't they?
Iskreno, Messi, ako bi morao da gađa, mislim da je u Falconsima bio oko 30 plus hiljada, a u ovim Zero Tenestiju ne verujem da je preko 5.
Got a tech for the NaVi side of things.
Ne, vidjet ćemo, Slaven. Šta radi šipac, majko ti.
A moment to catch their breath. I think they need it.
Kako igra City? Vidim da, brate, Brighton ima šansu neku. Da mi Toma omašio, brate. Jesi mi to spojlovo, Ražbe?
It's far from done. NaVi waking up late in this map. But awake nonetheless.
Lado si spojlovo, brate.
It's higher heights for M80 on this trio, but...
Nemoj, brate, to raditi, si normalno. Jebem te u dupe, nenormalno. Ono si bogalj, brate, koji ti kurac. Nemoj to raditi, brate, gledam ovdje, derbiramo se.
Lake overran, but a TK in the mix, and that leaves it even. Low health on Makaze and Ema.
And Makaze so low from the util, he might just be done for. The bomb's gone. Alexi got 2 entries, only to get TK'd. And that's how this map could dissipate. Ema trying to win out the clutch 1v2.
Hex is still sneaking, leaving Sin to his own devices.
Oh,
Remollied, really slowing him down. And from Hex not playing, he's
Mato, palimo timeout,
brate,
2 sata.
I don't know where he's going, but from him not playing, Ema is equally as confused.
Oh, it's bloomed on the molly. That's not good. He's dead. Surely he's dead. Making steps through the smoke.
Gets out, and now Hex being so far away might be a problem. 30 seconds, Ema trying to clutch. Hex has had a series of great clutches across this tournament, though.
No way.
And his slow play leaves him in just the right place. Hex, more clutches in the chamber, and they shut NaVi down on Ancient.
Hex is the clutch. M80 is dominant and
Iako ne volim, brate, da
in that first half at all. Then
ne volim da moram sankcionišem takve poteze, brate, šta su mi ovdje budale jebe. Gledamo, nerviramo se, ono, ludnica, brate, onom kuloli jokli.
More from M80 that we don't expect from this team.
I think we have to start giving out praises. I agree. M80 once more at this tournament. They come in, they play good Counter-Strike. That first half, that was very impressive. Not necessarily the best performance coming out, and NaVi sure we'll get into that, but for M80 to take advantage
Šta
of that
mislite,
and
brate,
basically secure
ako bi...
themselves a win in the first half.
A vi
I
se
know it
čuo
got a little
zvuk
bit
sa
close in the
utakmice
second,
na
but
mom, brate, na mom
they
mikrofonu,
laid the
jer bi,
foundation,
brate,
so to
neko
speak,
smaro.
to make this upset happen in the first
Mislim, neko
programs.
strajk da mi dobio. Mislim, ne ono čas čiji zvuk kao što se ovo čuje, nego tamo negdje u pozadnju.
They do play like a team. They are understanding where the win condition is, how they can convert that into a round win, even from a 3v5, even from a 4v5. That's what NaVi was lacking. Love to see it from M80.
And they can even pull off some pretty incredible 1v3 clutches.
This is where we have to be a little critical NaVi at times, that they allow a 1v3 like this, especially the way it went down, because we have, the round starts out with a decent advantage for NaVi. They get the trades out. It turns into a 4v3. You've got Hex with a good timing. He understands the situation he's in to go for the flank from here, but they start to close it out. You know, they're in the right position.
Pitam ovako, baš pozanima, zato što mi je bukvalno pored kompa mi je TV i gledam, pomalo bacim oko na City Brighton, znaš. I vidim tu malo šansu neku, ono, se vidim da Brighton napada. Hoće li biti šta od Simple do kraja godine? Zavisi na šta misliš, brate. Ako će da bude, misliš da bude top 20 igrač do kraja godine, neće.
They would have won that round if not for the team damage.
No.
That's insane.
Oh, that's a problem.
That is insane. I mean, it's unlucky. You can't really fault Ima for that. You know, he's obviously trying to refrag at this point, but it's just crazy that NaVi even allows it to get into that position. There was a point where you could close
neću da banem, to nije baš, mislim, jeste ozbiljan prekršaj, ali nije za ban. Pa da ode u drugi tim, da, sigurno. Pa biš da farmo jebote. Farmo je lepo. Ima je neke off-game-ove, ali brate, farmo. Hoće li biti nešto do kraja, do reva? Pa zavisi, brate, u kom staku igra.
Wonderful round by Hex,
but
it's not like he did something out of the ordinary right here. He just let NaVi mess it up over and over and over again.
Hey, he didn't whiff the orb shot. That's the main thing and the main part I'm going to look at there. But you spoke about M80.
Nego mene zanima, brate, da li mi bez Bogdanovića možda osvojimo evropsko prvenstvo? To mene zanima, ljudi moji.
The next round I want to show is one where it's back-to-back rounds here. One I'm not even showing.
Pimp, brate, šta misliš o Pimp? Pimp je, brate, dobar je lik, znaš, nije neka cala. To je bitno, da nisi cala. Ostalo jebi ga, svako ima neke svoje, brate, neke svoje, ono, ubice. Nego me zanima samo da vidim kad mi se ovi itemi oslobađaju za ove ljude što treba da im dao.
And again, that's right after the previous round we showed where he couldn't hit the no-scope on the player through the smoke, and there's a round right after where he does a very similar thing. Frag-wise, he did quite well, but there was just a few rounds where he just couldn't push it over the edge for NaVi in what could have been a more competitive half.
And it's a recurring theme for NaVi, right, Pimp?
It is a recurring theme for NaVi, and
kako da vidim da li može se trade?
They don't play good Counter-Strike at the moment. Obviously, second half we move into that, and I feel like they're trying to monster.
Ne, to je ovaj. Koji je već to nož bio? Pičku materinu. Ili navaja?
Small mistakes as well. I don't want the segment to be a hate watch of Wonderful, but unfortunately,
until September 1st, 9.
Again, trade coming in from Ima. Ima in particular had a great showing. He was involved in 10 opening duels in this game. Really tried his absolute best to get it going. You enter your way in towards this bomb side, and
ne znam, Messi, brate, iskreno, zavisi od ekipe, brate.
Is NaVi having the advantage? Wonderful decides to plant right here, right? They know that there's only one position they have to worry about, that's cave. They are
da, vidio sam, piše da 9 ujutru
only position Wonderful is not allowed to plant the bomb in is in the usual spam spot towards cave. I have no clue why he's not planning towards B long. Alexi B got the kill over there. He's already situated towards A long. You have a guy
evo, kaže i Pimp, brate.
Wonderful could have gone for a different plan if he wanted to. He didn't. He gets spams and they end up losing the round. It is not necessarily, you know, to pinpoint
radi ovaj bogalj talad, majku ti ali da, šta sam počeo da pričam?
Yeah, you're expecting Slacks to be making those mistakes.
Uglavnom,
that's why Wonderful has been called out a little bit, and he looks so good for so much.
Ja, da, Pimp kaže isto ovo što sam ja. Lik plantuje, brate, u najbitnijoj rundi na 10-8, 10 kad treba da ode 10-9, da ovi, brate, moment. Ovi ubili dugo, ubili, brate, ne znam ja šta su ubili, brate, ovaj plantuje za cave. Da ga ovaj izbuši, umjesto plantuje za dugo da su mu igrači. Ma klasična budaletina. Pa mogu, da, čelo.
Well, he showed up in a big way, and you guys said he couldn't produce against European opposition. Is this a life game? Is this something you were happy from what you saw in the eye test? Is it what you want to see more of?
Ola, brate, Brighton igra pressing, jebo mater, a?
This is a bit of a breakthrough. If he can replicate performances like this, which is basically the level he's having in NA when he's playing domestic teams, then yes, then we have a complete new situation. I think that's kind of where I'm leaning towards right now with M80. I feel like they're getting better and better. Every time I watch them play at this tournament, I'm positively surprised.
Oh, Collins, asi ga, a? Liverpool, Arsenal 3+, Salah 2+ u okvir gola, Odegaard 2+ u okvir gola. A mislim da je wonderful extens.
Well, Hext is a player who's not only good domestically right now, he's like the player we heard he was supposed to be.
Komentar na spekulaciju odlasku Magijske u Astralis. Pa, bukvalno kao da su doveli još jednog kuksija. Lik ne može da ubije nikog. Šta oni misle će se desiti? Da će fragovi automatski da se pojave. I ovo što ih klačuje 1-3, bro. Nije, bio je wonderful, ja mislim. To je Varun, to je Varun. Ovo je što je poginuo, ovo je na plant. Ne ovo je što je bio sad na ekranu, nego ovo je što je poginuo na plant. Mislim, ali provaljujete vi ovu stvar? Čekaj da je... Ovaj lik. Ovaj. Lik farmuje. Last 12 months. Ima 1.16 rating, doduše ok igra za ovu 1.16 rating, brate, lik ima, a Big neće da ga zove. Nije dobar za Big. Nego imaju, brate, one bogalje njihove. Nema me zajebava. Ogroman update, pa teška priča, znajući i Valve, teška priča. Nekiko i ova dva klinca ne dovedu, dva maturca se još, pa bukvalno da dovedu, brate, ono... Cage on bija i konfiga, brate, da igraju. Hvala, Kurc, da popijemo jedan gutlje i to ime anonimus. A spominjemo ih, jebe, što imaju, brate, imaju para da, brate, imaju pristojan tip. Nego tamo drugari vode, brate, ono...
Time and time again in this event, he's just showcasing himself that maybe he is ready to make that next step. Maybe he is ready to showcase his skill against top 30,
Šta se desilo sa konfigom, brate? Pa neće niko da ga uzme zato što je, brate, lud. A NIP ga drži, brate, pod ugovorom. Imali su buyout za njega $700,000. Ljudi, da, imamo gosta iznenađenja, brate. Ne na ovom podcastu sad, nego na sljedećem. Tako da znate. Nije Jake. Gost iznenađenja, desi Šemso. Gost iznenađenja nam dolazi sutra, ne sutra, sutra imamo normalan podcast, ali sljedeće nedelje gost iznenađenja. Hoćete da zovem i Jake-ima, brat? Ja kad bi ga zvao, došao bi, brat. Vlasnik Bleed. Ste njega da zove? Ne zna srpski, brat. Zna norveški.
Znate da je, brate, King, imamo ovu grupu za Faceit u kojoj se nalazimo pa se dogovaramo za stak. I Lanče mi je pozvao Kinga, King je ušao dok je trajao turnir i umjesto jednostavno da ostane da igra s nama, brate, Faceit, ono, ko normalan čovjek, on je uzeo samo izašao. Nikom se nije ni javio, ni da je ušao, ni da je izašao, samo izašao nikom. I, brate, ona, boli ga kurac. Ništa, ni reč, nikom. No, Shiv, no. No. I am not getting paid for co-streaming Blast, so I am not employee of Blast. I am just a fella Counter-Strike enjoyer. AZR, deću njega je stilu mental. Kauč je, brate, vrh. Bukvalno Messi, brate. Znate ko je najjači naš streamer? Ovo je najzanimljiviji, Xerox. Xerox je taka je da budala, brate, da je to strašno. Dobro, bio je igolo, ne znači da nije mental. I do hope so, Shiv. I do fucking hope so. I have some money on them.
This is NaVi Jr.'s permaban when it was in their map pool. Makaze has played 2 maps on HLTV total on this
Haaland,
map, and he's
there you
not
go,
done so
1-0.
well when he's been on this map. Despite being a yard player, he's in the action. He needs to power up if they're going to win this one.
That's a pressure point. That's maybe something that if you're M80, you can look into and start there, you know, when you want to apply pressure.
Now, slacks on train is what I'm expecting.
Nema hint, brate, zato iznenađenje. Moj point iznenađenja, ti kažem bilo šta. Ne znam, Nenade, toliko, brate, se, brate, nerviram. Toliko se nerviram s ovom povredom sad i svaki put kad gledam nekako mi, brate, neka težina neka, brate. Dovedi lobu, pa vidjet ćemo i to. Gost je igrao negde, eto, to mogu da ti kažem. Zašto, za Fissure?
When he's finding success with the opening duels, or at least taking the opening duels, he creates space for the players around him. So if he's struggling on a map like Train against NA opposition, and by the way, in the 5 maps I'm talking about, they won in 4 of those games and they beat him 13-6, 13-7, 13-0. If you have bad stats when you're winning that bad, it's not looking good facing NaVi.
As your resident North American, let me flip that as a positive.
Okay.
Lake did quite well on
Možda je
Ancient.
Emi,
Of course, it is one of his better maps, but you come into Train, maybe he's got a little confidence.
Možda je Haaland.
They like to play very aggressive on yard, and if you're looking at Lake getting aggressive,
Brate, bit će gost, jebi ga, bit će gost.
snowball that into this
I
game,
bit će sve i
this
svašta.
map, then you are looking at a team that was capable of finding wins, even with Lake having some tough
Bit će
games.
gost, bit će možda nekih likova. Ko zna šta će biti?
Wonderful is expected to step up. Navi
Nije
is
samo
expected
tebi
to
ekstra,
step up. I
svima je.
don't really care about the fact that Navi right now are struggling and maybe in the worst period.
Nije za Evu
quite
dobar
some
hint.
time. Again, look at the 2 teams, look at where they're at. This is Navi's map pick. They should
Ko je
be
peti
able
uloga
to beat
general
NA and
menadžera,
maybe
valjda
get
za
to be the
Counter-Strike.
European team on Train ever. So let's see if that happens today.
Ne manje.
This is exactly what M80 need. They need to close this one out 2-0. Don't let Navi wake up into this one. Close
Pa i,
it out.
brate,
And,
bolje ti je,
this is really where their best chance
mislim
lies.
da uzmeš ili za finalni dan, ako ima,
And let's
ili
not
ceo
forget as
paket.
well that if M80 takes down Navi right now, they're facing
Daj neki
Fnatic in
lik
the
puš.
decider in order to make it to London.
Nije to
That's a
taj
winnable
stream.
game, so pressure's on for both sides, I guess.
Well, let's see how it goes down. Let's get ourselves into Train and find out if Navi can survive one more fight against
Staza,
M80 and
jest.
take
Gde
it
mi
to
je,
the
brate,
side match.
Slobodan Milošević? Nema ga, brate.
Oh, I like Vu's take, you know, you want to try and take NaVi down in 2. You want to keep them sleepy, keep them on the back foot and end it here and now, but the numbers just don't speak to that happening. That's the scary part here. Pimp
Did the
said
numbers
it.
speak to Ancient, Harry?
Well, yeah, I think actually, yeah, they kind
Možda,
of do, if I'm
možda,
honest.
možda jeste, možda nije,
Yeah,
brate.
whereas,
Beat Navi?
yeah,
Shocking.
whereas here on Train, I don't know.
Tete na podcast, imam ženu, bre, čovječe, i decu.
Okay.
Haven't played many of them, admittedly. But I do think this will be a tall order still.
Kako se organizuje bootcamp, već imaju mjesto da budu komentirati to i tako. Pa, brate, realno je najbolje u relogu, brate. Imati bootcamp, oni ti organizuju sve, ti dođeš, brate, igraš i boli te kurac. U hotelu je sve ima, brate, i ono... Platiš lepo, brate, i dobiješ par excellence full service. Ako je tu neko iz reloga, možeš ti potvrditi, ne znam da li ima neko full life. Ma, vrate, ta budalaština, mi nemamo pare da rentiramo PC, nema da me zajebavate. Koja je to glupa priča, brate.
They're going to need that. Swisher's got to be careful here not to die in this awkward position. How does Hex win that fight? I don't know. Swisher, oh my god, they don't check it. He gets out with 2. Swisher is back. And he's got a kid as well. Wonderful 1v4 on the clock, and Lake will not let it happen. The Julies and Swisher comes up with 2.
That is
Nemam pojma, Srbija Nosti, verovatno ne u skorije vreme.
After a dire time on Ancient, you tell yourself, it's not happening again, it's not happening again, I'm gonna play better, I'm gonna do better, I'm gonna be better. And so 2 kills from him, clean stuff in the pistol. Nothing's gonna bring your head back in like this.
I can't believe they don't see him there.
Yeah, that's the other thing, that corner's not very good to actually hide in.
Yeah, it's worse with an M4, right, because it sticks out, but even so...
Do you think there is a place for stuff like yoga and bootcamps?
Will take it. I think NaVi as well, you know, they're already in the hole and they start the T-side
yoga and bootcamps.
Map they're fairly unfamiliar with. For Makazi, it's completely...
No
for
yoga.
NaVi, it's a couple
unless it's a female team that does the bootcamp.
That is all they've got to show.
Like, I don't think men should do yoga. If you do yoga, then... Well,
and even though they took down trained specialists...
I'm like less worried
Sa Blasta
about
nisam imao.
underplaying trade than I am like a Kiyosuke on Inferno, for example.
Yeah.
Just because the map's newer, I think, you know, you can learn a bit more in the time that you spend on it, and you're at a similar level to everyone else.
Pecnem jogu Vex, ja malo ono downward dog.
There's also just like less comparisons between like CSGO
Znak
trade
možda
and
ide
CS2
u, brate,
is
Nine.
worked in a pretty huge way.
Druže, kad bi uradio jogu, polomio bi kičmu sam sebi neko.
But, you know, despite Navi's lack of
Prvo bi uradio drogu.
every time except when they played Spirit. So at least they've got good memories on this map. Something to say about that. Bomb's getting planted here on this eco, but getting any further will be a predicament here.
Ja.
All that molly dodged in the smoke, but Deagles don't do it.
Pa SL da, ali...
Gone as well.
Zadnja 2 turnira ne.
Get that done.
And I guess like the final note on it, just to put the final point on the Makazi thing, is like even in
Bukvalno, brate, Galahad.
only has 12 games on it. That's still more than Kiyosuke has in Inferno, which was in the map pool the entire time. So there you go. I think Makazi will be fine.
Well, NaVi though, that's the big question. Down a map, a late comeback, too late. And an M80 hitting it hard. Full buyout for NaVi now. Pre-AWP.
Čekaj, Liquid igra sa Spiritom sutra, tako ili danas?
Double nade onto Hex, avoids the second one mostly.
Sam ostao speechless.
It's NaVi set up, Makazi on Ivy. NaVi with the halls control.
Pa jebi ga, zato što, brate, te stvari slavene, brate, te odluke donose ljudi koji su, brate, govno. Pre svega. Dođi, Đole, dođi.
Gamble wrong.
A danas u 17, vidiš ti to.
Swisher and Sin. Ooh, missed pop smoke as well. They're gonna back up, play retake on A.
A onda tek igra kako se zove G2 sa ovim, kako se zove, FlyQuest, da?
But it will be very late. Wonderful only now coming out main.
KASSADU with a chance to catch Sin and nades pulled. Can't quite follow up on Swisher, but his teammates will. Trades come in for NaVi.
O Bože.
Gifted a free route to this bomb plant. They don't think twice. Just commit to this A walk-up. Lake and Slack seeming interested, but when they lose Lake backing the connector, it will just be the save for Slacks. There's solid ground to stand on in this retake. And NaVi even giving chase in at the close. Ima comes for that gun and won't let them save it.
NaVi are here mentally prepared to make this a 3-map series and close it out. They are the favorite left in the bracket between Fnatic, M80 and themselves to make it to London. As the death said, you know, win this and the job is in theory easier.
Kakve bi promene pravi u NaViju? Ime
Fnatic have leveled up.
I snajpera bi uzeo drugog. Verovatno, ako bi morao, gađao bi Dextera ili tako nekog i uzeo bi Nerca.
Oh god, he's blocked by his teammate. No, no, no. Oh, it's ugly. And Hex doesn't escape on B either.
A što sad, brate, što Aleksi nije zauzeo sad prosto? Zato što su ovi bili dva u lederu, brate, ovaj mogu samo, na što je ubio ovoga na prvom spustu, da zauzme taj prvi spust i ideš kroz do drugog spusta makar. Šta si se usro, bre, jebot? Pratim, Stefane.
Derailed.
Pratim kako ne pratim i nerviram se. Ali to je valjda normalno.
No, full stop.
What if?
Smuja ima problem, brate, sa ono... Smuja ima problem sa, brate, autoritetom. Jebem ih, nemam pojma. Nije nikad odrastao, valjda dovoljno. Ali nije on ni loš lik. Toliko. Si nije loš ni malo. I'm ruining my... it's just dogs and just animals, man. They're alright. They don't ask for shit. They don't talk shit. They're not snakes. It's fine.
He's already outperforming his ancient game.
Oof, that's actually an indictment. But at least good for the moment. Oh, he got stuck.
Što je dobro ovo?
It's a really...
Joj, brate, pomeriš se, si lud, bre, jebote, ono. Čas si stao!
So many teams do this where the all kind of
Poker.
up on the line, your rifler crosses into the
Poker
left, they
Španijel.
wanted to double push Pop Dog, they had a set piece in
Španijel.
line, but then the smoke blew
Tijani,
weird.
brate, nije moj. Evo mačka.
Gets contact faster, so the plan kind of changes, and I guess that just didn't get relayed
Mačka spava
across
pored
in
srpske
time.
zastave,
Lake ends
brate,
up
čuva
blocking
zastavu,
him.
brate. Nema zezanja. Mačka je kao tigar.
Walking into the wall first, so he couldn't. His timing was
no, it's
bad.
like doubly wrong, yeah. Just rough. It's kind of a sad way to lose the round.
Swisher putting this AK to use though might find McCarthy if he doesn't commit Ivy. But McCarthy has nothing, so taking that space.
Ajde, ljudi, hoćete da uđete u taj B site, ste mi ono dobro.
I don't know, they're gonna walk out B. The flank will be too late to stop the bomb.
They're going upper with numbers. Just gonna get there too late.
Bit pogine,
Slash
brate.
gets one on the Deagle. That's gonna slow NaVi down even more.
Team tag.
Kazi, Ima, both get a
Čeka
kill.
ga Ime, a?
Swisher's flank is being held
Senka,
by
da.
Ima up close. Swisher with the pre-fire deals with him. Flank on flank here. Makaze coming in through the back lines, held.
USP-om ga iznabadao.
Now armed and a little more dangerous. Wonderful with the bombs crossing out late. Alexi providing cover. It's a weird round.
Šta radi NaVi, majko? Mica iz Republike Srpske, da. Nisam zategao City, vrate, zato što sam mental, eto. Jebo mi pas, mat.
Šta ti kaže Tijana? Šta kaže Tijana, ili ide? Otišla.
NaVi collecting some important early rounds here. Remembering the feeling of winning. M80, no AWP on slacks. Got to make do with less.
Sorry, ne mogu da vidim ovo.
Didn't quite get off the ladder before he threw that. It could have been a good nade. I'm just jump spotting on the ladder, but the lurk smoke out lets NaVi scale.
Ej, jebobe, otac, ima me banio zbog ovog klađenja.
He did the wall bang. Oh, I've never seen anyone do that.
Marko Brba, jel ovaj, brate, slikuje ili šta radi?
Replay, pull that up. That's so sick.
That's the round. It's over.
Sick.
M80, you're out of position.
Now you're gonna see everyone.
Nemoj, brate, pričati o nikakvom rezultatu da ne bude bančuga, brate.
See, it's just cardboard, mate.
Znaš koliko me to nervira? Nemoj to.
Yeah, shut up.
Nemoj to da te ne pojede mrak.
You know what I mean. That's the word.
Šta kaže za PSG Barsa?
NS ...
Pa šta da kažem, brate? Kažem PSG, brate, oni su, brate, ono, glave opasne.
Alexi said nothing you can do about that, to be honest.
Dude, look at the lineup, though. They just read it because there's no defense on B. So
Mato.
Where could he be?
Novo pravilo.
That's pretty crazy, no?
Za bilo kakav spoil rezultata u Counteru je permanent ban.
That's cinema.
Dude, it's also just sick, like, you die instantly. You know, it's it was the headshot, just insta knocked Hext out of the round. It's not like one of those spams where you get at least a couple of shots to be like, whoa, what's happening? Like the spams through the upper, right? Like, from kind of the holes where you can like spam pop, you have to tag them a couple of times. That's just an instant kill.
Welcome to
Europe, to, nego to te nije odvezo i ovo.
Yeah, Alexi's pretty cool. He knows all the wall bangs.
Nerding out. They win a round off a single kill.
Dobro, ajde. Javlja šta se dešava. Ajde. Ne znaš šta je fora, brate. STRIX, Amere. Moram da vidim da postavim te stvari, brate, od početka, brate. Da postavim od početka, brate, stvari na svoje mjesto. Da znaju ljudi koja su pravila od početka i jebi ga, to je to, nema šta. Znaš šta je uradio? Zajebom. On je zajebavao se, otišao je da klikne, ja sam, mislim, nije bio taj rezultat, ali sam ja otišao i kliknuo i vidio 2 runde unapred. Izbejtovao me da klikne.
And the bomb now split up from the other two for NaVi.
Spot on camera, Makaze. Hunting spawn instead.
Brbo, nemoj da padne, brate, frangijanje.
Bomb coming out, T-Con. 1 minute on the clock, Swisher backside. He's played a great game here. In these first few rounds, this could be another important moment for Swisher.
Ooh, can't quite hold on. Makazi's able to get around him.
Hex rotating here.
Šta si igrao, 2+1?
Slack's giving chase, waits for that plant, decides to try and take a little shimmy around on the back of it, and leaves this in a 1v1. Hex last spotted over in com, but he decisively repositioned. Will Makazi read this?
Da, da ne bude kako je on mogao da kaže, pa da dobije, pa da ovo... Stavi bravo, brate, i kako su, brate, pametni ovi, brate. Stavi tu poruku, brate, ono da nema, brate, da spojlovanje se kažnjava banom.
It's a nice clutch for Hex, just getting right on it. He heard Makazi push towards connector, and so he calls his bluff. Surprised Makazi doesn't jump on that opportunity, but the nade bonks him. That removes your audio. You don't know really what's going on at that point. You're in the dark. Big round for M80 to just be trading out here, and look, they're not going to come into this map like Ancient and dominate NaVi on a map that NaVi have barely lost since its addition to
Ne možete da pinujete.
5-1.
Aha. Šta treba da možeš da pinuješ? Kako nešto da budeš nešto specijalno?
And maybe win a couple of rounds down the end, get a big eco win deep in the game. I mean, that's how you win this match v NaVi. You just got to keep up with the output.
Naravno, Matej, brate, si lud.
And hope you can break them. NaVi definitely looking a lot better though, the longer this series has gone on.
Da li ovo može da se pinuje?
Still need more from players like Bit, players like Wonderful even. Haven't really shown much in this match. Tempted by the spam, Slacks fires back. He will rotate with that orb, leaving Hex alone at B. KASSADU on Ivy lurks. And NaVi 4 strong in the halls. KASSADU coming back signals that NaVi are executing. Again, so many hard outer setups, leaves Hex alone.
Went full prey to any spam in this round at least, so on for a chance at the retake here for M80.
Napravite faceit baka s određenim elom i 1000 To je dobra ideja, brate. Sam treba neko se cima za to pičku.
And they all come spilling into the guns of AlexIB.
Sve to nekako mi imamo, brate, u planu. Ali, brate, nikako da uradimo, brate. Nikako da uradimo. Jedniga ima dosta stvari koje se dešavaju. Bravo, Paris PSG, bravo, legendo. Hoćemo da pričamo, evo Vexiju tu. Hoćemo da pričamo malo o Vexiju.
Outstandingly favorable for CT sides, but that's no longer really the case on this map on CS2. So that's why you see so many teams gamble in this game. And M80 twice over have given it up completely and have had nothing to show for it. They don't get a single foot in the door on that attempt back through connected. Yeah, NaVi take a lot of space.
I also just think like the way they're playing the solo hold, because I don't feel like it's terribly uncommon, but usually it's either like you'll have someone trying to go like 2 for 1 on over towards like Thomas on one of those little like crouch off angles, or if you're playing like the quad A lean, you're looking for pop space, so you have the quick reaction, that ability to flank quickly.
Jesam, brate, malo sam pogledao Matej, brate.
You can see how awkward it gets in those retakes when you don't have the ability to flank.
Malo sam pogledao i jebi ga igraju bolje, to je dobro. Bolje nego, ali nedovoljno što se očekuje od Orge, brate. What's the call for Arsenal Liverpool, mate? Both teams to score?
NaVi might just keep executing B if they're getting given this much room.
What's the odds for both teams to score?
I don't know, M80 playing like 4A.
Vexi samo kad bi, brate, on, pazi ovako, Vexi koji čovjek, okej, ume da igra, brate, ne kaže niko da nije on nešto sada je truo. Ume da igra snajperom, ume da igra, brate, puškom, kalašem pogotovo. Ima svoje neke pozicije koje voli da igraju, kojima uživa da igra i sve je to cool. I može da se igra, brate, i da dođe do solidnog ela. Problem koji Vexi ima je što priča kad je mrtav previše. To je pod 1. Pod 2, bejtuje previše, jer kao da igra, brate, da na streamu ljudi vide fragove. Što, brate, bi trebalo te boli kurac.
Got him pinned in out at Olaf. Low health on Swisher at the back of the site. Leaves him a little vulnerable with the AWP on the line. That's a big miss!
157, that's not very good, so you shouldn't take that.
Closes the gap on Wonderful the moment that AWP misses its shot.
It feels weird for NaVi because they don't even have a main control. They've been pushed by Lake up close with that util and they're coming
Dobra ideja, Dućelo, dobra.
Like Wonderful's trapped with a bomb.
Sve to može se napraviti kao neki community, znaš, i da tu ljudi dolaze i to je sve tu dobra ideja, bro. Ovdje igramo best of 3, bro.
Not really all on the same page there on NaVi. So M80 just
Da.
scrapping.
Mnogo priča.
Swap traded either way.
I moguće se napravi sad za...
M80 net 2 in a row and break NaVi's money.
Sad ću vidjeti, je moguće da se napravi za level 10 plus hub i da bude kao pub liga i FR, da se nešto 300-500 eura mesečno se bar za nešto igra. Jeste, može, sve to može i to je odlična ideja, to mi je neko već i pomenuo, ne znam mogu sveti ko. Sve to može, to sam ja planirao sa Svojićem da sedem, da on dođe kod mene kući ovde i da se dogovorimo šta ćemo. Rep bi bio tu, isto bi učestvovao, teo bi da bude moderator i da pomaže oko svega i bilo je par ljudi koji bi se cimali oko toga, samo je bitno koliko bi ljudi bilo na tom hubu, znaš. KASSAD ima neki tiket, ha brate, ne znam. Ima. Možda. Jebem li. Vidjet ćemo kako se završi ovaj game.
McCarthy finds it, opens up a 3v5, a while this can happen, Ima is walking up on Sin right now.
I što je došao nije ga overio jebac.
McCarthy kills rotation, McCarthy follows up, 3v5, NaVi making it happen. Lake boxed in by the Molotov, needed that one, but even then McCarthy's on for his third. And Hexed, a heroic first map, has got to step up with another clutch. He's been good for them all day long. Orb, Heard, wonderful hits the shot, and NaVi win a 3v5 in the clutch.
Šta da kažem, vjerojatno si igrao video greške na moj kol. Ma jebeš kolove bre, Veksi, kolovi nisu bitni. Kolovi su nebitni, bitno je samo da ti malo igraš više za tim i malo manje, vrate, da pričaš kad si mrtav, brate. City 2, Juve 2, Liverpool 1 i Monaco 1, Fener 2 za 5000 dinara. Koja je kvota bez City-a, pošto je City već polovreme? Da, dučala.
M80 bring a play to the field and find a 5v4, but as we've already seen advantage, what does it mean? They run the rotate, so Alexi's heard this, Sin jumps through the smoke of the AK.
Paris, to je sve istina, navedeš Nikolu, razumeš, da tweetuje, ja tweetujem, Janko tweetuje, onaj, možda se i Loba uključi. Koja glava, brat. Loba se uključi ono i bude to zanimljivo.
Easy.
Oko 8 gore dole nisi siguran. Znači bez City je negde 4. A jebi ga Nikola, brate, to ti je, brate, tako kladionica, kocka je, brate, džuba.
An opportunity in this game though. I think M80 are going to leave this half kicking themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean they could have done a lot more here. That's the feeling they're going to be left with. Losing the 5v3, but even in that round, like a chance to make it interesting. They feel like they're getting themselves.
Dobar je Veksi, ne fali mu ništa. Samo kaži meni te dve stvari da kažeš da sam ja bi to uradio na njegovom mjestu. Jest, Holmes, bravo, da. Čega sam zaboravio? Mlađa. Pa mislim i Rilog sam po sebi bi možda nešto tu, ono... Samo treba da smisli to neko, brate, ono...
Just haven't been able to deal with McCarthy on Ivy. Sin playing very passive. And arguably too passive at times. Slack's never getting going. NaVi look to use Ivy in the final round of play.
Can't say you blame him. Whenever McCarthy's wanted this control, it feels like he's been able to get it, and so now looking to link up with him and have him be that tip of the spear.
Treba ljudi da posvete vremena, jes? Što je samo jeben? Samo ljudi malo vremena da posvete, mislim malo više i da se ima više ljudi, da ne bude jedan čovjek da mora se cima. Zato što, znaš šta će ti desiti? Ako napraviš hub i sad tu bude, ne znam, 100, 200 ljudi, 500, nije bitno.
doći će, bit će situacija da će na chatu neko da se pravi pametan i onda jebem ti majku, ne znam, Srbija, ovo, ne znam, Hrvatska, znaš kako već to ide, brate. I onda neko mora da reguliše to i da banuje te ljude, neko, bit će ko zna, možda se neki cheater pojavi. Ko zna šta može da bude, razumeš? I onda mora neko da bude neki moderator tu da to reguliše, a sad ja da jurim i ovo i ono i sve, ću mora da ima 4-5 ljudi, brate, tu minimum.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context. We talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
Dobre, samo nema, brate, svađe i sve. Pa znam, bit će ban normalno, nego mora neko da prijavi tog lika, pa taj neko koji je moderator da pogleda šta je taj uradio i da vidi da li je, brate, to uradio. Onda kad je vidi da je nešto isprozivao, pljuvo, psovo, toksik, vamo prema saigračima, prema drugom timu, mora ga banati.
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here. Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Niko sometimes.
Nisam babatelji, brate, znaš da nisam jer sam pričao s ljudima i u tom momentu su mi dali ovaj blast, mi dao onaj strike, brate, i dok sam ono zaboravio i kurac.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse.
Jest, koliko je bilo? Preko 2.20, tako nešto, jel?
Together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
Hvala, brate, hvala. Biće, sutra imamo novu epizodu, snimamo, utorak izlazi, a sljedeće nedelje imamo prvog gosta, brate. Koji su mi nisam vidio uporu, koji su mi najbolji kasteri? Sponge i Machine.
And M80 never able to catch their bearings. That 3-on-5 down the tail end of the first half really did leave a mark, and it went
taj
on
lik
to
izgleda kao da se raspo od pajda nekog.
Struggled to find their footing past that point, and it's left NaVi in a great position.
Jel on beše molio ljude, brate? Bravo. Jel on beše molio ljude za pare, tako nešto? Ne smijem da otkrijem, brate, iznenađenje.
NaVi take the pistol in style.
Ko se misli će biti top igrač? Kako se zove onaj Esperanto? Mislio sam da će Esperanto da bude vrhunski, ali kurčino.
Yeah, it might be. Ema very happy with that, and justifiably so. A lovely little sequence.
Brate, jel on beše, brate? Da li je beše on tražio pare da mu je nešto mu se dešavalo, mama mu nešto, ne znam, tata, neko umire, nemam pojem. Oton, pa to je taj, mislim, eto, to je ko ti ljudi prvi padaju na pamet, to su ti ljudi. Mislio sam da će ovaj Icy da bude mnogo bolji, brate. Pa Drko je previše tad je. Nije menjao ruku kad je ono... Nemam pojma kako je sjebao, ko će ga znati.
If I was gonna be nitpicky on it, I would say I don't like it. So maybe there was an opinion slightly in there. But it's really not the end of the world. It's not worth losing your mind on a couple of $100 spunked on a gun.
You did what to a gun?
Pa Molodoj nije star snajper, ali nije loš snajper. Nekako je dobar snajper, ali nije ono... On je prešao onaj, kako se zove onaj... Ne znam kako se zove iz one ekipe. Neke ruske tipa za 30.000 ili tako nešto. Imao je platu 1000. I onda su ga ovi prodali Furiji. Vraća se NaVi. Lamka? Jer će se ići da fižer. Ja sa Kosmeja ne idem. Da. DMS, jest, DMS, bravo.
This team's opening fight attempts on T sides. Expecting more of that.
Elektronika, ako, brate, ima pravde, ne bi trebalo nigde više da ide. Svima on će završiti onim ekipama, bad boomovima i tako tim, brate, će neko da se istripuje da je on, ne znam, i dalje, ne znam, neki kurac. Ali, brate, od toga nema ništa.
Hex gets closer, so Swisher lines up util. This is the X-Egg.
Koliko će da umre ovdje? Ko je ovaj gore, brate?
Might just avoid the flashes from this position.
Da,
check from Lake, man. He follows up.
M80's Beyblade, you just let him rip. And in he goes. A third opener from Lake. They ain't even openers anymore, they're closers. This round's done.
Šta je bilo sa Crazy Org? To ništa, to nikad nije ni bila neka, da kažeš, organizacija. To je bio jedan lik s parama nekim, brate. I to je to. I onda ih je prodao, brate, G2 i Batalija. Milionče, ja mislim. Anonymous.
And once again is cooking, not baking.
A Fallen, ko je Fallen? Ja ne pratim priču, Dučel.
Lake wants more, but he's not going to get more. As the doors close, smoke down and the saver Ivy allowed. Still did more than enough, still did his part in the round and then some.
Ogromne pare, da. Jeste, imali su na temeljim je bio Zajvu, brat.
Excellent work for Lake. Really coming into his own in this tournament.
A, za ETF, bravo, da. Aha. Fino bilo ovo na ETF, ono, iako nisam igrao, brate, fin djelovalo mi je fin. Jeste, coach, to je taj isti lik. Antonio Mage se zvao. Ne znam šta se desilo s njim. Da li naši ljudi mogu da iza sastave počeši od Faceit turnire da ih neko primeti? Timski u ovoj situaciji ne, i pojedinačno možda. Timski baš tanka priča.
Anti was hexed and he's able to wrestle back those 2 kills. Goes looking for Alexi as well. Flash is streaming in over the top, but content with a 4-on-3 and blocked at the pop dog. M80 gonna slow down here, taking the pace out of the round. Slax goes searching, that's the kill to open up the B play. NaVi trying to scramble bodies around. But now decide just to commit to this save. That's really nice for Hex. Gets in that
glavni problem, snajper i ime, to su dva problema. Nemaju X-faktor, snajper im ne donosi ništa što bi trebalo jedan snajper da donese u takvoj situaciji.
Getting to say you dodged the flash, it's another having to convert on both of those kills. The players swinging in. So he does a stellar job in this round.
Aha, Fallen, bravo, svaka čast. Samo nastavite.
The Death said we're going to see M80 playing heavy towards the pop main side and just doing these haste splits, and already that's proven to be true in these couple of rounds.
Ruke su mene uvek jebale, brat, nije da to, ali tek sam se pre mjesec i po dana vratio da igram, znaš. Kao da igram ono svaki dan skoro. Tipa tier 2 organizaciju treba ti jedno 1.000.000 godišnje. Možeš manje. Možeš i sa 600-700 da igraš, 600-700 igra. Da možeš da operišeš lepo, plate, staff, social media, tako da.
NaVi full broke now.
Ma samo rokajte, brat, samo rokajte. Samo bi možda, ne znam, u stvari ništa, neću da dajem ja neke glupe ideje, nije vic.
NaVi play later. Nick coming up, putting that gun to use. There's enough players here to cause a commotion. Re-molly. And, oh, leaving is so dangerous because there are guns.
Koliko se kreću plate igračima, zavisi od ekipa. Zavisi jebi ga od igrača, znaš. Koliko je igrač marketabilan, koliko je dobar, koliko ima godina, koliko ti imaš para da mu daš.
Too late, they're here. Bomb, oh, no armor. KASSADU overwhelmed. Could have, but didn't. Ima's turn.
You can't catch him back turn.
Behind the box.
Oh, a little labor there, and Sin just swings out after the fact, so a recovered round for M80. We're starting to make some headway on this T side.
There's going to be multiple gun rounds they need to break through, though. And we're just seeing this.
Zato što je, brate, su CSGO Luis. Zato što su CSGO prevazišli te, brate, probleme pre 40 godina, znaš. To sakrivanje plata i tako dalje. Nije dosta stvari, ti u Counteru nije transparentno, razumiješ. Ni ugovori, ni ovo, ni ono. Dosta para imaš sa nekih strana, dakle, što oni moraju da kriju od države kao organizacija, jer dobijaju pare u kriptu od, ne znam ja, tih betting sajtova, pa moraju da prijave neke manje plate, pa ko zna šta se tu dešava, znaš. A prioriteti se menjaju, Paris, znaš, nisi ti više toliko motivisan da igraš. Evo ga Rush B, brate, se vratio da vam spojluje. Samo da znaš, sljedeća je kazna Rush B ban. Zato što je bio... Pa jebi ga, moram, brate. Moram da budem, brate, ravnopravan prema svima.
Pop is always your get out, but NaVi just took it.
Did make noise on that push on in, did NaVi, and now they commit to this. M80 all looking on. Sim with the nade pull, an awkward timing. And so that's the bomb dropped. Wonderful Zorb mops up the B play.
Ne uzima 100k, ali nije daleko.
Nowhere fast for M80. Slacks can't bail them out, that double push.
A, brate, ti ako moraš da se prebaciš na arenu, brate moj, probaj. Ako moraš, brate, niko te ovde, ako ne moraš, nemoj. Nego je, za ljude koji nisu upoznati, dobio je timeout od 30 minuta, zato što je bio prvi lik koji je spojlovao rezultat unapred, dok smo mi svi ostali ovde gledali, nervirali se, on je teo da baci foru i da, brate, spojluje, a mi to, brate, ne tolerišemo. Tako da, ono, Luis, ta priča, ja mislim, gotova, nemam ja živce. Kao što vidiš ovu sedu bradu, to je sve zbog toga. A i ovu, išao u ćelu, brate, u kameru. Viš, rekao si kako se, brate, Đorđe javlja prvo tebi, a meni se nije ni javio.
Here we go, M80, gotta win this or NaVi will be locking them out. Warp in the pop, Seed.
Neću die for Srbija.
Rotates out, but so to M80.
Turska, brate, ono... Gore ovo gore. A jeste,
on this situation, or at least they think they do. Three players lean over towards his B side.
Ja sam kriv što sam davao.
Leaving just Makaze and Alexi holding the yard. Wonderful to be in a position to like quick rotate here on contact of these A players, and eventually with enough silence and three players over at this B site, NaVi might even get aggressive on their own say-so. That's what Bid's doing now. He's confirmed that there's no one here.
Turska, brate, ono... Turkish Airlines.
Bit has essentially just saved them. They were gambled on the wrong side of the map because of that push, because of that reaction. NaVi have guns on in time. Plenty of players for M80 to have to break through. And the wonderful AWP not missing a beat. Only slacks. 30 seconds left to work with, and two players ready to swing him here.
Dobro ga je ubio, brate.
Not the prettiest kill ever from Ima, but one that was basically guaranteed.
Imam pozadije, brate, pozadije, gledaj, pozadije, brate, ono, ovaj deo tu i ovaj sa strane, je taj donor area, jebi ga, razumeš, a mogu iz guzice da skinem, da. Tu imam, sa jaja da skinem.
Not going back to it, maybe thinking it's too predictable, but it's what got them back into this game.
Neki Mirko Filipović, ko ovaj, brate, Krokal. Šta mislite da se napravi turnir koji ima 64 ekipi da se igraju kao grupsku UI, evo vas ustereš od kanta. Brate, u pesku kad sediš, brate, mnogo dobra stvar. Sediš i ništa se ne dešava. Ili, brate, te svi flashiraju, brate, i ono, iskaču tamo, nabadaju te ili ostaješ 1 na 5 da retekuješ bananu.
Proof is in the pudding. Exec on B here now for M80. Last ditch attempt.
Oh, no clear on Ima. And that's unforgivable. That's going to end the map here and now. It's only Swisher left. And
Lina 7 NaVi, idemo. Živi smo, brate, živi smo. Da vidimo šta se ovdje dešava. Betting. Ja!
NaVi managed to bounce back, and they had an incredible showing from the start. A little bit of fight coming from M80. They certainly weren't blown out of the waters, but they did look this time outclassed and outskilled in many aspects.
Their CT side sucked, to be completely honest, and I would have loved for M80 to just remain a little more competitive on the CT side, because I think what they showed on the T side in glimpses, at least the beginning of it, was positive. So M80, just like we saw in the first game for NaVi, they kind of lost the game and they lost the chances of remaining competitive in the first half, and that's a bit of a shame because
I think
when you look at it, M80 just weren't ready for the kind of style of CS that NaVi were playing, where they were avoiding the T-Con, they were going head through inner, they were going for inner plays, they were going for Ivy plays. Sin unfortunately died in some pretty bad ways defending Ivy, didn't give his team much of a chance there. The inner holds weren't great. I think NaVi just came in with a strategy, a style, a plan, and M80 just was never ready for it.
Ovaj sit ima da ostane, brate, 0-1.
This is where we get to see, I guess, some of the gambles start to fall apart from him.
Yeah, I mean, I like what you're saying, Wu. Simplified gameplay coming in for NaVi. Again, straight into an inner execute. Look at the timing. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this round, and then you do the execute.
Ovi nisu tu, batici.
M80 is deciding to play retake inside, and that's fair enough. When you do that, though, you gotta have better positioning, and you gotta be able to withstand a bit of that pressure coming in from NaVi. It takes from this moment 3 seconds, and then the entire round.
Može li Liquid da peste Spirit? Brate.
Before the retake even begins. That's NaVi simplifying.
Ne, eto šta bi ti rekao, Mato. Spirit igralica interesovalo je med,
a Liquid je kant. Šta mislimo o Zero Tenacity? Pa znam, gledali ste podcast, svi znate šta je tu, brate, priča. Kako ti se čini 910, da li je u top 5 snajpera trenutno i da li ti se sviđa njegov stil igre? Nije u top 5, ali je izuzetno dobar i mislim da mu je stil, brate, odličan. Nije previše agresivan, nije previše defanzivan, ima dobre openere, ima dobre rotacije, odličan je, odličan. Ali ima toliko dobrih snajpera da je teško da ga staviš u top 5.
They couldn't adapt to that style that you had coming out of NaVi. They couldn't find a consistent baseline to actually defend inner and
NaVi mi izgleda, brate, Agi, prijatelju, NaVi mi izgleda kao da treba da promene snajpera.
And that sometimes is the way you have to deal with it, right? Not being able to
I da promene ime. I njima treba je liž neko, treba im nerc, tako neki, treba im neki snajper je biga, solid. 4 izmene za Bright. Neka senka, razumeš se tu oko njih, na dvije. Narkomana, brate, tada je šta je narko, biš kako se bode u venu. Narkomana takvih nema, ima ovih da puše travu, pecnu malo, kakva šansa za Bright. Pecnu malo, razumeš, neku tableticu. Da li je Kluša bio cheater? Kad bi mi neko stavio pištolj na glavu i rekao moraš da kažeš, brate, da jeste ili nije, ja bih rekao jeste.
But more often than not, you have Wonderful hitting the shots he's supposed to be hitting. He's solid with a rifle. He closes out the rounds. NaVi come in with a great game plan. They understand the way they want to be playing CS here. Wonderful. He's there to just deliver that game plan, bring it home. And he does that most of the time. It's just the occasion.
Ali ovi, brate, analisti što, brate, ovako pričaju nešto u prazno, brate.
Now, a player like Bit is a figurehead for NaVi for now such a long time, right? The poster boy of the team. Didn't have a great showing on Ancient. Did come more into his own on Train, but still leaves more to be desired. Imma's also there backing him up.
100%, you know, and I think that goes for all the NaVi players in its essence. They played better here on Train. Again, no one popped off. No one took over the game. No one had to be fair. I think there was a great performance from NaVi. The T-side calling from Alexi B was solid and the game plan was solid.
Ne da je nepotrebno Aleksa, brate, nego je odvratno. Nemaju firepower nikakav.
Turn around, unwinnable rounds, etc. It was just a very
ovo je dobro. Nemaju power. Šta je power, pička ti mater. Firepower.
I don't know, to celebrate two
nemaju nikakav, brate. Šta će poći dobije hooks?
M80 that showed up right here didn't require NaVi to play out of their mind and they just did what they had to do.
I think the reality is that, as you're saying, M80 didn't
Šta sam radio, brate, ja
anything special. They could just play the return. They could take the volley and then send it back, and they would do it effectively every time. But this is what we were expecting from NaVi to start this series.
Samo da nešto pričaju.
They're down 1-0, and then they start doing this. This is what you're thinking.
Nismo igrali dobar counter. Nismo iz blata.
And right now we're saying M80 played a good game, but they're going to map 3.
Pa rekao bi mu da prestane da lakira nokta, to je sigurno. Znači, mada, brate, da li je to dobro? Da li je dobro to, brate? Jer ti u fudbalu imaš, sećate se, brate, ovih imbecila s ovim frizurama i frizuricama i zalizanim, brate, zelenim kosama i tako dalje. Pa nisam, brate, ja sam bio analitičar Vasili, ali nisam, brate, lupetao glupost. Mnogo. Foot fetish. Pa imam, ali ja volim da gledam samo konjske noge. O, penal! 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 Penal za Brighton. Mateus Nunes. Drkam na kopit. Čist penal. Da, pa na pracu mnogo bolje igramo. Da. I ja mnogo bolje pucam na botove. Luminosity Gaming. Gde se vraća batica moja? Neka vesti, zašto šta? Samo, brate, lažeš, brate. Jedan 37, idem da pišam, ljudi, sad ću doći.
It all ends here on the flames of Inferno between M80 and NaVi. Many may have not expected M80 to get them this far, but they have pushed NaVi and they have looked competitive. And across this whole tournament, they have looked pretty damn good as well. But you know what we need to look at as well is our fantasy teams and see how good they're looking. You can play along on blast.tv/fantasy as well. You can even make a team right now if you really wanted to. You won't get as many points for it though. You should join us from the start and get involved. And Pimp, this is your team, right? There's some picks I'm agreeing with here. There's a very interesting end take here.
I mean, someone had to be the bottom feeder, and Perfecto was mine. And apparently, it didn't go too well. I would say though, it's way above average, and I guess according to most in this community, I'm just an average analyst anyway. So I'm delivering as expected, which can't be said for a lot of other people around here.
I think I'm probably lower than you on fantasy, but I did make one good choice. I picked Donk instead of Zywoo. I mean, what are you doing?
Dobro, Smarač, ja bez points, tak problem.
He want to come back. He wants to prove a point, and also I think he was high on the list, so I just clicked on him.
Fair enough.
Your team might not be winning with that one just yet, but you know, you can play along at home. You can join us for the LAM playoffs as well. Try beat Pimp. Aim at Pimp. Aim at his face. Punch it hard.
Yeah, beat me. Come on.
I like how you're just going to aggravate everyone to try and take this challenge on. But
that's what I do.
The challenge right now, I think, is more in NaVi's side, because M80 have nothing to lose from this game now. You're in a 1-1
Ti da gledaš kopita, jesam, malo da ga pečtem na kopitu.
You already did it against VP.
But that hasn't changed. I think coming into this game, I don't think NaVi had anything to win here. I think NaVi had to win this game. They have to
Frankie Makedonac.
Otherwise, it will be another disappointing result at this tournament. And let's not forget that them winning here doesn't
Čekaj, šta? Čak se u posljednje vreme pojavio neki Frankie Makedonac, jako dobro, ima samo 16 godina. On mu plati da radi za njega, da ne igra CS sa nama. I tu sam ja prekinuo svaki kontakt s njim. S kim, bre?
As for M80, every time I watch them play on the server, I'm positively surprised. I don't have high expectations for them, but they play well.
The problem is M80 consistently gets people close on this map. If you look
at them, taj smoke iza bebe,
too close. They beat Furia barely. They've had so
many
close
Filip
games
on Vitality.
Yeah, on Vitality. They've had so many close games on the map for Inferno. So often they get to 10+ rounds and they can never seem to close it out. They do have something to win here. They have something to gain. I don't think they're going to be happy just going home, having lost 2-1 here and shown that, oh, we can take a map off of the top teams. They want to take a series here.
Well, let's see if they can. There's still a long road ahead of it. One thing I think they should focus in on is McCarthy. He's come into this and he still seems to play like he's on NaVi Junior, because every time I see him, he's getting absolutely bullied on the B-bomb site or on Banana itself by utility.
You're right. You know, just to set the context from McCarthy T side, Inferno rating so far 0.6.
Ko je nada balkanskog kantera?
Well below average and by far the worst on his team.
Dragon.
We know that. We've seen that. I'm sure Blade has as well. He's now at a boot camp. Dragon. So I would love to see if something has changed. Maybe a little bit more. Get some more backup, some more help, some more utility to help him out. I don't know, but you're right. Something has to change in McCarthy T side because he's getting bullied on Banana.
One of the maps that McCarthy needs to improve on, because he's been so consistently good on this team. He's given them really the ability to hit higher highs compared to what you would have expected from McCarthy coming from an academy team. And then you see him on Inferno
A
and you
jest.
see the weaknesses.
Mislim, on
You
je
see
kao
the
host,
cracks in the
intervjuer,
armor. This is
sve
a
radi.
NaVi who
To je
should never
problem
be
sa
losing to
broadcastom
a team
najveći,
like
što
this.
svi
You know,
izgleda hoće sve da
we were
rade,
thinking
samo
for
da ih
much of
zovu
the
da
year
uzmu
they were
pare.
underperforming, but they still were mostly only losing to Spirit. They were losing to MOZE, Vitality. They lost once to Saw, and then they lose to 3D Max, and this would be falling off of a cliff. I tried to ask ChatGPT, when was the last time NaVi lost to a team outside of top 25? And it said they lost to M80 in Blast London. That's
it's predicted the future in a bad way for
Za
me.
malo 2-1 za Bright.
That would be a devastating loss. I mean, regardless, Makaze has a bad game, a good game. They need to be able to bring it over the line. They've got Bit, the anchor, to hold on to.
Igra ovaj lik,
This
brate.
is home turf.
I'm glad you
Neki
mentioned
lik
this
Makaze
because
se zove,
it is
igra,
his
brate,
home
za
turf.
ove,
You
za
will
NaVi,
always
znaš.
think of great moments
Me
from
slušaš?
Bit on Inferno.
Alo.
Recently, it's feeling like he's scrambling to make plays and then make
Makaze igra za NaVi, lik je ono iz takozvanog Kosova. Shita, bro. Koji u chatu napiše ovaj Makaze je san svake koze.
He's the type of player that is, he's a little bit of a comfort player. You know, I see him as obviously not the same player type as Elise, but in terms of knowing, he performs significantly better when the team around him is gelling, when the team around him is giving good comms, when he just has to focus on his crisp aim. That's when you get the most out of him. If there's too much noise going on around him, if he's not sure what the player next to him is doing, or if he's not sure what the call is, then he has to all of a sudden start focusing on communicating a little bit more and maybe a little bit less on aiming. So I think the more we get NaVi gelled together, the more we get to see of Bit as well.
I think so often when you look at anchors, they're
Smrdi
kind
opet
of
ono posle
victims of
kiše,
their
brate.
circumstance. It's hard to see an anchor that pops off on a bad team and you really think is that much better. Heavy got on G2, maybe is the only one when he was on OG, you were noticing it, but that's a very aggressive anchor. I think Bit is a little more laid back at times. He just holds his bomb site, but if everyone's falling around him, if he doesn't have support, doesn't have that flash
Bitu
support coming in
Falcons,
behind him, he's
da,
gonna
Agi.
struggle. I don't think he's gonna struggle against M80 though.
You say that, right? I just learned as well that M80 will start on the CT side. So if we see this Makazi problem you were talking about, Pimp on the T side, this could be them again having to fight from behind.
Ne može
Struggling.
biti, ne može.
But I'd expect Blade would have anticipated that. I'd expect they would have been working on that during the boot camp, and if anything, he must make adjustments in the game. I will say though that to me, it's just a must-win game for NaVi. Like there's no way that you can allow yourself of losing this one, and I think we're back to the same notion we had with Team Liquid. I don't care how. I don't care if it's scrappy. I don't care if it's not pretty. Just get the W. That's the only thing that matters. Right now though, I'm pretty sure that all the Fnatic fans, well, some of the Fnatic fans, if they have any, are looking at this game thinking to themselves.
Ajde, hoće da krene game, idite u pizdu materinu, boli me
because it's
kurac
going to
na
be Fnatic
priču.
versus M80 for a spot in London, if that's the case.
Well, let's get ourselves into the game. Let's understand how it's going to go down here on Inferno with Hugo and Harry.
A must-win game for NaVi. But I'm going to call it ahead of time. M80 are winning this
Banks
series.
je, vrate, ono,
The numbers weren't there
iz
on
Republike
train, and
Srpske,
it looked like
čini
it.
mi se.
That was pretty dismal. There's no denying it. But M80 have a better track
Znate šta mi
record
nije
than
jasno?
NaVi,
Se
also
sjećate da je
some
taj,
recent
brate,
and
Pimp
notable L's to teams that you
imao
think
tipa ono
should be able to
community na
best
streamu
on
dosta
this
veliko,
map.
on ima preko
We're
1000 i
talking
nešto
about
ljudi ga je
Makazi
gledalo
and some of his
na svakom
struggles here
streamu.
on Inferno, so there's a lot to think about for NaVi in a matchup. They are heavy favorites in and has had to go the distance if they want the dub.
And the same situation happened the other day.
On je baš bio ozbiljan streamer.
Against Vitality, they stole that first map, and then Vitality reverse swept, ending on a close Inferno victory. But it was close. Can M80 change the script? 13-10 last
KANAL,
time.
NaVi.
Now they look to
Dobra
fight
ideja,
NaVi
dobra ideja.
to finish off this series.
Dobra ideja.
NaVi who have
Možda vredna i hot take-a, brat.
but an M80
Ljubi
who
stojke na
started
B
so
side.
strong. They've had a read in this pistol, 4 at the corner, ready to erupt. They go together. NaVi see it, they get out. You can only go so
they
far.
only kind of get out. They're stuck. Trapped at Banana. Stuck by the stack. And it's only Ema left. Now he's had a bunch of great pistol rounds, has Ema. But a 1v4 clutch, is that asking too much?
Surely. Time wasting with the smoke, bomb
Jebomat.
control,
Odakle toliki ljudi?
and no way in here for Ema. He's found a way to isolate a kill. I like it.
Če da čuva, brate, ovaj lik.
Certainly not ready for this routing. Sin has missed this timing. Sin is dead. Ema has guaranteed himself one more kill.
You've got to get more than
And he
one.
plays the discipline. Knife pulled for Ema.
Bravo.
Bomb picked up. Both players in front of him. He tries to play to a
Bravo.
down to the 1v1, and you can feel it getting away from you, M80.
Bravo, Rumunčino!
Fantastic standout pistol round. The blade is pulled, and Ema shanks them on his route to London.
Oh, that's just embarrassing for M80. No other word. No other way to win that round. From T-spawn, and then M80 just feel the stress. They feel like they have to.
Rumuni nas uvek podržavaju, brate, pa vi vidite, brate.
Gets Blade out of his chair.
Jebo ga Dracula, brate.
Oh dear.
I njegov manje poznati rođak iz Srbije, Sekula, brate.
M80. They learned their lesson early in this map. Apps pop, Alexi classic. That railing won't stop them. Ooh. Nice trades, but not enough. That's a save. That's how they do it. NaVi converts.
Hey man, these pistol rounds, man.
Yeah.
Just been a driving force for NaVi, getting them off to great starts.
Sekula, brate. Ti je brat od strica od Drakule, brate.
And I do it with a knife too.
Pa, brate, ja sam teo iskreno da, brate, radim podcast taj sa Svojićem već jedno... Kaj jedno godinu dana već smo htjeli da smo pričali o tome i ja forsiram, ali nikako se dogovorim i onda sam se probudio jedan dan i rekao aj sad i boli me kurac. I, brate, odradili smo ga. Nutelica je rekao da može da nam bude, brate, tu kao taj tehnički deo da radi, a Velja je, ne znam ja kako je upao, valjda što, mislim, ja sam hteo da nam se bude trojica, jer je bilo ono kad je on radio s nama, on je bilo je tad zanimljivo i eto tako, plike, to ti je to.
Now, I said they won the conversions, but they haven't yet.
Jeste, bio sam jednom, dva put tamo, pa je bilo dobro. Ali ovaj gost što bude bio, bit će oduševit ćete se.
An apps pop, perhaps?
Once is not enough. Do it again.
Šta NaVi radi, bog te ubio.
Exit route open. Maybe even more than that. Smoke hits him, that forces a player of Makazi trying to put pressure on this B site, but now blocked at the apartments at the 40-second mark. Alexi brings them around on the short instead as their hands are tied here. They feel forced into this crossfire. Ema's head on a swivel, and with Wonderful here to help him out, they battle through the stack.
Not an easy round for NaVi, to be honest. Even when they speed up, there's still 3 inside of the bomb site.
Na 350 lajkova dajem hint. Na 1000 lajkova bi dao hint.
And NaVi managed to break through. Even that was claustrophobic on short. But Wonderful moving quick, and NaVi starting their third map very strong.
Luka Šurlan. Luka Laban. Drakula, brate, ono, ludi Drakula, brate. Nabada.
Inferno.
Yeah.
Pa bukvalno kao Gabena da dovodi.
Inferno.
Yeah.
Ludi Drakula ide i nabada se. Šta je čoravi, nije ono... Nije dobro. Desi slomi. Si spreman za item, brate, sutra ujutro.
You can start to move on and kind of heal from the wounds of the pistol if you win this first rifle round. And that's not a bad way to start. MOZE, bullied up Banana, has not been enjoying the T-sides here. And so the nades find him to open up. Great use
Skamovan.
top of this round.
Skamovan. Ja nisam skamovao nikad u životu.
And already you'd like to think you've done enough.
First time.
Ovom životu.
This is Inferno.
Again, the smoke hits him.
Nothing worse.
Forcing him to commit to the fight and into Swisher they go.
Šta NaVi radi, brate, ono, gol. Ili 3+, ako hoćeš, a možeš i gol, 3+. City, brate, gledam, tanka priča, jednako ih usere nešto.
Terrifying. Okay, everyone, stay calm, M80.
Da li je Janko, brate, da li je Janko? Ne zna se, znaš. Znaš, nikad se tu ne zna, brate. Možda je Janko, a možda je i nije Janko. Možda je Branko. Ne možeš da se baptaš tako ludi. Digo mi Toma, ono mu ga daje petom. Možda je Hajduk Branko Kockic.
But two like spaced out nade kills as well. It's impressive. Good util for M80.
Yeah, kind of nothing you can do about that, NaVi.
Evo ga Rush B. Rush B, tebi je zabranjeno da pričaš o rezultatima. Da nije možda kurčina.
Audio cue, but it slows you down as well. Not as badly as it once did, but it's still very annoying.
Koliko je bitna veza? Pa nije bitno toliko. Bitno je da napadaš ljudi u glavu. Evo ga, ja se prodam za rakiju, brate, nije to to. Goga, ova pevačica. Jelen trči po dvorišću. Ovako po dvorišću. Jest, duguje pare M80. Teletin ispod sača. Može.
Someone who likes to be very aggressive, you can understand why Banana's a bit of a hard place to find yourself, right? If you go too quickly, you do get that barrage of util, and so in a lot of these rounds,
Gogan Sekulić Sekula. Dragan Kojić Keba i Nataša Kojić Keba.
Now, that's not all the util gone at B. They do have a nade on bit. They made sure to hold on.
Nije, ne smijem da dam gift, jer, brate, ono... Delikatna je situacija, ne gift, hint. Delikatna je situacija. Da ne kažem delikates. Ovo će ga ubiti da znao se. Šta radi NaVi, bog te?
And Slacks with an instant trade, no clutch today. M80 with a convincing round.
Decent B-hold for Swisher and Sin considering.
Nije pogodio, nemam pojma, ne mogu se setiti koga se pogađa.
Still hits the headshot. And so many people try that wallbang on Coffin, but rarely does it connect. Sin finds the lineup. Nice double up. With the nade break on the smoke as well. Open season. So NaVi...
Kale, gospodar vremena, brate, jedi... Kako kažem? Vidi Buraniju, brate. Da može da ga umune ovaj Brighton, a? Šta mislite?
Ima with the deagle.
Huge stuff da bude specijalni gost. Baš mi taj treba, brate.
This ain't Regali.
Jedi Buraniju, brate. Jedi leba, brate.
I know. Romanian pistols have been hitting hard, man. Maybe Ima can channel some of that. This rounds have been his bread and butter. Tried his hand at that first fight.
Kakav crni baka prasa.
Wasn't able to connect anything.
Samo možda kaže u kanteru, jebo te otac
feels quite
lud.
nice, honestly, and you might just look to do something with that. Lax from Slacks as he's flashed off long. Down to give up this space. The bomb's gone back towards B. A CT wrap is now taking shape for NaVi. There's actually a lot of pressure being put on here. Swisher with an important reposition, gets himself away from the danger zone, but this B site feels so claustrophobic. Worried about the CT, worried about the B site spillover. Sin and Swisher alleviate the pressure.
They both just focus on their own fights, knowing they...
Prebacio bi, brate, ovoga iz Navija bit, bi otišao, brate, u Falcons.
Kind of team is going to let him run out of time. They just come for the kill, clean as can be.
I wish they did. You made that really punishing.
It's underdone, definitely, especially in that situation. 10 seconds, you have bomb, he can't win. That would have been very punishing, but whatever. M80 are just happy to be streaking rounds, 3-3. And you consider they only lost the 3 because of Ima's miraculous 1v4. This could have been a really
610 Hz na monitoru, a? Sam vidio 24.
As they did against Vitality, doing the same to NaVi.
I also just think, you know, it's a great way to like put some distance in your mind between that first pistol round and losing it, and now, you know, you're right off to the races once you bought the guns out.
Kakva šansa za Brighton, bato!
Not dwelling on the past, instead looking to the future, RM80.
A dosta im je drugačije, vrat. Sigurno. Bit je poreklom iz Republike Srpske, ako se ne varam.
Always slowing down these Makazi takes at Banana, retake util, not even playing behind it. It's kind of a
entry pa igalovi, ja mislim.
Makazi's not really having the game where he can afford to call the bluff on that.
4-man crossfire in middle is potent.
Which is not something you'll be considering.
2-1 Brighton, Matice. Yes, he's good, he's not bad.
Slacks posted on a deep line with this orb. That's the B player removed. Hex stops the spillover through short in the apartments and has time to back up here. Makes it into the mini pit. Now he's got support from his teammates, Swisher and Lake. Lend a helping hand. And a convincing shutdown on that mid-take. M80 continue picking up
Kakva bogaljska, brate, ono...
Mechanically has been an absolute delight to watch today.
Offside, nije.
The first map was something special, but he's really
showing
up when called upon in difficult positions, giving us multi-kills.
Kako je, brate, hladnokrvno lik, ono samo ga zavrno. I boli ga kurac, brate.
Really nice addition to this M80 team, not just out of the server, but in as well when they need him. 4-3, 4 rounds straight. NaVi not getting close, particularly in any of these rounds either.
Sjeti bukvalno ko Falcons, brate. Ko je Nikola, brate, tu, a ko je Mones?
NaVi just maybe want to pop here in middle. Slacks has got to be very careful not to give over an orb. That's what could. Oh no, they threw the volley already.
Zonik je pet, tu Guardiola, to znam.
But bailed out by Lake.
Čekaj, nego ga stvarno ubio ga u kući.
And Hex solves the puzzle here in pit.
problematic railing in more ways than one for NaVi right now, man.
Sad će ga ubio, brate, sin iz prvog meta.
Wonderful, waiting in the smoke, but it's an instant trade for Slack, so no danger in that 1-on-4.
Ne znam šta si me pitao, Agi. Ne znam, Extens, ne znam.
Get banana off of Sin, because considering these stacks and the passive play at B, feels taking, but the nades have been a real problem for NaVi.
I think as well, like, there are times where, you know,
nije
using the retake util is like a bit of a ruse to give the illusion that they're taking that control back, and more often than not, it's just him there alone. And sometimes you'll see teams do that and it just doesn't work at all, right? Like, the T walks through the smoke, maybe they're even already at car and they're kind of edging the smoke in the first place, and they see that no one's there. But because it's MOZE in this position, and there is a bit of a microscope on him, and he is struggling on this side of the map, and in the early stages he was getting naded to death.
Lagano, zvali su me Alex. Isto, to je najlakše. A ne mogu da izgovore prezime, nego govore Trifunovic. Trifunjanin. Kao neki, brate, ono... Invalid.
These A plays just haven't worked for NaVi.
Bernardo Silva.
Very strong towards the B site right off the rip.
Insane commitment. They can't stay here. They just have to drop the nades over. So Slacks will arm his team on the triple B, and despite the util, still playing inside the site. Here comes the re-attack, pushing back with a smoke flash, and the KASSADU blind.
Nemojte usere.
Swisher pushing to commit, dangerous decision. Alexis through that smoke. Swisher's pistol breaks him.
Šta NaVi radi, bro?
Remember the Swisher of Ancient? 6-kill map, absent, couldn't hold his mouse. He's come through in this third, looking to rewrite his story. Alone on the B bomb site now with Sin perish. Lake rotates out. Swisher has still more to do in this round. We've seen NaVi be keen to go through the utility on B.
Ali ne mogu ništa da mu urade, bukvalno.
Already. Makes rotate beginning. Here come NaVi. Surprise, surprise. Swisher takes one more.
Bukvalno, Mones je fodeno.
He saw him. He's going to pre-fire him. Bit's dead. No? Molly comes out. Lake has to repause. Wonderful low.
Da li Bit može da uradi nešto korisno u ovoj rundi, ja? Šta mislite?
They've armed Slacks with a collection of flashes to the rifles.
Ova pozicija, brate, mora jedno da nabode, pa brzo drugo da nabode.
Slack's gonna flash for them through the windows. It makes a move now, and with Wonderful holding his own. Oh, he really has to now. Low on health, back of the site. Wonderful boxed into a corner, tap on the bomb. Wonderful, that's clean. Does he have any more? Brings Hex down low.
Bravo.
That's real close, but no time. Wonderful.
Oh,
a crazy clutch.
Tim što imaju po 280.000.
It was never going to be easy for him, and he makes it happen.
Just bursting that.
Zamisli Mično i ustavi udarim u šamar. Šta je bilo? To nisi flashirao.
Wonderful's able to tuck for one more second, and that is the second that decides it. Those flashes don't look very effective when the pillar is in the way. Wonderful dancing and makes the money for NaVi.
It's a great round from Wonderful, but this has to be like the start of something for NaVi. That's their first rifle round win.
Ovi će da izlete na kratko, brate, da ih zajasu ove likove, ali treba dobar flash da padne. Treba padne flash preko ovog krova i jedan od zid. Evo, ovi su bacili flash pre to. Sad će da bude 8-4.
And so we arrive again, the same two. Wonderful and Bit for NaVi. Looking at an unlikely round.
Pa šibanja nije, ali bilo je čak.
Oh, he knew what was likely happening here. Pre-fire on the jump, but Swisher goes back to it. Can keep the 3A strong.
Nisam nikoga, ali, brate, gađao sam, brate, i ustila daljinskim upravljačem.
Another clutch, but this one probably too far gone already.
This is just, you know, this is like the alarm bells should be going off right now for NaVi. This is the only map in the pool right now that's got a T-side lean to it. That's true for NaVi.
Mico.
True for all the squads. And so this idea that you're about to lose out on this T-half with only one rifle round to your name is a big, scary prospect.
I feel like they still haven't even really seen what's in store at B, right?
Promašio
They
sam.
get there, they're doing it in disadvantages, having lost players early.
Priča pomalo.
And so, yeah, they're getting into post plants, but...
Priča pomalo.
You know, Banana's just been such a problem to get through. A variety of setups, M80 willing to take risks and gamble, do these quad Bs, quad mids. They know they have to take risks in order to beat a heavy favorite like this, and the setups have been super strong.
Joj, Mico. Ova je runda mnogo bitna. Mora NaVi da uzme 5, inače ode sve u pičku, mate.
So NaVi looking for these last couple of rounds with a broken buy here. Got a hero Galil brought around this saved AK.
I opet ista priča, ovo je ista runda, brat.
Shot, but he gets to fall back.
Samo nemaju utila ništa.
NaVi tried punish on long, and again we have this early rotate, believing in their call. 4 strong on this A site. STRIX has support.
Ovog igrača je bilo najteže naučiti nešto. Evo im došao s B. Šta ti je NaVi, šta radite, jebom. Kog igrača je bilo najteže naučiti nešto?
M80 smile on their face.
Dobro pitanje u pičku.
And if it wasn't for 2 insane clutches for NaVi, this would have been an even more dominant half.
Možda Nexa, brate, ili nemačkog. Nešto igra za MOZE.
And Immer's 1v4.
Riki, Australijanca. Harda ni ne računam, brate.
Lexi looked to add another clutch to the tally.
Reva ne računam u ljude.
Time really is of the essence. I mean, no info as to where these other 2 players are. Alexi's got his work cut out for him.
Najlekše s kim je bilo raditi sa Gratisfactionom. Sa Gratisfactionom, bro. Ne znam, bila je 2.80 možda, tako nešto.
CT side in a very powerful position. And if you 8-4 NaVi here.
I dobio i Brighton,
on the
bro.
CT side of Inferno. That leaves you in such a powerful spot if you're M80.
Yeah, I can't believe
7-5 mora da bude, brat.
Really talking about this.
Inače je problem.
Dominant as it is,
Problem.
I'd like to draw attention to which rounds NaVi have won in this game, and it is just that
one. Ne gotivim ga, zato što je, brate, nije za timsku igru, on, brate.
It just gets converted, and even then, those conversions weren't super clean either, so...
Pa nemaju snajpera, Gustavo.
And this would be an unreal upset for M80 to find.
Sad je Gustavo
a galvanizing win on a technical map. M80 maybe bite off more than they can chew here. Throwing themselves at NaVi in this final round.
Kako nema, brat. Znaš koliko hoćeš takvih hagi, brat. Bukvalno nenormalan broj takvih ima. Da idu nabadaju, ali mozga ništa nema. Ništa. Najteže trenerskog posla. Odnos, brate, sa ljudima. Ovo u gameu, oko gamea je lako. Ali ovo, brate, sa ljudima je najteže. Dobro si ga otpucao.
How many seconds can he really buy? Nader pulled, Lake follows up, he is dead. That should be NaVi's way to close the half with 5. It's not pretty, it might not even be enough.
Sigurno je najgori deo sa ljudima raditi. Mislim, sa različitim ljudima. Ili različitim, da kažeš,
ličnosti.
All right, listen up, people. There's a lot the government don't want you to know. The ramen deep state operatives. You can just put in cold water and wait a little longer.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news from the downtown area. An active robbery is taking place at a grocery store.
The following footage was captured live at the scene of the crime.
Put the noodles in the bag. I want every flavor. Move quicker.
Scalpel. Batwing.
Ko je dobar čovek? Od igrača. Gratisfaction je odličan čovek.
But she can't love me.
Nikola.
But I love you.
This is a never
Hunter.
before seen meteorological event. Please take immediate shelter.
Mislim čak i da je, brate, Jacob dobar čovjek, samo što je, brate, pojela ga, brate, bolest. Šta se desilo, brate, sad?
You for an answer now. What's it gonna be? Is it pot noodle again?
That's correct. Congratulations. You're through to the final round.
We're getting word globally that pot noodles are raining from the sky.
It seems to be a global phenomenon with chicken and mushroom appearing from the north, original curry flavor hailing
Ne,
from the
brate, Mato.
south.
Ne ti, Mato, ne glasili.
Baffled by.
Nadie esperaba esto. Creo que habiendo pot noodle.
Meine Damen und Herren, es regnet pot noodle. Das ist nicht gut.
S obzirom da si ti pričao o reklami, brate, vjerojatno kaže da je dobra, jel? Pa bolest zavisnosti kocke. Za Nemce, za, brate, Švabe. A skoro svako. Skoro svako, da. Bio je on jako pouzdan, jako dobar saigrač. Bio je ono i u igri i van i na serveru i ljudi su voleli da igraju s njim i da se zezaju s njim i da, brate, bleje s njim ali ga izjela ga, bre, kockarska bolest, razumiješ, nije on loš lik. Samo ga je, brate, znaš kad te, brate, zavisnost, koliko ljudi si znate da su dobri ljudi, da ih je pojela droga, recimo. Razumiješ? Od kocke nisam, zavisno sam od monstera. Ali ja prođem, ja kad nemam šta da se kladim, ja pravim pauzu, ono, tipa 3 mjeseca ne kladim se ništa. I onda uzmem 3 mjeseca jašem tamo, brate, i onda opet u krug.
A jebi ga, to je, brate, extens, to ti je zavisnost, brate. Isto tako ti je s narkomanim onaj proda, brate, babin TV da kupi, brate, Python, razumiješ.
If it weren't for some heroics from the likes of Ema and Wonderful, this could have been an even more one-sided game. 5 rounds is all NaVi have to work with as they now move onto the CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, well, we saw M80, you know, do the same thing against Vitality and take it the distance on Inferno. It was the T side that let them down. They started there, they got 4 rounds, and even though they had a solid defense, Vitality...
Pa trenu ove godine nisam računao ništa. Ali imao sam one tabele da sam, brate, možda mogu i da nađem da vam pokažem, aj posle mata. Za neke dugove sam znao, ali nisam znao da je toliko. Nisam znao da je preko 300.000. Mislim sam duguje 10, 15, 20.000.
Oh, a bit dead straight away, and yeah, the rest of them on the other side of the map.
Izgubit će pištoljkovi debili opet.
M80 can't afford to take 2 shocking losses in pistol rounds. They're so entrenched here. There's not really a world in which NaVi should pick this one up. And now very, very tunnel vision on this play up through short, and that's let Wonderful sneak in through the back line.
They are defuse, NaVi.
If they fall down twice over in these pistols, so it's on a lake to try and save them. Dead at the hands of Alexi, and the defuse in, and NaVi with another head-turning pistol. Keep the dream alive.
How the hell
LOL,
did 5-on-4 for M80, all the positions locked down in the post plant, and NaVi just come through with seconds to spare. The odds of winning that round feel so impossibly low. And M80 jump the gun and give them the fights.
Nice, boys. Come on, guys.
Focus, focus, we can do it.
Good trades, boys.
Believing again, NaVi with another robbery pistol round in this third map.
Viš ove komande, brate, Mato, znaš što treba da stavimo? Treba da stavimo za onaj, kako se zove, ne komande iz igrice, nije HUD, nego nije ni radar, nego rezolucija, da. Rezolucija i sensitivity, brate, i DPI.
And a desperate attempt to try and maintain control. A-side split.
Ali je jebeno ovo za NaVi sad,
Sin and Lake both get their openers. Wonderful overran.
Jer vidite vi razliku sad između ova dva idiotska tima, brate. Da je, kad su ovi igrali mid, kad je, brate, igrao mid NaVi na te strani, M80 ih čeka u breketu, brate, daju flash pick overe, igraju aktivno, ova tri mentola su se nabili u sajt i svi su bili flashirani. Jedi bre govna bre i ti Blade, baš.
For the remaining couple of rounds, so M80 make up for a very ugly post plant.
Kad je to Nikola napisao?
Lane pop.
Vidite razliku. Ako bude timeout sad, da probat ću da vratim.
Favored side. It's all to play for here for M80.
Pogledajte njih trojicu da igraju. I svi flashiran. Ali da, ove runde, brate, Željko, ove runde se, brate, unapred pripreme, brate. Razumeš? Unapred se pripreme, ti znaš kako igraš protiv Force Baja. Poližiš mi jaja.
Within touching distance, you're 1 or 2 rifle rounds away from winning this game, providing you can convert now.
Pičku materinu, kako se nerviram, jebati, igraju 100 godina, ne znaju osnovu kantera tu, brat. Najbolje nabite se trojica u pesak i blejte, tamo usta vas jebe. I ubije ga ovaj.
I mean, NaVi rotated before M80 even did. Ahead of the game on this one. Ema gets back in the bomb site in time. Third piece on this hold. M80 looking to perhaps repeat that previous round. Double abs. NaVi goes searching. Hex, he's meant to be throwing the flashes for them to come up lane, but going long anyway. Turns around in time to get one. Sees the second as well. Hex with a chance to end this round. Double kill up. Makazi's rotate too late. And Wonderful only a pistol. Unless they over... Wait.
They don't know. They have no idea. They think it's clear. They haven't checked for him. Wonderful. One in the back. That one's free. The next they're gonna have to cost him.
A ovaj ako klačuje, brate, ja isečem kurac. Bepti mate.
An M80
Edi u pičku mater.
Right their wrongs. The late trade on Wonderful.
You feel like Wonderful's just meant to win that with the map that NaVi have had, relying solely on clutches. That would be his second huge 1vx from the back of a bomb.
Vidi ova dva bogalja, brate.
And that could have again bought NaVi room in a map they have no rights. But Slack stops it. And M80, a sigh of relief. They do get to redeem their 3 rounds, and yeah, Hex is just relieved. Now it's just pistols. NaVi have to be near flawless once we hit the buy round. One flash to complicate matters.
Oh God, no! Nothing feels too safe here. Going into the stack, they're going to leave. A lot of damage sustained. But info to play with for M80.
Ajde, Sekula. Trojicu sad. Takas! Ajde.
Ima's had some great pistol rounds in this series. But all alone with this Eagle spotted now, living on borrowed time. They're quick to deal with him. Wonderful. Let's make it. Oh my god, the bomb's right there. Planted at his feet. He goes searching for a little bit more. And so M80 able to brush that one aside. Here's the gun round for NaVi. And this is where, if they do want to come back,
Ali možda objasniš kako se braniti tako puno kao što je malo broj kad su vidjeli 3 side. Pa braniš se tako što, brate, stojiš u breketu i trošiš utility tu. Dok oni ne urade da moraju oni njihov utility da potroše da bi ti zauzeli, brate, top mid. I ako ti zauznu top mid sa utility, ne mogu ti ubace 50 flasheva u side. To je pod jedan. A kad izgubiš taj top mid, ovi sa banane rotiraju tako što, brate, ili pikuju ispred B ili jedan ode ka speedwayu. A oni su uzeli nabili 3 bogalja, brate, se nabila u side i pričaju jedan s drugim tamo i svi su flashirali. Jebem vas.
Despite NaVi's clutches, despite NaVi hanging on, M80, they want to make a statement in this rifle round. They just want to go for the pop, go for the throats, 2 in the sight, that's it.
Using the abs pop against NaVi, trying to have that be the instrument of their destruction. It's a ballsy move for M80, but they've broken through. Ema keeps the round alive, keeps NaVi in with a chance.
That smoke, he just wants it to bounce back to him.
Alexi preko, brate, Grocke ide ova.
Fake smoke right now. McCausey's flanking from the long side. If there's a kit, it's dropped because NaVi don't hold one.
Ešo pičku mat. I ovaj treba da im bude stari igrač.
They've cleaned it out. They figured it out.
Bogalčina.
One player left and they know exactly where he's coming from. With no kit, with no smoke, Alexi knows this one is too far gone. M80 win that first gun round and it may be one of NaVi's last.
Yeah, NaVi now have a horrible decision to make. At 11-6 with just this one gun saved, what? Do you put money in now? Do you play for the overtime? Do you play for the flawless
moj kurac možda igraš, za to
options. And it's going to be down to NaVi to decide as M80 are in the driving seat. But this M80 squad, they wanted to come out of this event with
Sad ću da napravim tiket kvotu 8 i da stavim 20 €.
Wins here and there versus top teams. They wanted to show how much they've grown.
Well, not only did they kill VP and force a roster change, now they may be taking down the top dog in this lower bracket. And going into a final day of play against Fnatic.
Jebote, kakvi, brate, mentoli, brate.
M80, it is within sight. But don't get ahead of yourself. It's Apps, Inferno, AK. They don't know either. He grabs that kill.
Ne može, brate, NaVi dubije nikog.
Don't jump the gun.
Ma ja koristim Empire, brate.
KASSADU, Alexi, hold on. Through the smoke, come M80.
KASSADU up close. Blinded. Alexi tries to move in. Awkward time for the team kill here. As now Wonderful joins the ranks of B. But this whole time, Swisher has been
vrati se, mentolu.
And it's rare in situations like this to still have a back door, right? When they lose the initial presence over towards Apps, you've cleaned up if you're NaVi.
But just re-info flash, but Swisher's already out, and Swisher, who just had a horrible first map, has been the difference maker in this third, but Bit gets back in time. That AK put to use, Bit with a hero gun. Looking to be exactly that here, blocking them the first entrance. Still finds his kill, and there is a rifle picked up for Alexi, but Wonderful's got nothing.
Both players for NaVi out here on short. Lake makes it into the pit. He's been on low health the entire round. The nerves are clearly setting in. There's been missed util in this post plant. As you're a little bit shaky, you're a little bit twitchy, you know the game is riding on it. This is meant to be the free one.
NaVi
are still in this thing.
Bravo, kao, ajde idemo sa 30.
Round, but Bit putting that AK to work, and the rest of NaVi holding their own. They keep themselves up. Players for NaVi out here on.
There's a rifle picked up for Alexi, blocking them to use. Bit with a hero gun. Looking to be in time. That AK put to use, bit with a hero gun. Looking to be
Jebo mater, šta je ovaj počirao?
NIKO to try and do it on gun rounds, and they win. Saves the day for NaVi. And even though they overwhelm him, they put themselves in an unarguably favorable 2v2 post plant. Mistakes are made. Nerves are shattered as M80 dropped the ball in that 2v2. Is that something they'll come to regret? Only time will tell. NaVi start triple B with the AWP as well.
I mean, it's in these type of moments, right, where you recognize you're feeling a little bit nervous at the momentousness of the occasion, the idea that you could best NaVi. It's a very real possibility. And this is where, you know, you either level up and you don't succumb to that pressure, or it overwhelms you.
Vidite ovo ovdje. Znači, na početku taj lik, ovaj, Sekula, mora da igra tu kod bojlera, brate, da čuje da li se penju u bojler, da li je to normalan default, da li ovo, da li ono, i da se izvuče posle smoke. On stane ovdje, nema nikakve, vidimo na početku i moraju da sede 3 na B, 35 sekundi.
Will this be remembered as nothing more than a nice try? Or can M80 break through again? Still have that chance to ruin NaVi's money. Still have their chance to tee themselves up, to lay themselves up for an easy finish on Inferno.
Koja je kvota da će ovaj promašiti prvi, brate, šao?
Molly forces Wonderful out and he just takes a shot on his departure.
Jebeni Sekula, brate. I sad će spoje brzo ovaj snajper na B i vidi otišao, brate. Pa što nisi otišao iza krova tamo?
Alexi, that smoke implies they're going mid to B, but he knows there's no time for this play. He's going to play the block instead, get in the way. Swisher spams through, but he has to push his smoke, and Alexi knows that. Up short come the rest.
Mora pomogneš kratko, alo, pogalju!
Ema full blind, but not firing off. Might have done him some favors there. He's just dropped the bomb. They have to go for it straight away. Slice doesn't get there in time. The realization for M80, that bomb gets away from them. And they don't piece it together fast enough. A last-second hit as the hour is growing more and more desperate for M80.
Ema's full blind and it wins them the round.
Sekula stoji, brate, na balkonu kao da je, brate, golub.
That's what wins NaVi the round.
Pogledaj
There's the margin. So close. And he did all he needed to.
I na kraju ga ovaj ubije.
Disastrous way to lose that round for M80, and you can just feel the heartbreak in a couple of these rounds hitting hard. Did M80 feel desperate enough to pick up the pace and just go for this B execute? Oh, full blind. AK picked up, Lake can't find that entry. Since Molly does do something, but it comes at the cost of 2. M80 been getting this top B control for free, now it comes at a cost.
Ne znam, brat, Nikol. Možda.
I hope we have an M80 timeout on the way. Regardless of the outcome of this round, just something just to calm the nerves. You can feel that eagerness, that pull just to try and end this here and now. And it's in that chaos where you're so close to victory. It makes the moment feels like it just goes by in an instant.
Molly ima, brate, Aleksijeva ima bombu I flash. Vidi ako možeš raširi kao...
Got to have clean entries here if this is ever going to work.
Sin leads the charge. Rest of his team in behind him.
Sad je mrtav, brati, Alex.
Are they ready for Alexi playing it close into the oranges? It's out with his one, and it falls to this retake. Both players for NaVi scaling up through Banana. It's been a pretty quiet series for Bit, but it was him with that hero gun that started this streak for NaVi. Is he able to keep it going? Nades rain in onto Swisher. Hexed. This guy has been Mr. Clutch for M80. So often able to deliver in these high pressure moments. But this is the most pressure yet. This is the tallest task yet. And Mountain in front of him. Is he up for the task of scaling it? Hext with the
Edi u pizdu materinu, jebo vas. Otac vas jebo!
Continues for NaVi.
11-6 to 11-9, and each of these rounds within touching distance for M80, but none of them theirs. Coming down to clutches, coming down to the clock. NaVi saving themselves from the brink of defeat every single time. And M80 finally running low on money.
Koje su šanse, vrate, da se vrati M80 na half buy on onaj napad na A?
You wanted it, you get it. But NaVi will take that breather as well.
You're able to feel and see the nerves in how they're playing, right? And it feels like, you know, up until this point, everything was flowing. Everything was very seamless for M80, but now it feels like this gargantuan task. You already feel like you're losing this game, even though you're not yet losing this game.
Miloše.
It's the pressure. NaVi have been under it more than once. They would know what it's like to win.
I mean, it's also like the idea of a system is supposed to make you a little bit kind of resilient towards, right? You're meant to be able to deal with pressure a little bit better, and NaVi don't always embody that, but having protocols, responsibilities, it's meant to make you harder to ruffle the feathers. That's a big pickup for Lake. Bit falls first. Ema reclaiming these kills in mid, and Wonderful now hiding in the apartments. I don't know if they're going to expect him. Last time it was him going unnoticed that caused problems for M80, and it might be that same case again. He's still Johnny on the spot in the apartments. 5-7. Whoa! No, he wrestles it back. Disaster strikes for M80. Hex dead, and the gap has closed. There's one round on this game.
Jel ono bio, brate, Dracula na kratko?
Hey, they go back to their NA ways. You have to admire them for it. Just a quick pop, walking through the smoke, trying to catch NaVi off guard, playing with some ego. That's what you do want to see from M80 in this game. But now to harness that in a gun round, when you feel like you've thrown away opportunities, when you've let NaVi back in, that is not an easy thing to do. And this is your gun round. This is your best chance yet. Oh, the best chance was behind you. This is all you've got. Good grenades from NaVi, but they are responded by M80. If Slacks hit his better, that would have been a lot of damage. Orp at the logs. Bit unorthodox.
There's anxiety for success. There's fear of failure here for M80. And one hell of a battle to overcome in just a couple of rounds.
NaVi just...
A I ja bi išao na B da sam, brate, M80 izbio.
Unthinking machine. Winning clutch rounds, despite the pressure of elimination, staring...
Vidiš kako, mislim, sad stoje da kažeš uredno, ne daju bracket kontrolu tako lako, što znači da imaju neku kontrolu mape, brate. I sad će ovdje izlete da ih tam bodu i boli me kurac. Ovaj kad bi pogodio nekog. Ajde, Dracula!
Master of this series here for NaVi. He's kept them in it long enough, and this one's done. Save your gun. 1v4 for Sin through the smoke. No time. 11 apiece. 5 straight. NaVi breathing down M80's neck in this final map.
Counter-terrorists win.
And all these thoughts, they're getting in the way of the clean CS that M80 have been playing all day. You can feel the anxiety, overthinking every move, doubting yourself all of a sudden in a series where you've had no reason to do so. NaVi, they care not
Sad se vraćaju do onu rundu na...
M80, the time is up. NaVi are here. And your worst nightmare might come true.
Yeah, NaVi haven't been calling timeouts. This comeback's been all them. Just want to keep the momentum rolling, and even though M80 have tried to break from the action, these rounds have gotten cleaner and cleaner for NaVi. This was a NaVi facing a devastating elimination. And now it's a NaVi favored to go to that final day against Fnatic, a team they've already beaten in this tournament. Look at the money.
Dude, the hope for M80 is like a low econ round like this does alleviate some of the burden and pressure, and you're no longer choking. You've already kind of done that, right? Like now the game is tied. It's no longer about letting this win slip through your fingers. You've got to dig deep and come back again.
M80 imaju jedan flash im ostao. Ako Avi ne usere ovu rundu nekako...
Up until the choke. And so let's see. Pressure off a little bit. They're not supposed to win this round.
Wonderful whiff.
Shot for Wonderful.
Wonderful whiff.
The B-site. Breakthrough for M80. Caught on the cross. One back from Alexi. If you're NaVi, you're still very interested in this round. Your money is fine regardless. And M80 are anything but comfortable. Twitchy and nervous. Can NaVi try and make something happen in a man-down retake?
It feels impossible to lose this round, though, for M80. I know there's been some buzzer beaters that NaVi have managed to squeeze in, but how do you even begin to get through these choke points? Util will only go so far. NaVi have to force these kills, and they're not coming to you.
Pushing.
No one's even pushing. Forget the money. NaVi, look away. And M80 on a force by pop, a single Wonderful miss is all it takes.
Mršu pičku, mat.
Alexi leaves the B site for a moment, and look what happens.
It's a huge step in the right direction for M80, but as they've learned, this game is a long way from done.
But I mean, that's...
Right, they managed to break through on a low econ round where the pressure's slightly lower, but it's not gone entirely in these rifle rounds. This is the time for M80. If this game goes OT, that is when NaVi will exert full control.
Triple B now, they don't want that to happen again. Been waiting to see M80 go for one of these executes on B. That's more of a just pop contact play. And a bit of a luck, but the manpower... M80 match point.
Oh my god, it's the exact same setup, exact same players, and they're just going to run it back one more time. This time Wonderful can't miss. This time Wonderful has to hit. Only going to get out with one. Mikaze overran, and the B site once more. The hope of M80.
What a ballsy call, back-to-back hit for M80, and NaVi can't save this time. They've got to give it a go. They've got to throw everything in this 3v4.
A bare minimum. They're here faster. Alexi gonna leave it to a chance. Smoke push is cut down. Ema scrambling, looking for anything, but there's nothing to be found. And with Bit locked out, 4-on-1, M80 overcome. They were choking this game. They had a psychological battle raging the entire time.
Kakva pogaljska ekipa, brate, mršu pizdu, mater.
To get these final 2 rounds on the board. There just isn't time for Bit to win this. M80 They wanted to show us their growth, and they do it there in those final 2 rounds. Dodging the choke and in with a chance of making it to London. For NaVi, this is a string of early exits. This is representing a bit of a shocking trend since their debut back in Cologne. First at Bounty, then EWC, and now an exit in the lower bracket at the hands of M80 at Open.
A shock and horror moment for NaVi, falling to M80, not making it to London, and even when they got 5 CT rounds in a row, they look like they're going to claw their way back into this game and fight strong. Just the simple B hits devastated them.
Yeah, it's not a secret that NaVi not making it to London and NaVi being eliminated by M80 is a massive, massive surprise, especially the way it happened. As you said, Wonderful unable to hit this kill, McCarthy unable to do anything over the course of the entire map. M80 wins this force buy. You think to yourself, okay, NaVi, fair enough, it's one round. You'll force this in one to overtime. You'll show the experience as you did up until this point where they were making the comeback happen, boo. But then it happened.
That was M80. I mean, they were in their heads. M80, I thought were winning this game for much of the game, and then you have NaVi. They pull that streak back. M80 start to get in their heads. They start losing. They lost a 2v2 on A.
Ljudi, ovo je bio tilt bet, znači maksimum tilt. Ovo ne treba nikada raditi.
Fumble it like NACS has done so many times in the past, but then they just have these two explosive calls, and they have the utility saved up. They didn't waste the utility, fake taking mid, doing all this other stuff. They have the utility in both times to smoke off CT, keep it smoked off. They even smoked off Church on the first round. That is unreal CS from M80. Not what you want to be, not what you're usually expecting from this type of team.
And I think that's where we have to point the conversation first. Yes, it's a massive blowout for NaVi, and it's a hugely disappointing loss for them. But M80, throughout this entire tournament, have played good Counter-Strike. They really have impressed every single game against Vitality. Even when they lost, they remained competitive throughout the entirety of the series. And now they stand here in the lower bracket, having knocked out NaVi. Tomorrow they'll face Fnatic for a game to qualify for London, which is within reach, which is a winnable game for M80. Every single time they joined the server so far this tournament, they have been a positive surprise, and I hope they get to do that one more time against Fnatic.
So often it's easy to be negative about the team that lost, and there are negatives about NaVi. I don't think they adjusted well enough the last couple of rounds. You had Makaze and Wonderful get targeted, but you have to be positive about M80. They've done so many good things. The calling's great. The fragging's great. They've got iconic clutches coming out of Hex. There's so many positives with M80 that I do hope they go through to London.
And can't you say this, right? Their mental strength is like, this is old
Zato što sam tiltao, Edite, šta ti misliš, brate, da sam ja, ono, nisam imun na tiltu.
First VP, now NaVi.
Yeah, I think that mental resilience that you're also kind of hinting a little bit, Vu, saying that normally you'd see NA teams, you'd see M80 maybe falter for the pressure, which we kind of got to see in the second half as well. They were getting into their own heads, and you were sitting back with a feeling that,
Pa da, mi smo bez njih smo ono propali.
But I'll say it like this, I think M80 still had glimpses of that. I don't think they were that mental resilient in this game. They were just facing a team that is completely out of it when it comes to that department right now.
Sometimes you need this type of win as like a land.
A NaVi, Reve, jebem ih, pustaj, jebem, brate. I ovog lika što... Aj sad vi meni recite, evo, gledate mi kako igram Faceit, brate, svaki dan. Da li bi ja pogodio ono, brate?
2v2 on B were bit flanked. They had a lot of clutches they lost. There was a lot of situations that they felt like if you play this in a group stage earlier on, maybe they win these, but then to have the call, to have the balls to honestly go back for that B hit, back-to-back Tech 9s going up banana, it's a landmark victory. I think you could get over mental issues with this type of win.
Well, NaVi have been eliminated here at the Blast Open London. We've got Blade joining us to discuss through some things. Blade, I know it's a tough loss to stomach right now. I want to just ask from your perspective and from what you saw, how disappointing is this loss for you guys?
I don't think it's so disappointed. After 3D Max loss, it was more disappointed. So at the moment, we're just staying in reality. We know that we just need to work hard. And it's not a one day, so we just need to play tournaments after tournaments and just bounce back. So nothing like crucial happened for us because we already build a strategy for next 2-3 tournaments. Just playing and improving our game. We need more synergy and just basically to get better decision making. I think it just needs time now with a new lineup.
Very interesting, Blade. Do you think it's more in-game that you have certain issues at the moment, or do you think there's also partly out-of-game stuff that you need to work on? Is there like a balance in that right now, or is it mostly in-game?
Well, I think all our losses are not the same. It's always something different. And for example, if we speak about FaZe, I think we started very slowly, and this is basically part of online games. If you're not playing it a lot, it's hard to tune in instantly because LAN environment is a little bit different. And like we activated kind of like in the versus FaZe most likely on only second side of the two. I think it's, for example, can be for us a conclusion how we can jump into the game with the same energy insta, which we can do on LAN sometimes. But like I said, the 3D Max was a little bit different. It was more like really bad synergy, like uncharacteristic mistakes. Like if you remember, we lost so weird rounds. And this game versus M80, I think they played pretty good. And I think we had a good game plan versus them, what we want to do. And after this, let's say, losses we had, I think we lost some confidence. And you saw it, for example, in Ancient. I think the way how we wanted to approach the game was kind of easy from our side, but we didn't do it because I think too much, let's say, like separate thoughts, like not, like if you're playing the round, you sometimes thinking about something else, not about what you want to do, let's say, right? And for Ancient, for sure, was this problem, like that we are not in time doing something we spoke about. And this is, I think, lack of confidence because you're losing, and after that, like we spoke, and it was much better map. And after this, we jump into Inferno, and Inferno is always like this. It's like some gambles, some crazy highlights, and I think you get a really good comeback on City side. And at the end, I think we also were quite good in reading what they want to do. Like last round, they knew that they will do this round, and we wanted to molly and just kill them there, basically. But it was not like a situation.
Well, Blade, thank you very much for your insight. Commiserations to you once again, but we'll see you at future tournaments.
Thank you. Bye.
Very honest, always very open with his answers and how he views it all, right? For him, it sounds like it's more of a time that it's going to take throughout all of this, but it's crazy to think where they were a clone to where they are now.
I'm worried, to be completely honest. I'm glad Blade feels he has an idea of how they want to approach this for the next couple of tournaments, and sounds like he still believes in the project, but there's too many question marks surrounding NaVi right now for me to be not worried. You know, Makasi, I'm not completely sold on him being the guy that is fulfilling the roles of jail. There's been good moments. This tournament hasn't been positive. Wonderful is still a massive question mark to me. Emma is a little bit hit and miss. Bit is not playing at his best. LXB as well. I feel like the entire team is just one big question mark, and it's for me, for that reason, very hard to get a sense of where they're heading right now.
I mean, you have to respect the coach that doesn't say, I don't know what's wrong.
Of
you
course,
know, I don't know what's going on. I like that he has ideas, he has thoughts. The way he says it about Inferno, that it's a little unlucky. The problem is, you're supposed to get past that luck as NaVi. You're supposed to be able to overcome that. There was some plays that you saw M80 making. They really liked that mid-aggression, and NaVi saw it coming, but they couldn't counter it. They couldn't get on the same page to have a player post up and not let Lake swing out, not let the op peek down mid. I think you missed a lot from NaVi in terms of, I think they did have a good idea what M80 was going for. So many times it looked like
šta good idea? Šta good idea, jebem ti? Šta good idea? Čak da vratimo do rundu.
Takes it out with one.
Pogledaj, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fleševa imaju ovi likovi. Oni egzekutuju, brate, sa ove strane mape, čoveč. I svi fleševi im ostaju. Pogledaj, oni ceo prostor ovaj za džabe i ovaj ovde za džabe dobijaju.
And a desperate attempt to try and maintain control.
Pogledaj.
A-side split. 3 players out through short.
Nemoj me zajebavati. Imali su ideju šta rade. Šta ste imali ste kurac?
Liquid, they're a team that I don't believe you have faced in an official before, just looking on HLTV. How much do you know about Liquid? How prepared do you feel for what they're going to be showing on the server?
I don't really care which opponent I face. I just play, so I don't care who I play versus.
View Spirit as the best team in the world right now?
Ja sam mislio da, brate, je Magix možda najgori, brate, lik da radiš intervju s tim i onda sam vidio ovom zveku.
Right at this moment, but it fluctuates a lot at the minute between Vitality and Spirit. I think Vitality had their run, now Spirit is also on a very good run. But I would say they are definitely the top 2 contenders, or like the 2 contenders for number 1 at the minute.
Any particular weaknesses you noticed in their game versus Furia yesterday?
We have
Freja ga pita kao da mu je psihijatar.
For sure, some of the we have a few
in their game versus
contenders for number 1 at the minute.
Any particular weaknesses you noticed in their game versus Furia yesterday?
Kao i kako ste se osjećali zbog toga, kao? Kako te to čini da se osjećaš?
Versus Furia yesterday and now find themselves down in the doldrums of the lower bracket. 2 wins are now required to be securing playoff berth, and their first opponent in the server today is going to be Team Liquid, a team who, if we're being brutally honest, has failed to deliver on many accounts throughout 2025. Question is, can that all change today? Joining myself for Spears to find out exactly how it's going to go down, I've got Maui and Dupree up here on the desk for what is going to be a very high pressure game when we're looking at both of these sides of the equations. There's so much at stake for both of these teams.
Of course, for Liquid, it feels like you're trying to recover your season, trying to make something of it. You have the pieces, you have a coach behind you. At this point, what more do you need in terms of excuses other than time? And for Spirit, they just have to recover the loose ball after they fumbled a pretty bad loss yesterday to Furia. Yes, I'll give Furia a lot of credit, but that was definitely at times in Spirit's control. They just dropped it.
And Spirit obviously looking for that revenge from yesterday. I don't think they were satisfied with the loss against Furia, but then on the other side with Liquid, as you mentioned, Mao, like they're trying to recover. I'm still at a place where I don't even feel like Liquid has had a season. It's been looking so bad for them for the entire of times that, and we're still waiting for that thing. When is it actually going to change? When are they going to be looking better? And with what they have in terms of the organization, but also their players, I mean, it's just very unacceptable. And sure, we also left with a feeling that they have a team where they should be doing a lot better, but there's just so much synergy missing, so many things that is not working their way. So they are obviously just keep hitting their heads against the wall.
I feel like one time I've been excited watching Liquid was in that Vitality game because they made it so competitive, but still just no wins. And that's kind of been the story of basically throughout 2025 when we're looking at their event placements, just not really making any deep runs at all.
Which Vitality one? Bounty, EWC, take your pick.
Was better, I would say.
Yeah, no, it is. Definitely was. Now, for Liquid, what's also on the line here is VRS implications, okay? If they drop out here as early as it looks like they're about to, if they lose to Spirit, who are the favorites in this matchup, there's really not much more for them in the season. They have to start playing local lands. I think they're already signed up for a land in Poland that they pretty much have to win if they want to secure their position in the major that's upcoming, especially given the fact that now with their roster assembly, they're a European team now. They don't just get to skate into the major given that they have an America slot anymore. They only have 2 guys from that region now. So in what was supposed to improve this team in terms of firepower and tactics with the in-game leader, rifler upgrades that they got, it really actually kind of put their backs against the wall here.
I think so many people, including myself, were excited to see Shui coming to this lineup, and I think that is sometimes the case when you are looking for an in-game leader. Sure, it's hard to find a guy that is really good in-game but also has the leader capabilities. I don't know him personally, so I don't know specifically what he brings to the table, but when you look at where he's been previously in MOUZ Sports and just his way of leading that and actually becoming more competitive, sure, he was replaced. You think that Shuri is a great in-game leader. He has a lot of things that can bring to the table and hopefully elevate this Liquid team, and I think that's what they were hoping to get. I just haven't seen it yet. I just don't think that Shuri has elevated Liquid in any way.
Druže, ovi Liquidu ne da nisu raspoloženi, nego Liquid kao da ih neko bije da igraju.
You invested so much in getting this guy to elevate it, but he just cannot make this jigsaw work.
That's the thing. Eye test is one thing, Maui, as you will know, but the stats also don't lie when we're looking at those for Liquid.
One of the worst T-sides in Tier 1, even with Flashy joining also. I mean, the last 6 months with Shuhei have not been all that good, just barely north of 40%. And with Flashy, it's been more or less the same. Yes, the eye test looks a little bit better. I do think that the stats lie slightly here, just because they played Vitality in 2 consecutive series. That is roughly... I mean, take your pick. Spirit of Vitality.
LMF kad bi malo podesio svoj bait I smanjio bio bi, brate, u top tier timu. Ja sam davno odustao od toga, tako da.
And they are just very line on their CT side. They
LMF čini mi se Republike Srpske.
I think there's like a funny aspect with Flashy coming from his time in NaVi. Maybe he's trying to implement a kind of a playstyle that was working because he's been catered by Blade. Maybe it just doesn't fit his players, and that's always the hard question.
100%. Looking yesterday at Spirit and you know, the arrival of themselves in that lower bracket, just purely from an entertainment perspective, that was an amazing series versus Furia. But if you're in the Spirit camp, you're going to be kind of looking at that series and going, hey, there were moments there where we could have totally changed the tide of that game, where arguably they had full control and they let it completely slip away.
I mean, Chopper and Zwei should actually teach a disaster class. That was one of the worst ways to grief a duo that has lifted you so high in Donk and Shiro and really dropped the ball on your ends of the map. I mean, Fury were targeting those guys repeatedly, especially on the first map of Mirage there. For Spirit right now to even find themselves in the lower bracket, that's a shell shock, okay? You're coming off fresh a couple victories already in the season, Bounty, Cologne. You need to be looking at the whole team and saying, why is it just 2 versus 8?
And it's so rare that you get such a bad, like it's really rare you get a bad performance out of the duo of Shiro and Donk. And even with Donk putting up a 1.7 rating yesterday, they still managed to lose, which in some sense is kind of unforgivable. And sure, that is one of the issues that could be on the brink of Spirit, is that if the flanks and where they just try to avoid going into Donk, that could be a case that many teams might try to exploit.
Any issues you're seeing with the map feeder here? We've got Dust 2, Mirage, and then Nuke if we do need it as a decider. What are you thinking?
It's brutal for Liquid here. The maps that you want to play are the maps that Spirit want to play. The middle ground maps, really, they're not going to serve you whatsoever. Dust 2 is generally the pick of Spirit anytime they're facing an opponent that's outside the top 10, and having Nuke as the decider, that's oftentimes another map that they'll play for teams, just elite teams too. So, I mean, there's almost no win condition here for Liquid unless they just went incredibly hard on anti-stratting and game planning.
I just don't think there's a case that Liquid can win it. Like, I honestly don't think it's a case. Like, also looking at the maps and the recent performance, the way that Spirit has been playing, I just honestly don't think there's any way that Liquid can even win a map here.
I think when we look at yesterday for Spirit, like, sure, there was a myriad of issues going on, but namely when we look at his way, particularly on that Mirage, he was not having a good time, was he?
No, I mean, I feel like what happened there for Zwei is that you see everybody else is popping off. You see that Donk's having a good time, and I feel like a lot of people can relate to this. When you see your teammates sometimes are just carrying you so hard, you feel like you're freed up, that you can go for your individual plays, your individual peaks, but it actually ended up really hurting their chances on those defenses. Like second round of the game, he dies to a rifle that's peeking out ramp because he's just wide swinging. He's just thinking, okay, I'm going to collect some ecos because even if I fail, Donk's probably going to pick things up. But no, the mid-rounding of Fury was too good that if he gave up an easy death, as he did many times, then Fallen had great ways to mid-round around the man advantages, and if he just kind of gives up his life as carelessly as he does, line up with the
DM, ja mislim da nema nikakav autoritet, da nije uopće taj lik. Pa, brate, vjerojatno se otrovo tamo i on. Mislim da je Britanac, poreklom iz Indije. Okej. Vatra u Lovern. Ne smrdi.
Flank, so a nice insta headshot on Donk. You don't
Sad.
always watch Donk hit the ground that fast.
Usually it's him doing that, yeah.
So ultimate, I love this full retreat. Get the hell out of there.
Rekao sam ko treba, Wonderful treba da leti. I Dracula možda.
Nade will find NaVi for half of his health, but he hasn't moved a muscle. Ramp player, blindsided. Zwei comes through, but then, whoa, okay. Blink and you miss it. A trio of frags for Liquid to close out Pistol.
Looks like a great pistol so far. I mean, Liquid are a team right now, feels like they can also lose in the ways that, you know, there's almost spiritually complexity with how not clutch they are towards the end of games. That on top of the fact that they can't close out on T side. These are two questions that we'll have in this match. So I like that we start here
Bukvalno,
because
je
T-side
bojim
we can
pasno.
put on display for Liquid, and for CT we can put Zway under question,
Brate.
who's going to be playing long.
Okay.
He's
Hoćeš
just
da Zvajna ovoga da nam
suffered and
donese da
struggled
jedemo?
so much. I feel like to do anything even remotely comparable to Magic's
Brate, ono
after
staro od
replacing him.
24 sata. I ima 2 parčeta, ja i ti 250 kila. Koji ćeš kogod da nam donese?
Just one more superstar though, they'll be good.
Just one more. They keep farming them.
Pa, brate, možda Boki Gurman i
Internet's
neki ljuti
cranking them out
ćevapi.
faster than we can find teams for them.
Yeah, no
Neki ljuti
kidding.
ćevapi, jedno 20 komada.
You know, I think sometimes it can also maybe feel harsh for Zway if you're
A
a
bolje
Spirit
da
fan.
Zvojem da
You
ga
have to
sad
remember
doneseš,
that,
s njima
like,
da ideš
Spirit
bilo
were
bolje.
already at the very top. They weren't world #1, but they were so much better than so many other
Ja ne
teams.
pitam sam to.
And that's why, unfortunately for Zway, despite his lack of experience, despite his younger age, he's going to be criticized hard. You want to be on, you know, top 3 teams in the world?
Yeah.
Everybody is waiting for you to fail, essentially. All of Magic's fans want you done for. Donk on the doorway with Chopper right behind him. Ooh.
Pišem, a?
Oh, God, you thought you were going to get away with it, Liquid? All 5 players dead. Nothing happens there because you tiptoed your way into Donk. And while Furia may have survived a donking yesterday, he was at the top of the board. He was doing what he does. Team Liquid, not anywhere near as successful in converting this one.
I mean, this is them coming out try.
Yeah,
No
Liquid's still
free volley on the
out,
door,
Mike.
no flash to walk out with. They literally just said, let's just take a risk and go for a contact, explode maybe for this mid B. Totally wrong play, obviously, and hard to justify when you have the utility. Sometimes it can be great when, well, you see you've avoided a setup entirely, but that's not what happened.
Iz žara
Just getting more info
20
too.
ljutih, 10 ili
You know, I think one of
20
the beautiful
obično.
things about we're going to be talking about Furia and versus Spirit, I think, quite a bit tonight, just because it's the most recent game tape we have of a Spirit loss, and like you said, like a new low, quote unquote, just because it was such a unique loss where Shiro and Donk are up there. Very frisky fallen calling yesterday. Tons of different ideas, tons of different looks. Some rounds, you know, Galil's here, not a single grenade. Other rounds, only Tech 9s, but a ton of grenades. Kept Spirit on their toes. I don't think Liquid have that in them. We'll see, because I think they need it.
Why'd they just do this so quickly? This ran back up to the cat.
11.
It could have been a long play. I thought that was going to be the moves. Minute 10, lots of time. CT's probably a little nervous after that first kill.
Naf stomping as if there's no possibility of this. So this round's done now. 2 backs turn to Shiro. And him and Zway gonna help out one another, sandwiching the Team Liquid run out long. False confidence that that part of the map was cleared as Zontix nade to end it.
I love comms on that round, 'cause that's like a weird situation to rush. I think if you make a long rotation, you know, you don't want to do it too late because it takes forever to get there, but they got that kill really early. They don't try to go for anything.
Ovo je naboj.
I don't know if we're allowed to request
Slatko ima
certain
mičune,
rounds.
već.
You know, we've never really asked production to stick a TeamSpeak in for
just
us.
throw it in out there, see if it happens.
Throw it
you
in
know?
there. Let's see what happens. Yo, production, we want that one.
Yeah.
I want it.
I would love it. A call after
Liquid je
the,
biro das 2, da. Evo, ovaj
after that
bož.
Deagle kill.
Biraš das 2 protiv Donka. Nisam.
We're gonna try it.
All right, I have had a off microphone conversation with production. They're on it, Mohan.
All right.
Well, what else can we ask for?
Production, I want ice cream.
Yeah, grande latte, 2 pumps caramel, whipped cream.
Kad? Rosula.
That sounds like hell.
Malo pre misliš.
Can I get a move on this Team Liquid Glock round? You know what I'm saying?
We get a fast forward, maybe.
Yeah, what the hell? Trying to play all across the map. These Glocks going down. A dink from lower tunnels. You know, puts Shiro on notice for a second, but
Odds of a plant?
Zero.
Zero
odds.
Aha. Pa neki pacijent u Blastu je uzeo i, brate, nije me stavio na listu odobrenih streamera, ko streamera za Blast. I onda je, brate, uzeo čovek i tamo requestovo da dobijem strike, brate, i meni ugasili mi stream, brate, i dali mi strike i onda je moralo se rešava. Ali rešilo se.
It not working, but like the constant is Liquid. It's not the individuals, right? A lot of them are make sense to sign them.
So many times Liquid makes a move that we all think, yeah, that's the right decision.
Like Nerds, that sounds like fantastic.
Dude, you can go back so far and just make sense of all the Liquid moves, and yet realizing the potential.
Dude, I mean, I don't understand. Like Shuhei is an IGL at this
point.
Oh,
promašio smoke.
Shuhei is an IGL at this point that is known for having the praise of Kerrigan as being the next up, you know?
Yes,
like,
I mean, I remember...
We saw him pull Gamer Legion to a major final after getting cut from MOZE. This is the first project where it's not worked.
There was a contest piece not too long ago, maybe a year or plus, where Kerrigan was asked to make a super team, and he wasn't allowed to be on the roster. He put himself as a coach so that he could give the in-game leadership to Shuhei.
That'd be a deadly combo, I still want to say. But for whatever reason...
That's how much praise he got.
Like we're getting into this zone where it's sort of almost like Nip, you know?
Sway gonna find one.
Shiro, bro.
Of course, so
Shiro nema snipe.
Back where they should have been after winning pistol. Twists is gonna catch a second kill. Chopper returns the favor back towards Catwalk. Twists in with a third. And a nade softens him up. Twist damn near dead to that. Hanging on. As Shuhei gets burned back. So again, should have converted the pistol win, but you win the next round where you actually have guns. There's still something to stand on as this T side will go on.
Something to stand on right here.
Zontix loves in these clutches to just burn the first 10, 15 seconds so that everybody kind of lets their guards down. And look what it gets him. A nugget of information so that he can build the picture. Because Ultimate is starting to depart, and he knows the next player's on Cat. He jumps up well aware, and Shuhei takes his head off. But anytime you clutch against Zontix, you have to know he waits 10 seconds.
Yeah.
He always waits 10 seconds.
Znate šta je fora sad sa ovim Spiritom koji igra sa Zontixom koji kao treba da ide? Tu je value igrati protiv njih. Realno.
Okay, so we got a good long take on the pistol, and we have another good long take here on this full rifle round. Solid entries. It's a simple round, but sometimes it doesn't have to be anything more than that.
Production has reported back that the Team Liquid call wasn't anything too interesting. It was just a quote, "We don't have time, hurry up, go Cat."
It was a minute 10.
Yeah.
Time for what? That's what I'm saying, like, why were they rushing?
It makes no sense. Minute 10?
I guess like a minute 10 in real life isn't a lot of time.
True. Chopper fades back. The moment you get close to that bomb site, you get the
Kako mu je, brate, pokušava mučenik da odigra I kao da se proda možda negdje.
Missed chance for Shiro. You gotta keep yourself real small as you try to crawl away top mid to get away from this op.
I think they wanted the bomb to go that way. But I don't know if that even helps Liquid. It's a very heavy alien. Like, even Shiro's There's an op on A, and it's not even Shiro. They're gonna just walk into this, right? Good flash, though, gets him out. Oh, nice shot, NaFi.
Well done.
And now it gets scary for the A-side players.
Pressure on Zway and Chopper. Oh, but while blind, it's a good lineup for Chopper. Sway swings into it, cuts off one side of this, and Sway didn't think that someone could come climbing up so fast. Shuhei making a big move here. Shiro on the scene. Shuhei is trying to catch another player off guard with just how aggressive he ends up playing, but I mean, that's bomb down on Catwalk. So
ajde, lepo čuvaj, batic. Nabodeš, brate, entry na donku I imaš dugo I kratko I dođe Zvej I razjebe.
To close this out, 2v1, Naf needs to just walk away.
Maybe it's a touch unlucky. They have the flashes both on long. That actually works to kill Donk. Then this flash here.
Nikola Videnović, to je dobro pitanje, brat. To je baš dobro pitanje, mora da ima nešto. Falconsi nisu u fazonu da neće pozajmicu, ne traže velike pare, hoće da se otarase što pre igrača, tako da ili nema ponuda ili je nešto drugo, brat. Ali ja bih rekao da je više da nema ponuda. Jer je baš čudo da je on, brate, bio MVP onog turnira i onda su ga kikovali za Monesije i kao tad ništa. Ja ga vidim da kao streamuje svakih ne znam nija koliko, da što mora. Po ugovoru, ja mislim u Falconsima ti moraš da ispuniš ne znam koliko kvotu streamova da bi dobio određeni procenat plata.
This and A-side Mirage just his most important spots right now. Because he's supporting Donk on that map, he's supporting Shiro on this map.
Ooh, Shiro falls back. They're coming through that, buddy. And your teammate's throwing nades. Sway pops in. Oh, Chopper's frag finishes off what Shiro and Zway started, and what honestly definitely kept Spirit on their toes. That sudden pop out, I mean, the op of Shiro falling back looked desperate. Sway was throwing utility.
Pa jeste, Alex se potpisuje na nešto dugo. Šta se dešava? Oni će da ga drže i bit će dve opcije tu najverovatnije. Jedna je da ga prodaju nekoj toj ruskoj ekipi koja ima, brate, konekcije sa betovanjem, skinovima i ovo ono, tu se pare vrte pero šta se radi. A druga je da ga vrate, brate, u line-up i da ubace, ne znam, neku drugu izmenu, brate. On je dobar igrač. Ne, ti ne možeš da li jesi ili nisi streamer, jednostavno moraš to da, brate, uradiš da bi dobio određeni procent plate, jer ako nemaš, tipa, Falconsi su imali da na benchu imaš 80% plate, to znam sigurno, a bez streamovanja bi imao, ne znam, 40 ili 30%, ali ovaj streamuje neke bedne sate, tipa, ne znam, 2-3 puta nedeljno po 3-4 sata i to je to.
Yeah, guys, I don't think I should keep playing.
It's got to be the best review of a teammate ever.
Yeah.
Bro just rocks.
Yeah, he genuinely believed he didn't deserve the seat on Liquid after Austin, and his teammates believed otherwise. He's been trying to get back into the upswing of things. Donk is 3-3, while Spirit win 5-2. It's a bit of a rarer sight, but there is some success coming out of this Chopper's Way Shiro A defense.
Ovaj vikend je minus, batice. Pa nije loš snajper nikako, ali, brate, ono... Malkice je naporan.
Donk hasn't seen too much action. Rips the head off one, sends what was also through the doorway back into middle.
Pa jeste, tačno je tako, Marsale. Baš tako.
Test this A-site's metal yet again. Frag not deep enough. Shuhei jumping around though lets them know there is indeed somebody there. They know damn well, they got a good idea of it. You can sacrifice yourself, Shuhei, so that the space is taken. But within that space, no kills barring twists one. Again, desperate Hail Mary type moment, Shuhei offering himself up just for the push
Liquid nema ideju gde će I biraju ovaj Dust 2, brat.
For Spirit, they've got them in spots where all their utilities landing in the right, they kind of understand exactly where they're going to exact, what timings are coming. It's feeling like the play is looking a little too standard from Spirit's perspective at the moment. And Sway having a better day is obviously helping too.
Shiro looking pretty rock solid yet again as well. That was a component of yesterday's play. He did it, I kind of think.
He kind of slowed down for a whole map and a half, actually. Like he had a really good first start, and then didn't do a ton in the second half or the second map.
So we will watch this as we did the start of Mirage yesterday with praise for Shiro, but we also have to kind of keep him to the truth, which is his ability to slow down sometimes catches up to him.
Ujevate, prebacio sam 8K sabova.
What about him? I mean, Liquid played that close to Vitality 2 games in a row.
Liquid and Vitality?
Liquid.
Sorry.
Let's go, Liquid.
Sorry.
Možda na 10K odradim neki giveaway, ja?
All I want to ask from you guys is that you do your fucking best and let's beat these guys, okay? Let's fucking have fun and beat these guys.
L-I-Q-U-I-D. Let's go, Liquid. Have fun.
Jeste vi čuli ovo,
Got some
bro?
cheerleading from Flashy, and you know, it's possible. Everything else is well
Jeste vi
prepped,
čuli
and they
ovo?
have the ideas and
Sam
everything.
ja,
but
brate, dobro čuo, bro.
They just need to be in a mood that they want to fight.
L-I-Q.
Do your fucking... All I want to ask from you guys is that you do your fucking best and let's beat these guys, okay? Let's fucking have fun and beat these guys.
That's right.
You know, you play middle, you know you're going to give Donk a chance to
30 sekundi da mi neko kaže da have fun.
Well, all's good if Shiro's missing, but he isn't.
It's like when Complexity show us how many proponents they could almost beat, how they could almost win Sydney, but then they always lose. It's not a matter of game plan or tactics or anything.
Let's have fun and beat these guys.
Maybe Flashy's a...
Pošto do sad smo teli kao da se ne zabavljamo i da izgubimo.
Stuff here. Look at the timing. Oh man, Liquid just looks so legible. It looks like the Spirit. They've got this covered. Ooh. I mean, even just that kill is going to scare them. The long player just pushed. Can they just go cat now?
Still just sitting here, you know that op's trained on you.
This is not a good
don't go
round.
back to top. So they're just going to try to barrel through Catwalk again, just trying to brute force their way through. Shiro takes a look at Long. They have at least found that timing while Shiro was clearing elsewhere. Honestly, Spirit offering this opening, their nervousness about Long because they think to themselves,
let's have fun and beat these guys, okay?
But that's exactly
we
what
have more
Liquid does.
time?
They keep it simple.
Yeah,
They force
once
their
again,
way
let's have fun.
They've got a man advantage in the post plant. We've got a
guys, let's beat these guys and not lose to these
Chopper
guys.
gets a kill and no immediate trade.
And if you can, you
He
have
said
fun.
that they need to
Okay?
die for each other.
3, 2,
Well,
1
Team
break.
Liquid, giveaway man advantage. Nobody else peeks. Another duel here for Donk, and they wait until that cat player comes through, then they force the issue. Nerds coming out with a multi-kill is a much-needed moment here for Liquid. Spirit, I still think, almost wouldn't... They couldn't believe that Liquid would just go all-in cat, no long play.
I mean, it's because of the amount of time left over, and because Wei had pushed long, they know for a fact, an unchanging fact, that there will be no long on this A hit. And that means for the A side players, they have a big advantage. They can play open spots, not actually have to play towards long or check it ever, and they can fight. And so Liquid were pushed into a spot where they have one option. It's obvious, and there's 15 seconds they have to go. But this shot helps out a lot.
Yeah.
They take Shiro out right on the corner.
That's what I'm saying, is like, you just paint this beautiful picture about why Liquid has to do that, and I'm surprised to see Shiro still checking long.
Agreed. Oh, wait, he goes check long.
He checked long, and that's
maybe
at the same time cat push.
Yeah, that's right. He wasn't even turning from a flash, so
Nope.
that is strange.
Yep.
Like, Sway is at the top of middle.
Yep.
There is no time to go back. So, and then also Chopper leaves. So...
kind of rolled out the red carpet for Liquid there.
Yeah, it is a mistake for no reason from Spirit.
To be fair, 2 seconds that Shiro walks away, but it's in those exact 2 seconds Liquid pull their trigger.
I mean, there's 15 seconds left, you know? Keep just believe in it for a second.
Sure.
It's coming.
Yeah,
I mean,
believe in it for 2 seconds.
I wonder why Chopper was leaving. I mean, it could have been a mid-B in the end. That is one, like, emergency option that they could have been going for.
Donk pushing middle with an op. Yep. All right. I'm glad that didn't work.
Good protocols here, Liquid.
Actually happy that he gets punished for that one. Insane move for Donk.
Donk ono
One of
fixao
two
game.
snipers that Spirit are working with in round 10.
He's been opping so much more lately.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I wonder why.
Maybe just saw what Molodoi did.
Nerds is starting to tap into some potential here. Headshot over top of the ledge for ultimate, and Catwalk starting to bear fruit for Team Liquid.
Maybe that flashy
Bukvalno,
I'm
no.
saying.
All right.
Maybe it was just an emotional thing they needed to get it together, but the trades are coming in now.
They haven't lost a round since Flashy gave him the pep talk.
That's right. I mean, sound tactics, right? Like Donkey, he has no chance.
I ovdje me boli kurac, ali zanimljivo gledat.
You and your goddamn flashbangs.
Is Chopper a streamer? Or is he just a professional?
Just a professional.
I love that.
Yeah, I feel like this is where he takes meetings with Team Spirit, you know, head staff.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got a great opportunity for you today. We're gonna go 45 stocks of.
What was it? You Bentic or whatever? Heuristics.
What's that?
From Sopranos.
Oh.
Eubistics.
Oh, Eubistics.
Yeah.
Ma jesam, brati, gledam ovaj Liverpool i Arsenal i od toga sam se već oprostio, brate, boli me kurac. Gledaj u kameru, bre, alo.
Zontic's just talking to all his girlfriends on the tech pauses.
Yeah.
It's hard being a pimp.
Ovaj vadi sline, boli ga kurac, čačka telefon.
Kind of drives me crazy when I feel like my teammates are on their phone in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
I would leave my phone, you know, even putting your phone on your desk and during a game of Counter-Strike, like that thing's got to be on the other side of the room.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
no, that's...
Ali još kurac ljudi krene maš. Ma sme da dira, nije to zabranjeno, ali ono... Zontic u fazonu kao, brate, rokajte... Šalje Nercu poruku, stižemo na kratko sljedeću rundu. Rokaj samo bombe na 1.12.
M80 Sin said it in the post-game interview the other day. He's like, just because you're...
pot noodles.
Yes, of course. Just because you're dead doesn't mean you're out of the round. You know, you take over the comms for the guys still playing. And dead talk is a real skill in Counter-Strike.
Yes, but it should never be used in a pug. Only in...
professional play?
Only in team games, yes. 100%.
What if I only have 4 friends and we play together all the time?
They could talk when they're alive. It's good enough.
Ovi slepci me kikovali kao, sad ću im se najebati kao svega, bacaj bombe na kratko na 1.15.
When you click accept, you dedicate 40 minutes of your life to me and my win. I'd die for my teammates.
You'd die for teammates in real life.
I'd die for my teammates.
In real life.
I'd jump in front of a car for...
anyone
for Bob the Headshot Machine 255.
Okay. Sure you would.
I'd take care of his children.
Really? Bob's a made man.
Hey, man. You accept that matchmaking game?
You're in the family?
Blood pact.
Blood pact, okay. That's actually unbelievable. I hope I get on your team. It sounds like a winning squad.
Hey, Mo.
Naravno da se ne kladim, brat.
You're already on my team.
Okay. For life.
Yeah, bro.
Ne znam kad je postalo, brate, mislim znam kad je postalo, nego zašto je postalo, brate, toliko popularno da se ljudi koji su kao popularni na neki način kao biju u ringu, brate, stalno. Bije se Vuk Mob i Kristijan Golubović. Nema da me zajeba.
You know, it's pretty crazy that M80 or Fnatic are going to be playing on the stage in London. Have you thought about that yet?
That means one guaranteed Brit.
Why?
Cypher at Def.
Oh, Def, that's true. Sorry, he's lived in America for so long.
Yeah.
He's been in America since I started watching Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he has been.
Wow, a Brit guaranteed on top. Plus Mezzy. They're growing.
Plus Mezzy.
Back in London last year, there was only one.
I know, it's kind of nuts, and to be honest, again, it's
not
kao
match, box match, hooksi protiv KASSAD. Sprema bi se 9 meseci da za to.
It's pretty great.
Steroide bi pio.
Awesome. Not to take it away from Def, but I would rather have the Brit on the stage.
Coaches are allowed on the stage.
On the stage in the server.
Ana Kristijana.
If someone gets sick, Def would play.
You're hard to pin down today.
Kičanović.
LeBron James.
Donk. Guys, Michael Jordan or LeBron James? Nerds. Oh, shit. I just didn't read that actually fast enough at all. Okay.
Back to the action. The action that has been leaning Team Liquid. 2 consecutive round wins in the last 2 rounds of play, doubling their round count. Off of the back of a lapse of judgment on the cat hold, and a donk op getting fully flashed in the first 5 seconds of the round. Limitations in Chopper's 5-7. Nice double spray down here for Nerds. Nerds was so quiet. I believe 1-7 to 7-8. At the very least, 1-6.
That's a shutout.
So great recovery on his behalf in these last few. Ultimate trades donk out, and any round you can keep donk on a single kill is a good round.
Fuksija, brate.
Naf holding
Tadija
tunnels with the
fuksija,
op.
brate.
This is weird. 2 ops left for Liquid.
Yeah, this is losable, but you know what? Naf's making the right play.
And he hits the shot. Opens up that B-bomb site. Perfect slice to come through. No resistance now. Something different, right? We get what was this consistent cat hit time and time again for the first 2 rounds. And when I say first 2, I mean the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then a change-up. A cheeky mid to B with a
Što da dođem,
scoring
ljudi.
double op.
Tu sam za
Liquid
3
suddenly
minuta.
have a 5-round T
5
side
minuta.
with another round to go, where the CT's economy is in the bin.
You gotta love it, to be honest. And I love the highlight of Nerds getting back into this game, because he's somebody who kind of always has to get kills. Like he's gonna be going for these like soft lurks in a lot of T rounds, and I feel like he has a lot of agency over when he takes fights. I know he's still also instructed for what he has to do in general, but a lot of the micros up to him. A lot of kills he gets, he's in untradeable spots. He's just going to, use his wits, I feel like, to find entries and aim, honestly.
Great recoil control. I think the desk was so bleak about Team Liquid's chances tonight because we just watched Furia win despite Donk being at the top of the board. And so it just kind of felt like a given, like that was going to happen again. But we didn't really have a conversation on the desk about if Liquid could win because Donk is underperforming. And that is where we are now. 11 rounds of play, looking like a mortal.
You always have to wait till the end of the game, unfortunately.
Of course.
Because he gets he'll just get like 3 Ks in a row to close.
Yep, he'll get frustrated, weaponize that to his advantage, and come flying out with, like you say, 3 multis in a row. I expect it to come, but 12 rounds into play, and it hasn't yet. Thing is, T-side's up next, then he's going to be let off the leash.
Now you're negotiating with yourself.
I am. I think I've lost. We'll see if Shiro does, because he hasn't been over on this bomb site.
He spotted. Oh, flash was good.
The flash.
Oh, barely.
Shiro, perfect. Zontix here to help out. Ooh,
nice, Nerds.
They're
Very
really
nice.
able to scale up on him, and so Nerds making the most of this. Ultimate gives cover to the window. Team Liquid on the rebound. 3 versus 5. A chance to plant. Ultimate goes back into tunnels where all that's left of Spirit are coming.
If he hits this, it's done.
All 3 players in a row lining up, and Ultimate peeks in, catches the one in the middle. So the MP9 catches him off. 3rd player moving through. They didn't expect Donk. It's him versus Twist, but Twist moves quietly around that smoke into the doorway. Soon that smoke will fade, and Twist will still have the cover of outside of sight. It's going to be a tough cross for Donk, and Twist has the better weapon, but Donk has more health. And corner by corner, Donk is starting to figure out what's clear and what's not. Twist goes so passive on this one. Planted behind the tall box. Donk trying to figure him out. Twist slow to the play. And as he comes through the door, he'll hit that instant tap. Twist lets Donk trip over his own 2 feet. And Team Liquid close a T-side with 4 rounds straight.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we'll be putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
2 maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major, PGL Copenhagen 2024?
NATO Swincer.
There we go.
NaVi, not the Swincer, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh, man. I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, Cold Zero.
On Cash?
On Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kosterev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't help you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
Evo. Jel ima neko, šta sam teo ljudi da vas pitam? Da li je neko nekad koristio CS Money?
Very successful tactical timeout here for Team Liquid that then strung 4 rounds in a row to close this out 6-6. I thought Spirit were going to make up for yesterday by dominating Team Liquid and eliminating them from their chances at running to London. But suddenly, game's open.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, you know, the way that he said it, there wasn't a lot of gusto to it. It was sort of just felt like almost a Taz pause. That's just going to be some empty words. But then, you know, it kind of feels like, again, maybe these are just the simple words that Liquid needs. Because we've seen them close to great teams so far in the last couple of weeks. It's not a problem of everything going wrong. It's something very specific. Maybe they're getting close to figuring it out.
Yo, Naf, settle down, bro. 30 bullets later.
Što znači skupi? Skupi su itemi da ih pazariš.
Coming through that smoke. 5v3 off Nafly.
Kind of wish Twist was playing off of Nerds in this spot.
Ne, nego pitam kako im funkcioniše sistem, ono, deposit withdraw.
Leave Nerds alone, but Nerds has got 2 guns, so doesn't need anybody to watch his back. No trade, though. This is going to take Twists, finding the right timing. Instead, they'll steal the Berettas and go back towards B. Molotov for ultimate's gonna flush him out. Oh, nice tap. Naf trying to play around into the peak as well. Flash goes through. That blinds them. Naf now stuck in the tunnel. Oof, gotta be careful or you are going to let them into this site. Naf gets his triple kill and rips away the quad. Berettas on the front of
Ne, kapiram taj deo, nego kako ide, brate, ako hoćeš da withdrawuješ pare, znači ti si sad, brate, depozitovo 3000 evra i kupio si možda, brate, iteme za 500 evra, tako. Jer mogu ja da withdrawujem 2500 evra u kriptu.
But when they come back to B, you've got NaVi in the corner, you have the K-Sharp position played by Ultimate, and it's a strong spot. Shots are hit, Liquid are in the lead.
4% fee float na vađenje lova.
Scout damage to put Shiro's Glock down low. Sorry, what was that last thing you just said?
Liquid are in the lead.
One more time.
Liquid are in the lead. Let's go Wickwood.
Let him have it. Fomus goes down with one. Flashbang makes it awkward as Twists. Yeah, gets around that corner. A little sketchy for a second there. Obviously not wanting to let bodies hit the ground, but Naf is on the scene. Desert Eagle finds damage. Look at the health here. Okay, if he hits that kill on Nerds, then it's 21, 29, and 9 for the other three. Donk could damn well pull that off. Instead, 4-player stand, good money made by Liquid, and a 2-round lead.
Here's the other thing about it.
Hit me.
Liquid suffer in their big games because of their T side. So CT, this is where they're actually their scariest by far.
You have a valid
and
point.
Historically, this team on Dust too, like CT side, this is where they almost make enormous comebacks happen. They've actually had quite a good T side now to look back on.
Taj float u Srbiji ne daje, brate.
Lucky to still be standing.
A kao da nisu zainteresovani za ovaj event uopšte. Ali float recimo ne daje, brate, za Srbiju kripto vidro.
Yeah, AK is going to tear through you. What I was waiting for was this. Donk on the T side, AK in hand, pistol rounds be damned, save to the sway side.
Jel neko ima nekad problem sa depositom na floatu, na primjer?
Not a fan of the standard lay of the map on a round like this. They're kind of playing like they just lost the last rounds. Now they'll kind of be enslaved to rotations. Yeah, I would like to see Liquid make a stack happen, even if they don't have information. And we've got a under-minute timing. Shuhei's going for a flank. This play is coming up cat, actually.
MetaMask, šta je
So he's
Phantom,
in a really good spot.
Twist towards ramp with the best of the guns. Laying down the util. Wide swing out from Zway is good. Nerds will catch the player trying to drop out. Shuhei's flank comes through. But Nerds got a second kill just now, somehow with all those players there. And Shuhei's late nade banks off the back wall. Zway, if you want to impress us, that would have been the one. Instead, Team Liquid, despite man disadvantage, despite MP7
Kaže,
and
čini mi se, ja sam sa floata povukao 3,5 keša bez problema u kešu, ali preko kartice sam depozitovao. To je to, a koliko si depozitovao? Dobro, potvrda profila, to je normalno.
We get the preset lean after the first kill goes down.
Koliko si depozitovao?
Nerds moving over first. This is
Preko
the
kartice.
first good move that Liquid make. Like, they actually take some kind of gamble in a spot where they have low guns and they lost one player. And then Shuhei takes another risk of pushing long a little early. It's still possible for them to come there. And his rotation's excellent. The nade kill with the first frag on the M4 as well. Everybody moved well. It's become now a 3-round game with a chance at 4. A force down here for Spirit.
Can call it. Oh, God. Okay. Hang on.
That stings.
Shiro's still looking like a
2 puta po 100. Šta je dobro slušao trader s pravim ljudima? Imao sam produkciju, aha. Da. Monta.
And now Chopper's got his paws on it.
God, that's such a big upgrade. Oh, the spray down.
And same time, we do a third single kill over on Shiro. So the Oppers dropped out of this for the Spirit camp.
Oh, hello.
Awkward here because Chopper just gave the op back to Shiro, and we've got Naf still holding on to his smoke. Damn. 4v5 to a 4v Chopper. Team Liquid again. I mean, you just said it was a 3-round game. It's about to be a 4-round game.
A Nolo, koliko si depozitovao na D-Marketu?
It's an 8-round streak. It's a pretty unbeatable looking CT side at the moment. So the amount of money that's just been made, I think Spirits have got to be high on Liquid. The response, we don't know when that's going to be now. With that investment, I think this is going to be quite a humble buy here for Spirit. Nice play from Shuhei again. It's back-to-back rifle 2 case from him, right? He makes that retake happen up the A site. That's a close round. Here, with that 2K spray down, this round there's basically no chance at all for Spirit.
Spirit, full buying on 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess they have the op, so
Stay
they
buff.
have to buy down behind it.
4 rounds of loss bonus.
It's still not that
he's
great.
selling. He's selling. Shiro sold.
Oh,
Shiro
okay.
just sold it all back. Ooh, man, coming
The
out of
buff
spawn with
market.
like some awkward timings.
Yeah. Yeah, it never looks good to second guess yourself. I can understand why that looked. That was a hard decision to make because, like, it's a decent buy if you have an op.
Right.
But, like,
take a tack pause then.
You know, you're right. Yeah, that's the moment that you would do it.
I mean, especially in an 8-round streak, even just to break up that momentum, let alone because of the economic back and forth.
Hvala ga, ti živiš, mate, I boli te kurac.
Instead, incendiary down in front of tunnels, no follow through off the Zontix nade.
Pa ne znam, Dženo, eto, ako
This
ćeš
mid to
iskreno.
B split
Moram
is
da
getting
vidim
ever
ja.
closer. The majority of Liquid smoked off towards mid still. Chopper gets Nap on that smoke, but Nertz is over top of the boxes. Ultimate's gonna miss one as that gap is being closed on the B site. Sway taps into Nertz. We go
Kako misliš,
1v1.
brate?
Shiro on the doorway.
Kako misliš,
To the window, Shuhei looks away.
kako misliš mogu samo Kinezi?
Of course, Shiro, you give him a little space, he will play for the win, especially in this form. And so that streak of rounds for Liquid comes to an end after 8.
That's nuts. He gets 20 off of this. He gets the op upgrade that he was looking for. Didn't even have to buy one for himself. Ultimate does a bang-up job here in the B site. The 2 op kills that he gets. If not for this Wade Tech 9 kill, well, they're actually in business. So I don't even know how that came down to a 1v1. It looked like Liquid were in a great spot, especially when we looked at Ultimate get those kills and stay alive for so long. A stroke of luck here for Team Spirit. Now they've got to turn it into a rifle round win.
Ooh, flash to get Naf onto Plat.
Oh,
but he ain't gonna get out of there.
Find, my gosh.
Tries to jump back over, offers man advantage to Spirits. Donk climbing up, insta-kill. It's good on Liquid to get the trade frag, of course, but with the nade, Ultimate down to half health, and so it feels like Spirit, with a minute 15, can group and play the advantage.
You know, don't start shaking now, Team Spirit, because genuinely, when Donk has died, we don't know what can happen. Of course, it has been Shiro to take over recently.
Ultimate hangs on to the angle. Nice. Shiro walking in, and so he gets his counterpart down for the count. Oh, the climb up there for Shuhei, at least just to spot it. Nade to slow them down, soften them up, and pop them.
So good.
Another chance as Chopper crosses out. But it looks like, oh no, with the bottle, now he knows. He's already up into elbow. Fire spreading at his feet. Chopper ready for that one. Zontix, 4 kills to his name. Op on this angle. He gets tagged.
Wow, through the wall. 17 health left over for Zontix, but still standing.
A da vas pitam ovo sad.
Sees that bit of skin.
I think he got spotted falling back to the
Ako, brate, prodaješ skinove traderu.
Chopper swings into the opper, and there's no trade out of Nertz. There's also no kit for him. Chopper playing it onto ramp. Zontix taking this huge route back around the catwalk. Nertz is thinking about going and clearing. This is the correct call. He finds Zontix.
How'd he figure that out?
Again,
Chopper.
No kit on him. Time is already at that 10 seconds. He's got to let this one go. Chopper wins out the 1v1 by simply hiding.
Ooh.
And Team Spirit cut that lead down to a measly 2-round difference.
Čekaj, ti možda depozituješ... Aj ovako, čekaj, stani.
On the ramp.
Jebi ga, mnogo informacija ima sad.
So it's another close call, as it has been for a few rounds now, but in favor of Spirit now, back to back.
Da, za tradere. Ako ja kupim skin, brate, na ne bi bilo gde, za $1000 i hoću da ga prodam nekom traderu koji hoće da kupi taj skin, za koliko ja mogu njemu da prodam to, ako hoću ono kao polubrzo da mu prodam da se ne bakćem?
Yeah.
Trying to get away from it, and the op hits a zinger.
Ants in his pants there.
We've all been there. And this insta-kill from Donk, first bullet.
This might also have been an overcommitment out of Shuhei. The volley came, he kind of knew it was going to spread to him, wanted to take the duel. And being up there, you're in a pretty solid spot, especially if you hear the tag, you're going to be extra vigilant.
Ma ne jebeš Steam market, Ražbi, mislim na ove kao ostale markete.
Saved op goes into Ultimate's hands.
70, da nema šanse da je tako malo, brate. A ti moja mogu okačim na ovaj sajt i da ga prodam za 90%.
Timing versus Shiro looking good. And he hears that stomping as well, right? Shiro's not masking this audio, so Nerds is going to continue to get this threat behind them.
Ma daj, bre, nema šanse da je toliko.
This round, but this flank.
Yeah, they gave Nerds this rifle. This was bought. The only saved weapon, Ultimate's AWP.
They're kind of probably wondering why no one's peeking. They're here trying to watch stuff. Oh, he just takes a flick.
Donk's gonna cross over. Puts that AK into Nap, but it takes him a while. Longer than you expect. Twists USP kill. There comes the M4. Just shaving Shiro off the tail end of the long push. Zontix has bomb, and he's got to be careful. If he dies pushing up to Cat, this is done.
It's got 3 players now making a quick decision to go for the re-aggro. I love they're joining up with Nerds.
Ti si izgubio, brate, ono 20%.
If he gets his wits about him, you never know if he catches his flank. The CTs are just running at this, and they're not looking to clear it.
P250 misses shots. Oh, he still gets both.
1v1 now.
Shuhei kills Zontix, and Shuhei double scout.
What a shot. No chance to click here for Chopper. It's a headshot for Shuhei.
We're watching from Chopper's POV because he's got backs turned to him. He misses the first 3 P250 shots.
A to ti ka ja mislim Magi, brate.
Clearing that's insane.
And Shuhei just cracks that scout for the double.
Ja mislim da je 5 do 10 realna priča.
It's so likely that someone plays car after you've just seen that long flank when your teammates are on the site. And literally, it had to be a headshot. It's insane from Shuhei. Shuhei, as an individual here on the CT side, has brought up a few brilliant plays in some of these 2Ks.
Liquid buy just enough to make that happen. Save the op, give Nerds the rifle. Nerds' recovery within this map is exactly what Liquid needs. Somebody had to be excellent tonight. And when you look at this 16 and 13, you'd think, yeah, okay, but no, remember how it started. Gives Liquid a little bit of comfort. Scout and Galil's, for the most part, on Spirit. But does anybody else's gun matter when
Ne, nego mislio sam više skin za kripto. Znači ja njemu, brate, dam skin, on mi plati u kriptu, brate, šta god. Nerealno mi je da bude 85, brate, to je 15 ili više posto, brate, to mi je, brate, budalaština. Zašto ne bi ljudi samo smanjili malo cenu na tom nekom marketu, brate, i uzeli za manje? Koja je poenta?
Nate exposes them. Ultimate not going to give Sway any room to extend towards sight. That Donk AK looking for its victims. Crosses over into the bomb site. Ever closer. Ramp duel coming his way. Shuhei finds Zontix. Support inbound from the other side of the site. And this is Liquid just locking into the comfort zone. Trade frags looking good. Shiro still out on elbow. Has been the beacon of Spirit's hope. And they give him room to plant this. A 1v4 feels impossible because Liquid shut him down after the plant and give themselves 4 map points.
They've been crushing here. That's another round where Donk gets totally neutralized. Liquid on 12. And that is in a half where Spirit, the 2 rounds they brought back, that could have really rocked their mental. They've been in good shape, man. They've looked pretty resilient, again, ever since that flashy...
Ali sad ću vam kažem šta je ovaj meni jedan trader rekao kad sam ga pitao.
It's sort of a leadership
pause,
and it sounds like, again, a fluff speech, but it feels like exactly what Liquid wanted to hear now that we see them actually putting these rounds together. They went from, I think, 4 out of 5 players with a negative KD to 4 out of 5 with a positive KD. This is now
jedan od ovih, kako se zovu...
110 of the last 12 rounds. They've done it with half buys. And unexpectedly versus a Dom that is seriously underperforming compared to his standards on this map and the activity, right? Team Liquid playing to win. However, offering over opening kills. Zontix still locked into lower tunnels. Will have a teammate come back because he's got wind of another.
Very interesting spot. NaFi hasn't peeled back yet. They're going to come. They should be able to trade this, that's for sure.
Oh, he activates, but right on the edge of the staircase like that. Comes up Team Spirit. Ultimate gonna just sprint into the site. A window peeks towards tunnels. As they emerge with that smoke, they already have car control. He'll catch Sway on the cross. No second kill for Ultimate. Car control's great. Donk looking for kills. Over towards Long, starts to get rolling. We said that as this game goes on, you'll start to expect his multi-frags. And I'll say it, even at 12-8, it is never too late for Donk's arrival.
No, it's not, because he can just get 3 multi-kills in a row and be back to his
Pa
usual
to ti kažem,
standards.
90%, viš šta je on meni napisao? To je meni napisao u privatnom razgovoru, razumiješ?
He's getting hard clear by 2 people coming in. He looks like he's pre-aiming the top of the tunnel, so it had to be a bit of a flick for him. He had a Galil too, so not the easiest job, and he handled it. And that's Zontix who's 5 kills. Oh, wow.
Lucky to
playing
be
with
alive.
fire for sure.
That was...
Yep, he's there.
Liquid dangling a little more than they should be around that corner.
Spirit are going to be kind of scared about just committing to long control because they know the flanks have come in a lot for Liquid. They've got away with them more times than they haven't, and even though last round didn't work that well, they know they're going to be on a bit of a timer. Also, Shuhei has just been overperforming here.
Fora je s ovim likovima što ti njima sad kad prodaš, brate, skin, jel tako? Oni ti zadrže, brate, sredstva nedelju dana. Jel da? Zadrže ti sredstva nedelju dana. Upin je, čini mi se, iz Republike Srpske.
Waiting to play the post plant and ensure the round. Can his teammates get to the site without him?
This feels like it's going to be on Zway with Zontix on 5 kills. And a bit further back, Sway's chance to rip it open. There's the Opper, his double kill connects. And that's going to get Donk into the play.
Oni ti 7 dana drže I onda ti puste da vidroveš, jel tako?
Very comfortable and extended even further. There was very little counter pressure coming out of Liquid on that long play.
Yeah.
We see the first little jump spot on the corner of long, and then nothing until a flash at maybe 20 seconds later. And at that point, you already had 3 players from Spirit with that strong top mid lock-in from Donk.
That was good from Zway. I mean, he was well supported. He did that Donk impression extremely well. And I think, Ultimate's lucky we don't watch it from his POV because he did have a chance to stop all that or at least get 1 trade back so they could have a chance at holding the site down. But here we see Donk plays his role well. It's another multi for him in the end.
To ne kažem ovo drugo.
Back-to-back 2Ks.
Yeah.
But it was Sway that wins this round.
Pa jest. Tako je.
There's been a couple of misses now coming up from Ultimate. We saw his POV when he tried to snap down onto Donk on the long corner just over smoke. Missed. This time, just as we watched Sway's POV, that cat peek, missed.
Yep.
And that's a miss
he's had a
that
good game.
Would have saved the player in front of him.
He's had a good game, but these rounds are the ones that count. When it comes to the question of can you close, it feels like it's a whole nother challenge. Team Liquid without any funds here. Wow. This one will go the distance.
And this is where I'm just going to reiterate what the desk did. So many close what-ifs could have beens for Team Liquid in the last month. The single elimination at Bounty and EWC was close calls for Vitality at the hands of Liquid.
Pa verujem ti, Agi.
But that's all it was, close calls. It would be a real tragedy for Liquid if this is yet another one. They were trailing at
Ne znam da će biti stak. Možemo gledamo G2 I da odjebemo svi. Ma kažem ti, Rush B, ja sam odustao od toga. To je bio full tilt, brate, i voli me kurac. Imam pravo da tiltujem nekad I ja. Evo ga ovaj stiže, ja mislim. Ne znaš.
The VRS implications are still massive. This is still another chance in that same window. We aren't looking back at 4 months ago. They were pretty good. They're good right now. They've shown within rounds they can be. But without this game, without being able to play further in this tournament, having to go to the locals, not being able to play against a team like Spirit of Vitality again. This is the last chance to impress everyone, to show that this project is actually.
A šta ima beše taj on pixel?
This event, they're playing with house money. This was a last-second stand-in for another team that dropped from the event. You know, Liquid were banking even more so on
Šta, čime se bakće taj, jel on ima neki sajt? Koji sajt ima on? Ima sajt? Biće gost Sergik se ne sljedeći put, nego onaj tamo nedelje. Ne sad u utorak, nego sljedeći utorak.
Maybe it's a bit of a loan shark, though, because people are going to use it against them if they lose.
Sure. Well, then
these would only cost them a point, but yeah.
Then just close this.
Yeah.
One round left in regulation. A lot of cap presence here for Spirit. And on any other night, you would be happy to see Twist a part of this hold, but he is the one player still struggling on Team Liquid. Ultimate behind him, no op in hand.
Ne mislim, jel ima neki sajt koji ono tu traduje, drka se I tako da.
Spirit to 30 seconds, go out middle instead. And that's on Nerds. Insta-kill from Donk. A desperate NAF versus an entire Team Spirit. And he tries to pre-fire into the tunnels, but he's not gonna find it. CT player trying to just crawl through smoke. Ultimate ends up looking foolish. It's an inactive Team Liquid that lets Spirit slice through the middle of the map.
Ja koliko znam Zipel je valjda co-owner tog.
Extends play now. Team Spirit push this to overtime.
Yeah, and it's a great round and a great shot from Donk. Of all people, to be honest, it is a little bit from the bottom of the board from him today, but the Maltese come through. 3 rounds in a row. Nobody has X Factor like Donk. When it matters the most, that's when he gets better. Nobody else does that like he does. Well, at least Liquid locked in overtime, guaranteed.
A može staviš tu
sort of a
što
reset
god.
mentally. But they know that Spirit are going to be the ones who are happy to be here.
You got Shiro on the brink of 30. Donk is on the recovery.
Huge tag on NaFly. On that op going into B.
As if his job hasn't been made difficult lately.
Jel taj skin bid, jel to neka kazino ili je, brate, trading site ili šta je?
Zway taking a glance towards Long is going to use this flash to get out to 0 resistance. Forward cap play for Liquid. You're not going to find any targets top mid, Ultimate. Long and tunnels are where Spirit reside. What a battle of patience between Zontix and NAF. They both just sit here.
Trading kupovina.
Trying to make the most of
overtime. He doesn't realize though, NAF, that there could be someone on his side.
Ooh, Zontix.
He's just free.
Gonna shoot through what was left of him. Fast scramble out of Nerds here. Donk is in tow. A lot of space created here by the Zontix walkout into NAF. And Donk's gonna catch the rotator, but this is all a ruse. There is still this A place coming through with Bomb. I mean, Bomb is right here on play. They're gonna clear it. Twist decides to just try and confirm, and Shiro goes down. Bomb is over towards Long at 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Shuei, can he save the day? He can go pit with this op. This is such a classic move in Dust 2. This is where funny moments happen, to be honest. It's going to be a hard shot for him. They're going to try to clear him from high and low.
It's no laughing matter, but there's also no smoke to cover. Shot, Zontix, insta-headshot back the other way. And the same two that open up the B site are the ones that close on A.
That was the one version of that round I was hoping wouldn't happen.
Yeah, it wasn't very funny.
Yeah.
You said it was going to be funny.
Technically, that is the funny thing that could happen, but it's just so serious right now. Wow, that's a crazy shot.
Remember that time we said Zontix was like 5-14?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at his score.
Yeah, he's bounced back. He did get a 3K eco spray, and I was watching. I've been pocket watching. All good.
I've been hate watching from the bushes. Ultimate tries to make a move. Shiro way too ready. And so there was a moment in this match where we were talking about the Liquid streak and the total takeover as Spirit's momentum disappeared. You let him get to overtime. So it feels like we're gonna talk about just another what if could have been type moment.
Yeah, Ultimate might be on fraud watch for those last few in regulation. And I hate to say that, but like he actually had a good game. But it was the clutch rounds that he couldn't come
A
up
šta je, u
with a
koje
shot.
Timex killet, šta je bilo tu, ne razumijem.
And Twist also, I mean, you know him for volume of kills on Team Liquid. It's not been there right now. But the game is still going. There is still a chance to pull this back.
Donk gonna try to charge in. Hasn't found him.
Hvala, brate.
Player sitting outside tunnels picks one up. Donk, fast reaction.
Monster.
He's looking for you, and you hide from him. You reveal yourselves, and the moment both those players catch impact, they both die a second after. Donk is so ready to tear your head off on a moment's notice.
Just didn't even think about the fact that he might be having an off day. It just doesn't matter. Every single one of these last rounds is kills and kills and kills.
I šta, ubio si, ne
Doing a
razumijem.
fantastic job of just
heard from that.
keeping things afloat long enough for Donk to find his groove. Shiro on 30 kills with
Chill
that
out.
closer.
Damn. 30 and 13, that's handsome.
Uje,
You know, with Molodoy in the server
kakav
yesterday,
debil,
Shiro wasn't the
brate.
best op in the game,
Mentolčina jedna, brate.
finding his impact. Tonight, hands down #1.
Yeah, at least it's both halves this time.
He follows through, doesn't cool off. Looking for the clean sweep in overtime's T side. Sway will connect on Shuhei towards long. And Donk gonna keep the pressure on this A site. Everybody standing both behind him and Sway. Blinded is ultimate.
Zaradio milione, uhvatila ga depresija, kupio McLarena i ubio dvoje ljudi i sebe.
Smoking this CT side. Not one player finds a way to hold Spirit back.
Another multi, Donk 21 and 16, just like that. From 10 and 13.
Mamu i dete od 12 godina.
Feels like 5 minutes ago.
Lovdarija.
Wow. That killer instinct kicked in for Donk.
Not a single CT round here in overtime after such a stellar CT half.
3 map points for Team Spirit after all that effort for Liquid to take over their pick. Regulation left blood in the water, and the Megalodonk started circling. He's been hitting that W key harder. And the headshots have been instant.
Mentol,
Yes,
brate.
discussed the struggles on the T side. We had Liquid show us enough. They're gonna have to step it up and tap back into what made this game close. Closed out regulation, the 4 consecutive T rounds off of Flashy's paws. They've got long control now with Sway in pit, but Shiro at times has felt immovable this evening. And Sway's gonna win his head-to-head versus Twist, who will continue to struggle for Liquid. At least the trade comes out for the pit player. Shuhei trying to apply pressure, but caught throwing the grenade.
Ne da je dobar ćevap, druže, nego jebe ćevap.
Just jumps on that chance to get back into the kill feed, as will
Onako
Chopper,
ljutkast.
cutting them down one by one. Team Spirit damn near through a 6-2 lead. Liquid's rebuttal was real, but it goes up in smoke and we'll forget about it.
Popišao ih, brate,
because
Spirit
one
sad.
map between Spirit and eliminating Liquid's London hopes.
And that comes off the back of Liquid being a stone's throw away from closing out this map. But Maui, there seems to be a seismic shift that happens towards the end of that second half. Spirit, they finally get their ducks in a row, and it's just too much for Liquid to handle.
I'm really impressed with how Spirit was able to mount that comeback there. I mean, the T-side comeback with Donk just actually finding ridiculous entries as he's making all these kinds of entry routes look so easy. I mean, he makes going into a bomb site that has 14 angles that you need to clear look so doable. He makes every angle clearing look so manageable. And I'm not also going to say some of his teammates really showed up towards the end also.
100%.
I'm definitely more proud of Zway in this kind of game than what he had versus Furia, where he was definitely a big problem. Didn't play flawlessly, but he gave himself so much cushion from a lot of really key multi-frags in terms of defending and even on some of their attacks as well.
I think it was crazy to see that, like, at least 70% of the game, Spirit just looked very disjointed. Like, they made a lot of like poor decisions. They didn't get the trades going, but then the last 30% they played like we know Spirit can play, and apparently that was enough to actually beat Liquid and make the comeback, which is quite impressive by itself.
It was kind of nuts, like the different tales throughout this map, right? Because let's be real, Spirit, they started off this map very, very strong. Liquid, they win the pistol. How do Spirit then just immediately halt the conversion of that?
I mean, we have it. I mean, round two, where Liquid gotta look back at this one, okay? You could have won this game, but going through mid as dry as they did is ridiculous. This is so absurd. And look at the spacing and the timing. Like, I can let the play speak for itself, because you watch that back and you're simply just seeing it and you're just shaking your head the whole time.
They put it on themselves.
Ne jebem često, zato loše.
Also, the way they went down from catalog into middle, making noise. If there would be any guy, and there was a guy closed doors in this case, you know, he would just be like, guys, they just dropped from cap, but they're probably gonna walk contact out mid, and that's exactly what happened. Like, the first contact out of mid is a 5-7. That's the first contact they get, and then obviously the MP9 is playing anti-flash because he's ready for that kind of play, and they just make it way too easy for Spirit to win these type of rounds. It's just like, instead of using a little bit more utility, maybe doing some kind of execute play where you actually utilize your guns. This is the exact play that Spirit want Liquid to go for.
There's one thing, one player just pushing like that, then two, then the third. It's just like, what are you doing?
And I feel like you could even catch your breath after every kill.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what, one fight? Oh, a second. Oh, a third. Yeah. It's just like the delay in it. It felt like, okay, are we going to... That's the moment where I thought, okay, we're just going to see the old Liquid that we've seen for the last 3 months here, where they're not on the same page whatsoever. But they did mount a comeback of their own.
Which is what is so impressive when we look at the later stages of this first half, right? They seem to be a little bit more synergized, actually attacking a pretty similar area of the map together as a team unit.
We had round 9 where it kind of felt like this is a round where the control was actually looking pretty good for the Spirit side. Zway pushed out long by himself, got a lot of information, but look at the clock. I mean, there's about 37 seconds left, and Shuhei in this moment could have actually made things really complicated for his team. He could have called to reroute, could have called for so many different plans, but he actually just waited a little while. Shiro ended up having to doubt his position towards the car, had to swing back to check long A because so much time had elapsed, and then they just send it all the way up short side. It's not the most complicated solution, but it's one that I'm actually sometimes glad that teams do run, where if I
Teaterović pojela više ćevapa, brate, nego svi mi zajedno.
He would have said, okay, I want one guy to go tunnels now to make sure that I want one guy to go back to long. I want one guy, and it's like everything would just fall apart because he gets fritzed in those moments. But no, actually, Shuhei keeps things very composed and just goes with what he thinks is the best win condition there, and he really outlined it to be, just go up cat, guys. It's fine.
And sometimes it's just about the simplicity. And I think that is sometimes what I just want to see out of Liquid, specifically when they're in this type of scenario where they are not playing the greatest. I just want to play them the numbers, especially they had some sort of a game plan coming up on Catwalk. You know, Catwalk has been a place on CS2 that's been very efficient with scaling up with AKs, and I think they actually just tried to do this. The first time around, they do actually get punished a lot by Spirit, but that didn't really shook them. This round I really love, like they actually have very deep smoke. Instead of allowing Spirit to set up some sort of flash play or do actually controlling the pace, they're the ones to actually say, okay, 3, 2, 1, we string through the smoke because we expect someone to be behind it. And even if the guy behind the smoke would have actually gotten that kill, they most likely would have traded, because and then they put them up in a fair position. And I think that is what Liquid needs to do more of, and that was what they didn't do in the beginning of the game, but that's what mounted their comeback.
And that's what, you know, made them equalize at the half, and then we go into the second. They're the first team to get to double digits, then we
Od 10 minuta do druge mape, ide u pičku mater.
I think we should look at the last round of regulation, because this was just a great play from Spirit on their T side to kind of fake out Liquid and ultimately just winning so many more aim duels and making Liquid look a little bit frazzled in that moment.
I couldn't believe that this worked out as well as it did. I mean, Donk, though, the way he actually clears the mid to B is so absurd. I mean, we saw that back in slow motion, the way he clears the angles out, but Chopper actually sold a fake here. To his credit, he actually had a plan for this kind of strategy where they took the cat space, it pushed all of the defenders back from Liquid to their bomb sites, essentially, and then they were able to execute a mid to B that was completely unperturbed. There was no one in CT that was flashing through the smoke on the mid to B to slow them down or anything anything like that. Like, that was Donk on a warpath that was really just unbothered for that first kill.
And it felt like Chara decided to go back to a style where he wanted to play with a little bit more of pace and also wanted to just make sure that everyone knew exactly what they were doing. Because coming into this game, it did feel like they were disjointed. They were making a lot of bad decisions individuals. So overall, I think it was great to see Chopper actually just picking up the pace. They got the momentum going, and he just kept pushing it.
100%. It took a while for Donk, admittedly, to be warming up into this one, but a player that was ready from the get-go is Shiro, and that's what you want to see from the Orca of Team Spirit.
It's funny to see Shiro get so many kills, and I talked to myself and I said that, how did he just get 30 kills? Because it just feels like he gets one kill there, then he gets another kill there, so when something he's saving, whatever. And it just reminds me sometimes of how Device would actually come into this type of game. Like, he would occasionally have a game where he would drop 30 kills and you're thinking, how did you actually get 30 kills? But the thing about these type of operas is when they're just so good at making the right decision in so many moments, they put themselves in a position where they most likely just get that one kill. Then, of course, if their teammates fumble around, they will get a kill while saving. They're good at keeping onto their gun. So they just put themselves out there to be a nuisance, and I think that is the case with Shiro. I think Shiro is maybe not like the most flashy stopper, but he's just very consistent, and he's so good at positioning himself in where he needs to be.
Positioning, I mean, that's definitely the key term there, because on CT side, he's choosing the right spots to get free and honestly kind of easy kills a lot of the time. I mean, if you can create, I would rather get an opper like Shiro that creates 10 easy shots for himself in a half than the opper that hits 10 incredibly hard shots per half. Like, making it easy is why he is so consistent, and also the fact that he's such a complete player. Like, CT side, he's in the right spots, he's reading the rotations very well. T side, he knows exactly within the strategies what he needs to post up on for the rebuttal from any Liquid player as they try to get back in the round.
And when we talk about any Liquid player, the opening on the other side of things just wasn't the same level from Ultimate, right?
Ultimate had a couple moments. He had like these little mini pop-offs, like a 2K here, a 1K there, you know, but I don't think he was able to slow down Spirit nearly enough as where Shiro was able to just every round, you know, that if he's presented an opportunity, he is getting a kill. So the head-to-head here feels a little bit unfair because, I mean, I don't think this was actually until really overtime. I think Ultimate was around like 19 and 18 or something, or maybe he got one kill throughout all of overtime, but it's just that once that hit and Spirit had all of their utility, all of the firepower.
Ja te ljudi da vas pitam, neka ste već čekamo. Baš razmišljam sad o skinovima i ovim stvarima i glupostima. Koji, jel tipa svi ovi kako zove, Empire i kladionice kazino, šta god, jel svi dozvoljavaju, to jest ne dozvoljavaju, da withdrawuješ ono što si depozitovao pre nego što obrneš te iste pare? Empire ne. Šta ti na Empire-u možda ja mogu da depozitujem. Aha. Znači moraš da obrneš ono što si depozitovao da bi ti dali da izvučeš. Aha. Jeste vidjeli ovo, ljudi? Čekaj, im gdje ste se. Pokazat ću vam sa onim što ste pisali.
Now today, you've chosen to pick Mirage versus Liquid, even though you struggled yesterday versus Furia. It seemed like yourself on the anchor position, Furia had a clear game plan to try and get the better of you. What did you learn from yesterday's game that you won't be repeating today versus Liquid?
Ma imam bre, to je sve od klađenja, Rush B.
I don't think it is about the plan of Furia. I just played so
Jeste vidjeli ovo?
bad game, like maybe my worst half of my career. I don't think, I don't know why, but it should be much better today.
And hopefully it is going to be, because yeah, like I want to swear he was there. That was just a dive.
Why aren't Bloods showing Kosovo flag in their broadcast? This is quite literally disrespectful.
That it was bad. If there was any semblance of denial, I would have been furious, actually. I mean, he was just losing rounds for them left and right. I mean, the way that he played round 2, where he just wide swings into them as they're coming out ramp, is just kind of ridiculous. That was the kind of game where I watched it and I was like, Zway, you still need to prove yourself on this roster. I know Donk is one of your best friends. I know you are friends with Chopper and Shiro, but that's not going to save you right now. So I want to see him just center himself, especially when he swaps to the CT side A defense.
I very much agree, and it also just puts extra pressure on the likes of Donk and Shiro, which I think is necessary, because if you can consistently hit your anchors and do good and actually get into favorable situations so many times that Donk has to salvage these kind of situations so many times that you will have a chance of winning your game. And I think that is what Furia had a good chance yesterday. Every time they would go to, for example, let's use Sway as an example here, go to the A bomb side, get that kill, get that CT control, that would place Donk in a position where he had to overperform, and he's only going to bail you out of these type of situations like X amount of times. Like, he's not going to do that every single time, so there could be a win condition in that department.
Lots of eyes going to be on Zway on this one, but surely pressure is more on Liquid, right? Because we painted the picture in terms of those VRS points, which Liquid, they need to get their hands on those if they have any hope at making it to the major at the end of the year.
Scrawny talked about it on the cast a bit, just the fact that, you know, if they lose this, then it's do or die at the next events. And you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself for some random Polish LAN, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it right now, but it's like they're just going
Se pokrenula tema odmah, brate, Izrael.
Getting Spirit here would be a huge win under
Palestina.
I feel like they need it for their season.
Pressure is certainly on for Liquid, but question is, can they change the tides? Opportunity
Boli me
presents
kurac
itself
za
on
kut.
Spirit's pick of Mirage.
Birch Cup, Maui Snake. It's the Polish.
Ne kurac za kutije, brate, kad imam ćevap.
The Polish Birch Cup is what Maui Snake was looking for.
Maui Snake.
And that's where Team Liquid will be attending. Get your tickets now. Maybe, I don't know if it'll be a good time.
That is pretty cool. I think that is a cool thing about VRS.
Yeah.
Is like, probably Liquid wouldn't be there if they don't need the VRS points, but because they do, you got more people going to these lands on a local scale all over the place. It's awesome.
Yes. Let me just, throw it out there. Like, we're talking about this, like, Liquid are going to show up and dominate a bunch of no-names. Teams that are in attendance, Wildcard, BetClick, Apogee, OG, Ents, Ninjas in Pajamas, Monty, Big, Liquid, Fnatic.
Yeah, it's just a very big tier 2 LAN, essentially.
Let's take Fnatic, for example, who are about to soon enough, play for a place in London. If you need to win this Polish Cup for the VRS points in order to attend the major, Fnatic are there. Are Fnatic a walkover opponent for Liquid at the moment? I don't think so.
No, it's not a guaranteed win.
Če je predstavno da kenjaju, brate, ili ono da te ugasi.
For the same exact reason, because they're around the same ranking. So it'll be actually pretty exciting to watch, I think.
Because they all want those points.
Ne, Đole, beži od ćevap.
Only one can truly walk away with the cup. The Birch Cup.
The Birch Cup.
For now,
hopefully Liquid, they're looking to play this game and not have to rely on a match like that or a tournament like that, but they just blew another map.
Sure.
They had a lead. They had a pretty sizable lead, actually. And they made a comeback in there. They had a CT side to go off of. Didn't get a round in overtime, man.
Nothing.
And now they've got to play Mirage.
Oof. Good luck. And just to be clear, the Birch Cup actually will deliver if they win more VRS points than any online wins here for this first half of London. Liquid need more than just this win tonight, but if they don't win tonight, they're getting nothing.
But also, we can't act like they just need the bare minimum. They need all the wins they can get.
O, kakva golčina, Dominik Soboslaj. Batice, a?
Blind the trade, understandable. Chopper fast to hit the ground and plant that bomb. Shiro's got a bit of footing inside of connector. Chopper, you better
Ajde,
survive a
ta
little
dija,
bit,
brate, nek
'cause
ti je
if
sa
not, this
srećom.
bomb
brate.
site's already been seized by Team Liquid, and once Shiro gets this kill on ultimate, priorities, my friend. He goes for the A rotate frag, but there's no way to stop the defuse. So Team Liquid.
Wait a second. He was so
take
close.
a pistol. Woo! Shooting sharp enough to have stopped it. Unfortunately, a bit late to the party there, Shiro.
Yeah, he was actually about 1 second away from having a chance. Nice try. Needed a bit more of a defense from his teammates.
That's a high-pressure window jump he just made.
Yeah, Shiro has great movement.
Kakav lep
And now we
gol
see
je,
why Nerds was
bravo,
able to get on the
svaka
site so
čast za ovog
quickly.
Mađara.
Beautiful headshots on the player bench and front sight. Triple kill for Nerds. You know, it's a great chance for Nerds, who was able to tap into potential as Dust 2 went on. Start stronger on Mirage. Maybe that will make the difference for a Liquid that just lost in overtime.
We just had the interview with Zwei talking about how he said it was maybe the worst half of his career playing 8-site Mirage versus Furia yesterday. And we watched it. It was bad.
He's right.
So now we get to see him play again on Mirage. Just gonna assume it's gonna be better than that, to be honest. Like, this is probably on his mind for the last 12 hours straight. It took a lot to go wrong for Spirit to lose yesterday.
Sure.
It really did.
Yeah.
Bukvalno
It just all
Miloš i
happened.
Mitrović.
You know, and that's not to take anything from Furia.
No, not at all. I only say that because on Furia, they were also just getting carried by Molodoj. You know,
Tata
they were
će
getting carried
potrošiti
heavily
3
on
milijarde u svojih 10 godina u Arsenalu i osvojit će
Against
ništa.
the wall. The A site looking for a conversion this time around. Remember, they won pistol. Liquid back on Dust 2. Force buy, shoot him up, spat him out. Just like Spirit are doing here again. Bomb a bit delayed to the plant as default burns. No immediate
Kasni
challenge
Švikster,
on CT
brate, mi
just
smo
yet.
to
Nerds
već
locks into the corner. Bench is cleared
videli.
out by the two Canadians. And so man advantage for Liquid in the retake. Kits on Nerds deep in CT. If Chopper kills Nerds, then this retake, which is a little bit slower from stairs at the moment, is going to be an act of desperation, but Nerds waits just the right amount of time. Oh, Chopper!
Vidi ga Chopper batica, a?
Back Galil kills the force buy coming through, because Spirit's in-game leaders got a triple kill this round. Twists, tucks his tail, and walks away.
That's quite a play.
Ja mislim da bi Šemso protiv Liquida imao 1.22, ja mislim.
Expecting to see someone. I thought it was going to
Ludi
count against
Šemso.
him. A count against Chopper that he doesn't spot Nerds in that moment, but it ends up working out that they start scaling against the A site to get to triple and assume that Nerds has full vision on CT. There's someone there the whole time. Heads up play from Chopper. I mean, he stayed active the entire post plant here to look for kills. It's really well done. Such a great play. Ducked right underneath those Nerds bullets too. Like it was a movie.
You know it's a nice play when Donk's eyebrows are raised all the way.
Ooh, Miroslav. Zone ticks. Going right for the A site. Liquid are also waiting for them there. See if they commit fully or not.
Mogu je možda jebeno za Spirit vrnuti.
Ooh, nice flash.
Da.
5-7 makes the most of that one. Sway unable to get the double down. Twists, woof, gets out just before Shiro. Okay.
Chopper hoće nešto da uradi ili?
Signs up for the scout fight. Does get tagged there, Shiro that is. So he'll be sitting on 30. Chopper next to him. Zontic's up in Palace. Naf on a long flank around through T-spawn. 35 seconds. Feels like Twist is going to have to be a critical part of this Liquid hold yet again.
Looking for lurkers, but NAF has them locked in. They're checking their flanks. Oh, that's a big
Chopper,
kill again.
brat.
Okay, Chopper, we see you.
Pa trenutno je Chopper, brat, to je sigurno.
Deletion of twists. NAF slowly getting into position, but Nerds, it feels like they're trying to bombard him out of here. He's gonna feel so. Oh!
Oof.
Nice shot.
One tap with the 5-7. It's an M4 for Zontix, but a good element of surprise here for NAF. Chopper has the plant, commits to it fully, and NAF just lets him get that gun back in hand. Where's Chopper coming from? He leans back against the wall. Oh, and he hits another headshot.
He is too solid right now. What is this output out of Chopper? A 1v1 straight up versus NAF?
A NAFly who had him pinned against that wall. .57 highlight reel this round from the ramp push to that beautiful one tap out of Nerds.
Oh, that kill. I love Twist. Twist spot is great in my opinion. Like, it only took a few more seconds for NAF's full flank to come in. Yeah, he could have maybe tucked more under balcony, but they didn't have full info. He was
Slavio, brat, ono će se obesiti.
For a second. Overall, he had a good spot to get an extra kill. Chopper is just too sharp though right now.
6-1 kickoff here on Mirage. Donk still looking for his first kill while Chopper 6-1. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think so.
Ma ko zna Žikiću, brate, si lud. To ni oni ne znaju.
It's in a dream. Yeah.
Yeah, Four Eyes.
This is like Tony talking to Bobby about his weight.
Yeah. What do you weigh? 350? Molly in front, pistols. Ah, unlucky they line up like that. Not saying they get away with much, but even a Zontix kill, an M4 could have been something more.
Well.
Twists into the frying pan. Cooked.
Liquid have so much potential.
Been saying that for years. Through all the different versions.
For five years.
5 years now, yeah.
5.5 years.
I mean, I'm still cheering for him.
I am because I look at the team and I still see a team that can win. Not seeing the results, but I'm not looking at this team and go, this is the clear roster move that needs to happen for this to all change. You know, I do look at last map and I say, Ultimate, it's a great game until the fourth quarter. Mentally, maybe something's off there. But that's about it. I don't know.
At the same time, though, it is so tiring giving them like half points.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, this is the last best of 3, really, where, you know, they're going to play a top 5 team in the near future. This period. So, you know, it is exhausting, but at least it'll be over soon. And if they're...
Ooh, hold on, trying to capitalize on the mid-aggression. Shiro gets bested by a Famas, 2 versus 2 with health advantage. Bomb, though, gonna sprint towards that B site, and it doesn't look like NAF's gonna stop it. Chopper gets wind of it, but doesn't react fast enough. So Sway with another chance to impress us.
Full kit of utility, 100 HP, a lot of time before the CTs are gonna get organized. Ultimate's only walking over right now. Let's see how creative Zway can get in this 1-on-2. Now this spot is excellent for getting a first kill, and you can push forward. But with the bomb placed where it is, he can't go too far.
He hears that ultimate climb over towards Catwalk, though.
Yeah, so immediately he's going to try to take a clip off on Cat.
While it's smoked. Smoke's about to come up. CT's coming through it. Oh my god, running through with knife out.
The HE actually kills Ultimate here.
Ultimate's going to try to be the diffuser, but because of the damage, the nade's going to bomb him. And so Sway wins the clutch.
Not too bad.
Here's the run of Ultimate over, but Ultimate coming through, literally, trying to take the smoke to put it on top of the bomb. So he takes damage. He's a sitting duck. Lucky to even survive that first burst.
Yeah, they try to put pressure on the fact that it's planted there because, you know, without the HE, he has to come out and peek. But because he got that early damage in, put himself in a great spot. It's well played here for Zway.
Is the bots up?
Yeah. What they're really concerned about is him playing from there and then having a Molotov. Not so much an HE. Those are usually gone in the first minute of a round.
You know, just while we are still kind of somewhat on this whole, like, what's Liquid's future look like, it's the I forgot the name of it. Birch Cup in Poland up next, followed by Fissure 2, right? You said like their next, won't have a top 5 opponent in some time. I'm just opening the Fissure 2 team list. This is 16 teams in attendance. Liquid is literally the lowest ranked team at that event.
Oh, wow. Actually, yeah.
They are
and they've got Mongols and
in the
Falcons,
Valve ranking at the moment. And they'll be going up against, Mongols highest rank, Mongols, Falcons, Aurora, Furia, FaZe in their current form. I'm looking at this team list and thinking, who does Liquid beat? Vision,
on a good day, all of them.
Yeah, maybe. No, Liquid get close on a good day versus all of them. Because the wins have been so elusive. So elusive. Flash into the ramp. And the Deagle trades, but there are 2 Spirit players there as well.
They're kind of just like a more stylish version of Complexity.
Yeah, okay.
They're hotter. People like them more.
Yeah, it's, bigger names.
Same exact results.
Better reputations.
Better haircuts, just like same losses. It's like tough.
Naf trying to find his angle, offers up some health, does stop bomb.
Yeah.
But everybody else gets found out.
Popišavaju se ovi po njima, a?
To their potential.
Ko igra taj, brate, LAN?
It's looking easy.
Što Liquid igra, brate,
It says
znali si
something
šta?
that Spirit picked a map after their loss to Furia, really telling us that, like, yeah, it's just an off day. Like, there's a confluence of events that probably won't happen twice that really went south.
Ovo se ne računa, ovo igraju.
Donk's catching up the chopper, man.
Gde je taj, brate, taj poljski LAN?
So it's Birch Cup after Fissure, for the record. After Fissure. Fissure first, 2 weeks from now.
Oh, okay.
Liquid can lick their wounds, swing versus the top teams, should find form, and then get to go down.
Gotta love Counter-Strike, man. Always another chance.
Just another event. On to the next one. Next thing you know, it's October. Which, I mean, I think technically
Halloween.
that's fall.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's very solid here from Shuhei. It's a lurker down. A little awkward now for Team Spirit. They're trying to regrip middle. And the CTs don't have any eyes on it at the moment. I think they're pretty happy with ultimate in this position.
Nekad, brate, sad sam svinj.
They're sort of ignoring the death of Zontix. Then you've got a really good
a recite mi da će mi neko dati, brate, link ili reći gde da odem za taj LAN poljski da vidim ko igra, brate.
Now he's feeling kind of frazzled because there's too many targets. Nert's holding on to jungle, will let ultimate focus a little bit more. Nert just runs from the next goal. By God.
And the okay.
Donk gets a second
Da,
kill,
da.
but Shuhei's still continuing to
Nekad
trade.
davno.
Nice adjustment, but Twist is there.
Mislim ne davno.
This pinch between the site players and the jungle players is really where this one ends for Spirit. Unable to kind of get
Birch Cup.
at the back every single duel.
It's because they went forward with. They kind of had the ghost of Zontix. You know, they came forward. The A play, they pretended there was still someone in Palace, right? This is the spot they were looking for, was to have Zontix come out and get that final trade on Shuhei and then have them split the site that way. They still managed to kill ultimate with him like missing one shot and then just dying. But they had all the rotations around him to support it.
Slick pace on this one.
Ooh, ran by that.
Donk looking for his, as already we've got footing down on the A site. Very quickly trying to get into it. Donk down for the count. Zontix nade tracks over. Tech Nines have charged up through ramp and found a completely empty A site. This was a Liquid looking for mid fights.
And Zway, he got here so quickly, I think they actually don't know he's up here.
Teška priča, brat. Teška priča.
Do an effective job of killing Donk, but I think Twist does.
Oh yeah, but they can't get him out. No. They can't dislodge him from this position.
Twist's got an inkling, unless Zwei overplays his hand. Yep.
I don't think they're going for it, though.
Nah, everybody else still too far gone, so
Što se
Twist
svi
is
bore,
willing to take a
brate,
look
za
at it.
ovo, a?
Just trying to scare him.
Trying to keep him up close. Chopper, the only man really left here
Za
to deal with it,
$8,000
and
u
that could
lamu
end
se
up
svi
costing
bore,
Twist
brate,
his life.
jevem ti živ.
Assuming he left the top middle, so he'll get away with that.
All right. 3 survive on each side, but it's as simple as running the bomb out ramp with Tech 9s.
Yes, it's Chopper's Tech 9 kill that just wins it, doesn't it? He gets around triple. They even take out Donk early, too. Look at this.
Bop. I mean, Chopper's looking like an animal.
He's just hitting shots right now.
Dude, Mirage has been his map. Think about all the impact he's had from getting into the depths of the A site, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily the entry out of ramp, but once he gets past default, he's got multiple moments already, sitting on 7 and 4. And Spirit with a 6-2 lead. Full buy back in their
A
hands.
normalno da je zbog DRS-a, brate. Ali ono... Koju razliku taj event može napraviti?
And Liquid not looking nearly as confident about getting into an early mid engagement. Ultimate, my friend. Gonna need to see that op impact soon because this half nearly wrapped up. He's got 1 kill to his name. Oh.
Bukvalno Dracula ni sekul.
Inside of the bomb site, right? The trajectory of Twist's grenade and spotting Naf back by bench.
Man, they just give up ladder as well. I mean, all of Cat, instantly the T's moving into positions. The CTs are extremely blind right now. It looks like they're close to so much information. They really have no idea what's going on. They're trying to get a clue back.
Ko zna kako.
Naf, and they're making a good rotation.
Yep.
Yes, yeah, they are.
Yep. Spirit may not anticipate a third player here, but Nerds is still just floating by market. Oh, Naf,
Wow,
dead instantly.
dirty. That's
Kako
filthy.
ga je nabolo, brate, ovaj lik.
Pressure on Twists. He's been playing well on Mirage, and he's gonna drop Sway at least, but now a second from this pillar.
He's fragging now.
4v2, Shiro's Tech 9 gets the better of him. And at 15 seconds, they take a pause for a moment. He'll plant empty pillar, no cat control. Nerds is barely alive here. Gets away from the frag grenade. Shiro chipped down, but op in hand. Supportive utility from the rotation through market, and majority alive here for Liquid. Moving that
Može li za 1200 eura dobar gaming
That's
PC?
really good.
Teško.
Twist, you could see him fighting for info
Iskreno.
inside of the window, trying to get any clue. Obviously, it was looking a little suspicious.
Možeš nešto specijalno,
Blitz
možeš ti da
coming in.
nađeš.
I don't know if they got a visual, but they were right about it. When Zwei got this kill, however, I was like, oh man, they're going to survive it, even though there's a stack. And then Twist, look at this kill. How did he pull that one off on Donk as well?
Playing in the cover.
Such a better map for him than it was on Dust 2.
Solidan, da. Okej, čak ti solidan, nego okej.
Slides out with accuracy.
Okej, Ben.
We literally just watched a round like this, though, where Chopper had a Tech 9 and owns the A site. Liquid gasping for a sigh of relief. I feel like they get half of one with that last round, but you've got to bottom out this economy for Spirit. And then we'll get a lull in the action, because again, it is Spirit out middle from both ends, and no real test to stop them. This Twists Nerds crossfire.
He's gonna hit that arm.
Another jiggle, and Nerds is done.
Wow, wow, I'm shocked that he survived that.
Just
That
gets
was
the elbow back in
Pa
cover.
da, moraš polovno, brate.
call.
Moraš sve polovno.
Shoulder spots matter.
Nerds felt the wind break on that.
Si monitor dosta košta, brate. Al komp, jebi ga, možeš tu nešto da ga zapetljaš, brate.
Ooh, insta kill from Twist. Nicely done. Dropping Shiro like that. Confidently sticking around as well. Goes right back in. Drops a second op because Zontix picks it up.
He drops. Does Zwei get the op? Yeah.
Će ovo da bude isto kao prošla mapa. 6-1, 6-6, 6-12, 12, 16-12.
If he wants to drop Donk as well, look at these
700 billion, 300 million.
Get a piece of Twist. Quad kill from Russell Van Dalken.
Barely had to move, man. The magician. That's beautiful. It's night and day from map 1. I bet he's struggling with that because, oh, they would have been so close with him.
I mean,
as we have been saying, no better late than never.
Yeah, any player with any multi-frag last map could have pushed Liquid over the line. Obviously, Twists from the bottom of the scoreboard to now the top. Wishes he could have had that back on Dust too. Donk reaching out for the Deagle. This could be Liquid making a respectable stand at the end of the CT side. Again, question on their T halves at the moment across the pool. So anything less than 4 would have felt like doomsday. Kill 4 pistol players. And sitting pretty on 5. NAF with a confidence-building exercise here on the apartments.
Solid, just like Dust 2, back in at the end of the first half. Of course, unfortunately for Liquid, it's the CT side. They're not making a full court press here, but these scraps might matter. Massive game out of Twist so far. I love that graph the more I see it.
Yeah, fun graphic. What will Blast think of next? Ooh, okay. Donk's gonna just barrel at you, NaFly. You got the eco kills last round, but now Donk comes back with an AK. And this is another moment where Donk is on the brink of ending a half. Negative KD. Doesn't always happen.
Doesn't always matter. Back on Dust 2, he got those back-to-back multi-kills and then won the game.
Sway sits in the corner of B-side. Unintentional lineup on Twist. That is just unlucky for Twists by definition, but
Donk got a kill.
Strong close as it is Spirit to take a 7th.
Welcome to Masterclass. I'm here with Rops, and we're going to be going over ramp on Nuke. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you play this position, some of the starting spots, how you play this at such a high level. So thanks, Rops.
Oh, fantastic. Let's start. The first thing is just the rotation part of the ramp is, well, you can give it up. You can go B, play the B bomb site, take a position here. Maybe they come after you, because sometimes the T's, they want to take ramp, but they have an idea after what they want to do. Maybe they want to execute on B, or it's just for pressure and they go back to A or make a wrap around heaven.
Okay, so what about some of the best starting positions in your opinion? What do you go for in terms of starters?
Well, I think, the classic thing is the utility. I like the CS2 smoke is very big, so I like to do a smoke which goes deeper. It covers perfectly the doorway here. And one of the classic positions is just the headshot angle behind the box. It's a strong position, but I think just the meta has shifted a bit where the T's really, on a high level, they really clear this angle. I prefer not to play this too much. Just maybe for information, then yeah, we'll go for this and instantly drop down, and I can get a rotation to B. Maybe Zaibu, for example, in my team will pick up the rotation here. And then really, really off angles, which I like, would be somewhere around here.
Oh, wow.
Because this, I have a green crosshair and the white kind of blends in.
Oh, yeah,
So
sure.
I like to have it just on this door frame here. And it's not really an angle which people clear that often. They look at this box here, and now they kind of swing for backup under heaven. So you kind of miss this angle here sometimes.
Say they have lower control already, you know that they're getting down secret. Yeah. What are the spots that you would like to play to just defend the B hit?
When I have time to rotate to B, so they might be in double doors or single door, I will try to always make it to this position here, which is really nice. This is like an angle where the guy actually has to jump up.
Oh, yeah.
So you won't see me as you go here, but you have to jump up. But yeah, if you go like this, it's gonna be an easy frag, guys. I'm gonna catch you jumping in the transition. The T's have a reaction just going crazy with the single door, opening and clearing the whole site like this. So this goes really fast and you can easily be caught by that. On B side, I think position also is, this is like an off angle here to hold the B hit, because you're kind of secured by all angles, but then again, you can peek everything. And again, if they strafe on you, it's really fast. So you have to be ready for everything.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Rops, for joining Masterclass.
Thank you for having me.
I tried to lie to you. I said Donk was going to end that half with a negative KD, but right at the end, he pulls a 9th frag out to go alongside his 9th death. So, again, he's not looking invincible tonight.
Yeah,
but
that is something.
I would say now after
But you know, isn't it even more impressive?
Yes,
like,
it is.
Again, like let's highlight why Liquid lost that last game.
Yeah,
Probably because Ultimate doesn't get any more multis after like the last 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Donk, multi, win.
Woo.
All the entire comeback.
Multi-Vita win.
It's the impact goes so far beyond the KD.
Yep.
The timings of his multi-frags, the later the game gets, the better he gets, consistently.
You know who's else found consistency in this series?
Zwei.
And Chopper.
And Chopper.
You know, Chopper actually ends negative KD, but had some of the most impactful moments on the T side, flying out A side, and they both also look better on Dust 2. After we watched Mirage yesterday, CT side specifically between Chopper and Zwei, Maui Snake described it as a disaster.
It was a disaster, yeah.
Now, today, we'll see if they can find an improvement, but all 3 other halves have been solid from the 2 players that struggled. Twists, though,
he doesn't stop fragging either. He has been amazing.
I just, you know, and look, they could still win Mirage. We could go to a 3rd map, but unfortunately for Twist, when I see this 17-7, I just think, man, where was this on Dust 2? Because Liquid could genuinely be up a map right now. If he even had half of this impact.
Liquid could genuinely be up a map. That is literally like conversation for every map they play.
For the last month.
For the last months.
For the last 5 years.
For roughly half a decade.
No. Not exaggerating. The last month has been just a tale of so close.
Yeah, let's look at it.
Ooh, nearly. Ah, almost.
And important games, man. So many important games.
And again, I think the format really, you know, the format was really brutal in this back-to-back single elimination events of Bounty.
They've also had, what's crazy is they've also had really hard draws. Like at every event.
Oh, it's not their fault.
They lost to FaZe and MOZE at Cologne. I mean, it's not like impossible, but tough draws.
Sure.
EWC, 1 match you play against Vitality, you lose.
Yeah, right.
They lost the Bounty to Vitality again.
For the sake of all the North American Counter-Strike fans, we will find the excuses.
Austin Major, 22-19 versus MOZE. In their O2 game, they drew MOZE. Remember that?
So many close moments.
Yeah. And they're getting hard draws, and then the crazy part is they're also making those games super close. But they aren't winning any of them. None of them.
And that is why.
When they beat Furia, it felt like they won an event. Because it's been so long since they had a good win.
Burning through the first half of this round to get close to the cat hit. 3 defenders for Spirit on B. Oh, yeah! Chopper, 5-7 upset Nerds. See ya!
It's the whole B split just done.
And now we got this pistol crossfire on the A side of things. Shuhei gets traded.
Dink again.
And they're still gonna push with the MP9 hot on their heels. Zontic sprays it down for the 3rd time this series. A pistol for Liquid goes up in smoke, losing to the Force Buys. But at least it's close.
I don't think $500 pistol should be able to one-shot. I don't even care.
I don't think Liquid should lose second rounds after
meni je mikrofon ugašen sve vreme što se sve. Fiksuje se Liquid tako što, brate, promeniš snajpera. I promeniš trenera. I kreneš iz blata. I uključiš mikrofon. To je prvo to.
Air quality was poor. I had a cold.
Za malo.
The hotel breakfast was mid.
Ja.
He's in retrograde. Tech 9's out ramp. And they're gonna get stopped right there. Trying to push through the smoke, but not alongside one another. Nerds first, Shuhei 2 seconds later, and all 5 players.
Kako, brate, izgleda ovaj Spirit, izgleda kao da im se ovaj event ne igra, ali kao ajde dobijemo Liquid kao. Aj, baš izgubimo od Liquida. Ne, baš to.
But if you missed that game against Furia yesterday, they gotta make up for it. They genuinely have to make up for it. Even if they blow this out of the water, even if they finish 13-6, I still want to see an improvement from both those players.
Because they owe it to Donk. They owe it to Donk.
And they
Su jaralice, mala varalice.
No, just Donk. They owe it to Donk. They totally... He had a 1.7, they got 2-0'd.
Yeah. What? Zway best snap in the anti-eco. It is Glocks across the board for Liquid. Donk is now 14-9. The moment I said that he would have a negative KD, he has turned it around in 4 rounds. Of course.
Johor.
Classic.
It's Dust too. We said, okay, he's got the 1.68 on the entire year. Here he is, negative. And then they come back. Not only do he recovers with all the multis, they win the game. They weren't supposed to win Dust 2 at all.
Nope.
No, it was too hard.
Glocks go up in smoke.
Ajmo jedan od ovih timeouta, the have fun, good luck, let's beat...
Looking CT side, but it's the guns up next. If there's any hope for Liquid still in this series, it's the guns that come up next.
Popišakis. Ovdje oni što kreću rundu, brate, vidi ovo. Pogledajte ovo, molim vas, čekaj da vratim u pičku. Ovdje. Prva gun runda, ali može ovo da se odjebe. Imaju još 3 flasha i 2 smoka i vatru. Jebote. I dobili rundu, nema veze, oni su najbolji, ja sam dodao. Volim ih kurci.
His name's Chopper. He's coming in on the flank. This was 2v4 if I'm not mistaken. Triple kill for Twists. It all happened so fast, hard to keep track of.
Kit is in jungle. Where's that bomb planted? Is that opposite triple?
No,
yeah.
Hoće zamijeniti elektronik. Pojma, bro.
Okay.
Možda, brate, vrate Flamus. Ako možeš malo sporije da ideš Chopper, bilo bi dobro.
It's too far.
All right, and then just throw the smoke. All right.
I onda se okreni leđima. Joj, maj.
Full house from up north. Twist triple. NAF on a 2K.
Su bili 5-2 u rundu.
2v5 technically, but a split second trade on Shiro.
Yeah.
So we'll call it 2v4.
Fair enough. Well, that's the reaction from yesterday. You don't want to see that too much either.
No, you don't.
You know?
You also wouldn't see it on land.
It's not going to help you get better, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not going to help you recover a bad day.
I find sometimes when we go to the online Counter-Strike, you know...
Yeah, people are alone.
I always wonder if it's like, it's because you're alone so nobody can kind of drag you out of it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you're more embarrassed to do that in front of your teammates in real life, so... And that's a good thing. All right.
But we are all still watching. Caught on the reload again. Shuhei gonna try to get it going. Shiro, though, misses the adjustment for the double. It's got Donk right behind him. This is looking like a tough nut to crack. Shiro missing shots, however, as Sway comes up from catwalk and poor Nap is just pinned in behind the van. A missed shot from Shiro yet again. Nafly, 1 bullet. All he's got. And now stuck in the reload, that's where Shiro will find him, and is one step closer to the finish line for Team Spirit.
Ili još gore ako
Big fan
kupe.
of the fast plays here for Liquid, and it worked last round with Twist especially, coming up cat like the juggernaut, but here on this B play, they get shut down pretty handily. I mean, yeah, you have Shuhei get this 1 kill, but between Donk and Shiro, it felt like they never really lost control of the site.
Tiptoeing their way to the finish line. You know, Liquid, credit where it's due. The pace of the rounds is trying to keep Spirit on the edge of their seat.
That might have been another chance for ultimate, huh? When he was sitting there on safe plant.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he had such a good start in this last map, and then he just started dying every round, and he hasn't recovered since.
Twist dead first. Oh, wow. Dude, Donk and Shiro side by side inside of an A site. Nobody wants to be on the receiving end of a site hold like this. And while Sway maybe struggled yesterday, the support system's right there to make sure there's no pressure on anybody inside A. Shiro and Donk make absolute mincemeat of Liquid. Again, we get a faster tempo. Connector player almost gets the stairs kill, but almost isn't gonna cut it for Liquid because almost is all they ever get. And right now, 5 map and match points to eliminate Liquid and really crank the pressure in terms of them and the conversation for the rest of 2025. The second season with the Star Ladder Major months away. Team Liquid are on the brink of a free fall. Barely holding their Valve ranking in this moment, and Tech9's all that keep them from being eliminated with pressure forward from Sway. Another attempt to just pop, another attempt to just hit, but each and every attempt is met by success from Spirit. Everybody stepped it up tonight. Chopper and Sway making up for it as they needed to.
Popišakis. Mene zanima ovo.
Poor start to Dust 2. Never looked in the rear view. Mirage also looked mortal.
Spirit -1 i padaju na 26. mjesto. 1280 poena. Šta sam teo da vidim? Birčkap ne, Last ne. Ovo sam teo da vidim. Rankings, Valve, Europe. Oni su ovdje na 19. majku ti je.
Into this series, Dupree, the VRS points are just so valuable for Team Liquid, and yet another situation where it slips out their hands, and this could potentially be costing a spot at the upcoming major.
Yeah, this is not the first time we see Liquid actually pull out some good rounds and actually have a chance of making the series competitive, and they should have closed out those two to give them more chances of actually winning the series, because you don't really get more chances than Spirit than you do like you already got, and I think that is a
vidio si kako komentarišem na Twitteru, sve sam rekao šta sam imao.
Competitive, and they show they can actually play up to the good teams, but as soon as they actually fumble these leads and they don't close out the games to actually pull over the finish line, it just seems like I wouldn't say they give up, but they simply fall back to like some kind of a place where they have lost a little bit of faith in each other and the situation, and that's just very hard to pull back from.
I mean, this was a game that I feel like once you do let Dust 2 slip, then this was not going to get any easier. I mean,
Što najgore, ne mogu da gledam sad Liquid, ne Liquid nego G2. Moram da vidim sutra šta ću za podcast, da se nešto izdogovaramo. I zovem Nutelicu da vidim za to, da vidim za ovaj giveaway, šta je on mislio tu, moram da vrate svašta nešto uradi. Tako da ću morati da idem, možda se vratim kasnije oko 10-ke da bacim neki face it, ali vidjet ćemo i to. Lepo smo se zabavljali danas, brate, bilo je ono roller coaster.
How do you get out of a slump like this?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that if anyone out there, if Liquid had the answer, they will just pull that one through. I think what is the most difficult.
Moram da idem, ljudi, ali vraćam se ili kasnije ili sutra. Uživajte u zadnjem gameu, pa ćemo da vidimo se ono šta dalje ide. Ako si uradio sve, imaš šansu, brate, koji svi drugi. Odoh, ljudi. Ne znam gdje mi je onda scena, nema tako da moram da ga ugasim, brate, ovako. Ali